Chapter 12. Oh, one no regrets groan tilde. A groan of pain was heard in what looked like an empty cavern. The only other sound that could be heard was that of a small stream that passed thought it. There was barely any light here, and the little illumination that did exist came from the fine glowing moss that grew on the ground. My shoulder. A proper voice was heard this time, belonging to a young man. If one looked carefully, they would see a person lying face down, a short distance away from the small stream. His body was riddled with injuries, and the clothes he was wearing were tattered, almost turning to shreds. The worst injury, though, was on the man's shoulder, where golden bones could be seen peeking out from the flesh. And not just that, a fine crack could even be seen on the golden scapula. H-A-A-A. Lin Mu let out a grunt and made himself turn to his side. He stayed in that position for a minute, before mustering more strength to make himself sit up. Where am I? Lin Mu said with a grunt and winced in pain. He opened his eyes but could barely see anything in the area. Other than the faint light coming from the moss that reflected off the small stream, there was little to see. This was strange to Lin Mu since he knew with his enhanced senses he should be able to see in this level of light far more clearly. Unable to see anything or anyone, Lin Mu decided to focus on himself first. I need to treat my injuries. This is the first time I've gotten this injured after cultivating the true gold body forging arts, Lin Mu said to himself. He was about to use his spirit sense to check, when he realized that he was unable to. Why's my spirit sense not working? Lin Mu was confused. He tried to extend it from his body when he realized it simply did not leave the confines of it. Furrowing his brows, he tested it a little more and discovered something more. It works fine inside my body at least. Still, this is too strange, Lin Mu thought. He went ahead and scanned his own body, only to find out the vast amount of injuries that he had. How did I end up like this? Lin Mu questioned, unable to remember much. No, wait. What was I even doing before this? Lin Mu tried to recall, only to feel a headache. He didn't give up, though, and started from the next closest memory he had. Senior Zukong intervened and killed the immortal skeleton. Then Gu Yao, Lin Mu winced in pain once more, but this time the memories started to return. He recalled activating the ancestral bell forcefully with the ring and opening a spatial portal before pushing Gu Yao into it along with himself. And just as he did this, he felt the remaining memories appearing as well. You will die too if you do this, and you still dare to do it, Gu Yao shouted while hammering away at Lin Mu. Doesn't matter to me, you will die regardless, Lin Mu shouted and held Gu Yao in his grip. The two of them were moving at a great speed, and looking around, one could see streaks of light passing by like blurs. There were also strong spatial fluctuations all around them, but they were kept in place by what looked like a thin membrane. Gu Yao paused for a moment and looked around, finding a strange energy around him. Did you just push me into the greater void? Gu Yao realized, as an expression of fear appeared on his face. I have no idea which layer of the void we are in, Lin Mu said, much to the man's irritation. But all this was merely Lin Mu buying time so that he could figure out his next step. Gu Yao's attacks were certainly doing damage to his body, especially since the man was rather strong after having been revivied by the invader's power. Lin Mu could easily estimate that Gu Yao now had the strength of an immortal Ascension Realm expert at the very least. If it were not for the fact that his body was very durable, he would have been unable to live under the constant attacks. But while doing this, Lin Mu finally had an idea. Hiya! Lin Mu twisted his body and turned to the side. It was very difficult due to being in motion, and that too at a great speed, but he still did it. No! Gu Yao saw what Lin Mu was intending to do and shouted out in fear. But Lin Mu didn't care for the man's thoughts and kicked him in the chest with all his might, sending him flying to the other side. Curse you! Gu Yao shouted as his body was flung aside. It flew a short distance before finally hitting the thin membrane that was surrounding the spatial channel that they were traveling through. Unfortunately for Gu Yao, touching the membrane meant that his body now needed to bear the full brunt of the spatial energy of the void. H. An ear-piercing cry was heard as Gu Yao's body literally started being shredded against the spatial energy outside the membrane. It was as if a man was being pushed against a wall while being hung out of a train's window. His skin and flesh were grated against it and turned into a paste before finally turning into fine motes of molecules that were neither flesh nor qi. This was the last scene Lin Mu saw before he fainted, unable to bear his exhaustion. Not only was his vital energy drained from using the Burning Heart Sutra and being in the demonic form, but forcefully controlling the ancestral bell and opening the spatial portal had consumed a significant portion of his spirit qi as well. It was only through sheer will that he had been able to push away Gu Yao. His eyes closed, and when they opened, he found himself in this dark cavern. That was really risky, Lin Mu muttered to himself as he recalled everything. Still, it was a risk that he was willing to take and would never regret. Because if he had hesitated, Gu Yao and the invader could have very well escaped and hid in the Xia world. And while Lin Mu and the rest might have been able to find them eventually, they didn't need to hide for long. After all, the goal of the invader was to absorb the core energy of the Xia world. With the power that it had, even if it was injured by Zukang, it only needed a few days to recover it all and even go beyond. But by that time, all would be lost, and the Xia world would start to break down in its entirety. Lin Mu certainly couldn't allow that to happen. At least it's over, Lin Mu said to himself. Having understood his situation, Lin Mu first decided to heal himself. He had a lot of injuries that needed to be cared for, and even his spirit qi was lacking right now. At least there is spirit qi here, Lin Mu said with a little relief in his voice. He sat in a cross-legged posture and started to absorb the spirit qi around him. At the same time, he took out all the remaining healing pills he had in the ring and ate them all. Lin Mu sat in that position for a few days, while his body healed slowly. Even cultivating took longer for him due to the injuries to his meridians. He had greatly strained them during the battle and not even realized it. Thankfully, the damage was not something permanent and would heal on its own with enough time. At a certain point, Lin Mu felt like he had healed enough and decided to move around. I have about half my usual spirit qi stores, Lin Mu checked. While it was not optimal, it was enough for him to defend himself. Additionally, the injuries on his body had mostly healed, except the one in his shoulder. The flesh itself had healed, and the skin had regrown, but the bones underneath it would take longer to heal. This was the side effect of the true gold body forging arts that Lin Mu only discovered now. While it would make one's body extremely tough and dense, it also made it so that it was harder to heal the bones once they actually broke. Lin Mu was still in the advantage here, though with his bloodline of the great slumber bear, silently promoting his natural healing ability. But there was still the issue of his spirit sense being restricted. I can barely scan an area of 10 meters ahead of me, Lin Mu estimated. While he wasn't completely in the blind like before, and the spirit sense did extend outside his body, it was nowhere close to his range from before. Lin Mu didn't know if it was because he was still injured or there was something else, but he knew that he needed to explore more to figure out why. Senior Zukang will also not be able to help me for a while, Lin Mu didn't forget. Zukang had already warned him that once he intervened, his avatar will be forced to enter a dormant state to recover. Now Lin Mu needed to understand his situation without the guidance of his master. Chapter 12, O2 all alone in darkness. Ah, just how big is this place? Lin Mu shouted in frustration. Rubbing his face, he plunked back down on the ground. How many days has it even been? I can't even tell the time here, Lin Mu said to himself. He had been walking for what seemed like several days, but he had reached no end. The area was perpetually in darkness, and there were no other topographical changes to the area either. Or even if they were, Lin Mu's spirit sense was simply too short for him to detect it. My body is mostly healed other than my shoulder, and my spirit chi is also at 75% capacity. Considering these developments, maybe it's been around a month now, Lin Mu estimated to himself. It had now been around a month since he had left the Xiofen world and since the battle had ended. So far, Lin Mu didn't know where he was, and neither did he know how to get out of here. There were several new restrictions on him that weren't there before, and it was rather frustrating to him. At first, it was even worse for him, since he simply couldn't see anything once he left the cavern he was in. The cavern was faintly illuminated by the moss growing there and helped him a bit at first. Lin Mu even took some of the moss with him and used it as a light source out of the cavern. It lasted long enough for him to recover and be able to use his own spirit chi to create a fireball for illumination. But continually letting it burn was not faring well from him. This was when he realized the second restriction he had on him. Whenever he used a chi skill, his spirit chi consumption was almost tripled than usual. This was really absurd, since he could tell that it wasn't even his body's injuries that were causing this, but rather the chi skill itself had become inefficient somehow. Thankfully, Lin Mu had more than one way of illumination. He had several midnight sun shards with him. These were basically a kind of luxury spirit tool that could absorb the sunlight in the daytime and glow in the nighttime. These, of course, needed sunlight to work normally, but with some modification in the formations by Lin Mu, they worked on spirit chi as well. This was when he discovered another new thing. While the consumption of spirit chi by chi skills had increased by a lot, that was not the case for the formations or spirit tools. They still worked on the same amount. Thus Lin Mu made several more modifications to the midnight sun shards and turned them into a multifaceted lamp. This helped to illuminate an area of several meters around him, and was even wider than the range of his spirit sense. This was how he had continued his travel, but there seemed to be no end to it. Perhaps I need to reassess my situation, Lin Mu thought to himself after chanting the calming heart sutra for a bit. Let's start over again. The area around me is barren and is mostly made up of rocks and soil. The rocks themselves are like smooth pebbles in some parts and broken stones in others areas. The soil is also rather soft and dark brown in color. Lin Mu voiced out his thoughts, hoping that it would help him think better. Then there is that small stream in the cavern I woke up next to. Its existence means there was supposedly a river here. The smooth pebbles might also be due to that. Lin Mu analyzed little by little. The small stream he had seen in the cavern ended a short distance from the exit of the cavern. It simply pooled into a pond and went deeper into the ground, probably joining an underwater aquifer. Lin Mu had originally hoped to follow the stream to find some people or a settlement, but it was unless. It didn't help that he couldn't fly here either. That was the third restriction he had discovered. At first he thought it was due to his injuries that he couldn't do it, but later he realized it simply didn't work. Thankfully, he was also a body cultivator, and even while injured, his body was tough enough to endure a long journey on foot. Another factor that was affecting Lin Mu, which he had not expected, was the lack of someone to speak to. Before this, he always had Senior Zukong or Little Shrubby to talk to and consult. But now there was nothing. All he was met with was silence. And it was going to be like this for a long while, most probably. Having checked up on both Little Shrubby and Zukong, Lin Mu knew they were still recovering. Zukong's avatar was simply in a dormant state and was surrounded by a mass of spatial energy, while Little Shrubby was still in the shrunken state of being a seed. Lin Mu could not estimate how long it would take for either of them to wake up. His only hope now was to find some other people. Still, it's strange that there is no animal life here. There is spirit chi here, so there should have been at least some life. I've seen the glowing moss, but it only grows in that cavern. I haven't seen it anywhere else. Lin Mu wondered to himself. Laying down on the ground for a bit, Lin Mu let his thoughts wander and his body rest. An hour later, he stood up and got to walking again. An unknown amount of time passed before Lin Mu finally saw something different. Huh, what's that? Lin Mu's eyes saw a tall wall in front of him. The top of the wall could not be seen, and neither could its edges. Walking closer to it, Lin Mu could see that the wall was rocky with no weeds or plants growing on it either. Chapter 1203, A Strange Sky. Finding the rocky wall was a good development for Lin Mu. He had already walked in perpendicular direction to the wall before he had come all this way. He had even done it for several days to see if there was anything there, but there simply was nothing. Or even if there was, it was so far that Lin Mu may as well pick a random direction to walk in, which was exactly what he had ended up doing and how he had found this wall. I should go to the top of the wall to see what's around here, Lin Mu decided. One thing that Lin Mu could confirm was the fact that the wall was natural. In fact, it couldn't even be said surely if it was a wall or just a tall mountain of some kind. Regardless, as long as Lin Mu reached the top, he reckoned he would have a better view of the area and maybe even find some people, or just some life. Climbing the wall was simple for Lin Mu. He simply used his hands and legs and directly dug them into the solid rocks. His body was a lot more tougher than the rocks the walls were made out of, and he started to climb. What he didn't guess was the time it would take him to reach the top. Goddamnit. This is taller than the tallest mountain in the Zioafan world, for sure. Lin Mu cursed in frustration. This time around, Lin Mu had kept counting to see just how much time had passed, and he had given up after over a week had passed. I'll rest for a bit and start again, Lin Mu said to himself. He had started to talk to himself a lot more after these days and had unknowingly gotten used to it. This way, he didn't feel as lonely as before either. As for resting, Lin Mu was currently laying on a narrow ledge that protruded from the unending rocky wall. These were natural ledges that were just broken parts of the rocks that comprised of the wall. Back to it then. Having rested for a couple of hours, Lin Mu started climbing once more. But this time around, he discovered a new thing. Is this fog? Lin Mu could feel fine particles floating in the air. Below this point, all Lin Mu had felt was darkness, but there was no such fog. The air was rather clear down there. But from the confirmation of his spirit sense, Lin Mu was sure there was fog around him now. Am I at a very high altitude? Lin Mu thought that perhaps he had climbed to a height where clouds would cling to mountains. No, wait, this is not water vapor, this is something else, Lin Mu said after analyzing the fog a bit more. He couldn't tell what kind of particles they were, but he could cross out dust, smoke, and water from the list. Whatever it was, it's something entirely new. But discovering the fog also made him realize something else. Maybe this fog is the reason why there is darkness everywhere. Maybe there is sunlight above this, Lin Mu reckoned. With this newfound motivation, Lin Mu sped up, and after climbing for around 200 meters more, he finally felt the fog disappearing. Light, there is actually light, Lin Mu shouted out loud. Swiveling his head around, Lin Mu saw a vast sky above him. Granted, the sky was cloudy and overcast, with the light itself being a strange reddish shade. At the same time, he saw the end of the rocky wall, which was barely 100 meters away. But when he turned to look at the back, Lin Mu saw a stunning scene. Whoa! In front of Lin Mu was a vast sea of darkness. It was sprawling endlessly and extended in 3 directions. Other than the wall that he was clinging to, all other places were filled with the darkness. Or rather, a dark fog. It prevented one from seeing the bottom, and obviously no light passed through it either. I should get to the top first. Lin Mu sped up and soon reached the top. Haa. Lin Mu let out a breath of relief and laid on the flat surface on top. Above him was a vast sky filled with endless clouds. It was colored in a strange, dusky shade of red, and no sun could be seen, evidently being hidden by the clouds. No wonder it was so dark down there. The sky itself is dim, and the amount of light that reaches the layer of dark fog is a fraction of that. Not to mention the dark fog is over 200 meters thick and prevents any light from passing whatsoever at that point. Lin Mu muttered to himself. It was a strange relief to him to figure out the mystery of his entrapment. I shouldn't lag on. Let's see what more is around here. Lin Mu stood up and looked around. The area around him was basically two different topographies. On one side was a massive depression filled with dark fog, which was where Lin Mu had come out from. Then, on the other side, there was a vast, barren land. The ground was a mix of red and gray soils with plenty of rocks and stones in it as well. Then there were mountains that could be seen far away, possibly several 100 kilometers away. Though there were also some hills nearby that were significantly shorter than the mountains. Damn, did I just walk out of a valley? Lin Mu finally figured out. It was shocking to him that he had just climbed out of the depths of a valley that was deeper than the tallest mountains of the Zioafan world. Just from this alone, Lin Mu realized that he was in a massively different world from what he was used to. This is just the start. Let's see what more I can find. Chapter 12. 4 four-legged strange people. The discoveries were certainly quite a lot for Lin Mu, but they also made him excited at the same time. He wanted to see what was special about this world and why it was like this. And I still need to find some food too. I'm out of all the stored food. My vitality is barely at 30% at its usual capacity too. Lin Mu thought to himself. There were no beasts in the dark valley, so Lin Mu was not able to hunt any. But now that he was out of it, he wanted to find some to eat. Still, where do I go now? Lin Mu wondered. Looking around, there was basically a wasteland in front of him. There were no plants or animals anywhere, and the sky was overcast, too. The only life I saw was the glowing moss, but even that was in the valley. I can't see any water around here, too, or that would be a good place to search. Lin Mu analyzed his choices. After thinking for a bit, Lin Mu made his decision. Let's just head to that hill first. Maybe I'll find something from a higher location, Lin Mu muttered to himself. He started to run towards the nearest hill and reached it in about half an hour. From there, he spent another half an hour to climb it. Perhaps calling it a hill is a little underestimating, but considering the mountains are a lot taller here, guess this is a hill, Lin Mu reckoned. The hill that he had climbed was still pretty tall and about the size of an average mountain. Thankfully, it was free of any beasts that could interrupt him or any plants that would force him to take an alternate route. The only obstacle for him was the loose rocks that fell sometimes when he tried to climb them, though it was not much of an issue for him since the rocks were simply shattered upon hitting his body. His body was far tougher than the rocks, after all. Upon reaching the top of the hill, Lin Mu finally got a better look at the area. This is really vast, Lin Mu said as he marveled at the sky-piercing mountains in the distance. They extended from one side of the horizon to the other, going around the dark valley that was behind him. Speaking of the dark valley, Lin Mu finally saw the other ends of it. It extended right from the edges of the mountain range to the place where Lin Mu had climbed from, though the side completely opposite to it was not visible to Lin Mu as it was simply too far. Even the mountain range could not be seen on that side, simply turning into a thin line at that point. But while Lin Mu was assessing the area, his ears picked up a low sound. His eyes narrowed, and he immediately used blink. Tilde dang tilde. The place where he was just standing was struck by what looked like a long javelin. It was over 6 meters long and seemed to be made out of solid rock that had been whittled down. Enemy, Lin Mu understood. He looked around, but didn't see anyone on the ground. Where are they? Lin Mu wondered. The low sound was heard as well, and Lin Mu dodged once more. Tilde dang tilde. Another javelin landed on the place Lin Mu was standing at. It was the same as the one before, made out of rock. But this time, Lin Mu had a little more information. It came from a different side, Lin Mu noticed. His eyes traced the possible trajectory, based on where the 2 spears had landed, and finally figured out where they came from. The hills! Lin Mu saw 3 spears shooting up from the other hills in the distance. The spears rose into the sky soundlessly, but when they started to descend after drawing an arc in the air, they would create a low sound. It was something that most people wouldn't even pick up on it. It was easy to understand that these spears were intentionally made to be as silent as possible. "Let's see who's targeting me," Lin Mu said with a smile, not feeling afraid at all. He had checked the spears and knew that they were nothing special. They had no spirit chi infused into them, nor any other skill. Even if they hit Lin Mu, they wouldn't do much to him anyway. Lin Mu gathered power in his legs as his thighs bulged, and calves tightened. He launched into the air like a spring and covered over 500 meters before finally falling downwards. Clenching his fist, Lin Mu dived towards the hill below him. Tilde kaboom tilde. The entire hill shook from the impact as cracks spread over it. A few large boulders at its edge directly rolled off, while a deep crater was created at its top. %H and ***, and a strange voice was heard by Lin Mu, making him turn to the side. The voice was speaking some unknown language, but Lin Mu could tell that the tone was anxious. "Let's see who you are." Lin Mu walked towards the source of the voice. But just as he was walking towards it, an attack came towards him. Lin Mu didn't move, though, and let it hit him. The incoming projectile was a rock that had been carved into a cannonball shape. It simply shattered upon hitting Lin Mu. "Attend, hashend," and some unknown words were spoken again, this time shock clearly visible in it. Lin Mu raised his brows as he assessed the power of the attack. Roughly equivalent to the peak of the nascent soul realm, the javelins were thrown with a lot more force, though. Different enemies then, Lin Mu concluded. And as Lin Mu got closer to the source of the sound, more voices were heard, this time though they were getting closer. Lin Mu swiped his hand and knocked away the boulder that was blocking his path. And when it was swept away, he finally saw the enemy standing behind it. But Lin Mu was surprised by the appearance of the enemy. It was humanoid, but wasn't exactly human. It had 2 arms, a head and torso, but there were 4 legs on its body. The legs were oriented in a cross-shaped form. The creature in front of Lin Mu was dressed in clothes that camouflaged it well, with several rocks and soil attached to its clothes. The enemy stood up towering over Lin Mu. It was nearly 4 meters tall. But even if it was taller than Lin Mu, there was an expression of fear and shock on its face. Thankfully, the face of the creature was nearly the same as a human, except it was a dusky gray in color and had rough patches that looked like scales on it. Its ears were long, and from them hung bone earrings. Lin Mu walked up to the enemy and casually picked it up using its clothes. "Why did you attack me?" Lin Mu questioned. Thud tilde. It was at this time that 3 more enemies landed behind Lin Mu. They looked the same as the enemy that was in Lin Mu's hand, but were carrying several stone javelins on their back. 8 hashitand, they spoke, wariness present on their face. One of them slowly approached Lin Mu, putting down the spear in its hand. "Attend," and it spoke, this time its tone a little gentle as if trying to placate. Lin Mu raised his brows in surprise. "They're trying to surrender," Lin Mu wondered. He then watched the others put down their weapons as well. Want to do this peacefully? Fine, then." Lin Mu let go of the creature in his hand as well. The guy landed on the ground and fell on its butt, fear in its eyes. Hashendand, the strange people spoke again, but Lin Mu understood nothing. The common tongue won't work here. They are of a different race." Lin Mu understood. Can you understand me?" Lin Mu spoke again, this time in Dao script. And when he did, though, the strange people were surprised, even more than when Lin Mu was holding their companion in their hands. "Do you not understand me?" Lin Mu asked again, wondering if they didn't know Dao script either. He was hoping that they could, as this was a different world. The only hope Lin Mu would have at communicating was Dao script, as it was something that any world with cultivators should have. No, wait, considering how they look, they might not have reached the point of comprehending Dao's script, perhaps, Lin Mu thought. The strange people weren't really dressed in any decent or civilized clothes. It wasn't even a matter of different cultures, but that the clothes were quite literally made from stitched rocks and mud plastered on them. "Noble," And while Lin Mu was wondering how to talk to these strange people, he actually heard a word that he understood. It had come from the guy he had taken hostage of temporarily. It had spoken a word that was from Dao's script. "Oh, you understand me," Lin Mu asked to confirm. "Lie little, noble speak," the strange person stuttered, clearly having a hard time finding words. This'll be a problem," Lin Mu muttered. "En noble, come." The strange person spoke again and gestured with his hands in a certain direction. Then it spoke to its companions, and they too gestured in the same direction. Chapter 12:05 The Hema tribe. Seeing the actions of the strange four-legged people, Lin Mu understood they were asking him to go someplace. Probably their settlement, Lin Mu guessed. While it might seem a little suspicious to follow these strange people who had attacked him just a few moments ago, Lin Mu didn't feel any danger or malice from them. Or rather, now that he looked at them again, they seemed to be looking at him with a hint of respect. This feeling of respect had come out of nowhere, which confused Lin Mu a little. The man said the word for noble, and that was certainly referring to me, but why would they call me a noble? Lin Mu thought to himself, but decided to go along. "All right, show me the place you want to take me to," Lin Mu stated. The four-legged strange people nodded their heads, and one of them took the lead. Lin Mu watched on as the four-legged person crouched, as if gathering power in his legs. After 2 seconds, the strange person straightened them and leaped into the air like a frog. He streaked across the air, covering an impressive amount of distance. The second one did the same while the third one gestured to follow him. "Let's just do as they are then." Lin Mu too gathered power in his legs and leaped forth like a spring. But his reach was even greater than the four-legged people, so much so that he had already overtaken them by twice the distance. Asterisk it #% Delarand. Unknown words were spoken with a hint of shock and awe in them. Lin Mu looked back to see the four-legged strange people trying to speed up. They caught up to him in less than 10 seconds, letting Lin Mu leap once again. He didn't want to leave them too far back, after all. There were possibly hidden dangers in the area that he might encounter, but if these strange people were guiding him, the chance of that happening was less. Just like this, Lin Mu and the four-legged strange people continued to leap and jump for about an hour before they finally came to a halt. "Come home," the strange person spoke in broken words. "Okay," Lin Mu said as he took a look around. His spirit sense was scanning the area, but with the range reduced to 10 meters, he didn't really find anything. There was another hill here, which was a lot taller than the others. The strange people walked to the middle of this hill and used their javelins to knock on a rock. They tapped it in a specific pattern, after which they stopped. "Is there a hidden entrance here?" Lin Mu wondered. His spirit sense scanned the area and found a depression on the hill. It was covered with several layers of rocks that had been carved into the shape of a wheel. Only the topmost rock that was on the outside of the hill looked natural. Tremble. Vibrations could be felt in the ground as Lin Mu saw the rock wheels being moved one by one. Soon, he saw 6 more four-legged people appearing. They were the ones in charge of opening the entrance gate. At ****, one of the 6 guards saw the 3 strange people and spoke something to them. They conversed among themselves before pointing to Lin Mu, who was standing next to them. $, and noble, the four-legged person said. The 6 guards had an expression of surprise on their face before nodding. "Come in, meets elder," the strange person said. "Oh, we are going to meet your elder," Lin Mu asked. "Why, yes," the strange person nodded. Maybe this elder can speak more coherently than this guy, Lin Mu thought to himself. This was the only reason he could think of them asking to meet the elder. Lin Mu thus followed behind the strange four-legged people and entered the cave. The corridor was wide enough for 3 of these people to walk side by side, as well as tall enough to let them walk normally. Lin Mu glanced at the rocks that were being used as pillars to hold up this corridor, as well as a certain kind of plaster that had been lined on the walls. making it look a bit proper. This is relatively nice, Lin Mu thought. After walking for about 10 minutes, they finally reached the end of the corridor. And when they did, Lin Mu saw a vast settlement in front of his eyes. Wow, didn't expect this. In front of Lin Mu were thousands of houses sprawled across the area. There were torches and lamps everywhere, illuminating the settlement as well as thousands of four-legged people going about their day. They were doing normal tasks and jobs, such as cleaning, weaving, cooking, and conversing in general. No matter what angle I look at this from, this is a complete civilization, Lin Mu muttered to himself. He continued to walk after the four-legged people as they brought him through the large settlement. It was large enough to compare to Wu Lim's city and possibly had the same amount of people. The area wasn't flat either, having ridges and elevated places. There were different buildings built on them as well, with a myriad of paths that interwove. Lin Mu observed the four-legged people and found them to be wearing clothes made from flat stone plates that were attached to each other with strong strings made out of an unknown material. The clothes that these strange people wore in the settlement looked a bit better than the ones that brought Lin Mu here. Maybe they are soldiers or something. Their clothing is also a lot more camouflaging than these people in here, Lin Mu reckoned. It was certainly a new experience for him to witness this all. And he wasn't the only one having a new experience either, as the four-legged people in the settlement too watched him with a variety of expressions, the most common being interest and surprise. They didn't seem alarmed due to Lin Mu, nor did they have any enmity against him. All this only made Lin Mu think that perhaps the three people had attacked him due to a mistake of some kind. Or maybe they were just defending their land, Lin Mu guessed. It was something normal to prevent intruders from entering one's land, after all, and Lin Mu couldn't blame them for trying to do their normal duties. Though while walking the settlement, Lin Mu was confused due to something. These people, they don't have a normal cultivation base, Lin Mu discovered. Even the three that had brought him here didn't have the same spirit chi fluctuations that Lin Mu felt from cultivators. But what Lin Mu did sense from them was vital energy. It was in a far higher concentration than most cultivators Lin Mu had encountered. They were as strong as nascent soul realm experts and don't have the same level of spirit chi fluctuations. Rather, they are only half as strong as that. But then the vitality is also far stronger than a normal expert of that level. It's almost as if these two are combined, Lin Mu analyzed. Lin Mu would have thought that they were even-body cultivators, but couldn't confirm it just from that. Just like the memoirs of the lost immortal, there are many paths of cultivation in the world, and I seem to have encountered a new one today. Lin Mu thought to himself with a look of interest on his face. He ended up walking for around a kilometer distance before the four-legged people brought him to a large building. It was built on a small plateau that rose to a height of 15 meters tall. This was certainly one of the tallest buildings in the entire settlement. Looking at its quality, it is certainly something made for a higher-ranked person, Lin Mu muttered. Percent, dollar, and the strange person who spoke in broken Dao script said something out loud before tapping his spear on the ground. Lin Mu watched on in interest as the door of the stone building opened after a minute. Tilde creak tilde. A loud creak was heard as the hinges of the stone door ground with no lubrication, and from the door walked out another four-legged person. But this person was a lot older, having a dry straw-like beard. He wore a woven hat on his head with robes made out of a similar material. This was the first person Lin Mu had seen here, wearing clothes made out of some kind of a textile. But that wasn't all, as Lin Mu could feel significant spirit chi waves from this person. At least at the Dao-treading realm, Lin Mu raised his brows. This confirmed one fact for Lin Mu. He was now in a higher world than the Zaya-Offen world. After all, a Dao-treading realm expert would normally be the peak of power in the Zaya-Offen world and would be enough to run a large sect or even a kingdom. And yet there was one in what was clearly a primitive tribe. "Are you the elder?" Lin Mu asked in Dao's script. The children weren't mistaken, a noble, the elder said with a hint of surprise in his voice. The surprise was momentary, though, as he soon composed himself. "We welcome the human noble to our tribe, the Hema tribe," the elder greeted out loud. Hearing the name of the tribe and the words of the elder, calling him a noble, Lin Mu was intrigued. Chapter 12. 06 Land of Exile. Lin Mu watched on as the elder welcomed him. "I am Lin Mu," he introduced himself. "Ah, so the noble is named Lin Mu. How marvelous," the elder spoke. "I am Elder Niji." Hearing this only made Lin Mu feel strange, since he didn't think there was a reason to go this far to praise him when they barely knew each other. Maybe it's the tradition for this tribe, Lin Mu wondered. "Come in, we can talk in comfort. I'll let the children take care of the rest," the elder said and gestured for Lin Mu to follow him. "All right." Lin Mu followed the old elder into the house he had walked out from. Tilda creaked Tilda. The door creaked loudly once more as the two entered the building. In there, Lin Mu saw a relatively plain-looking room with a low table and stone seats in the center. There were stairs to the side as well that went upstairs. Taking a seat at the table, Lin Mu looked at the elder intently. "I reckon you have some questions to ask. I'd recognize that look anywhere," the elder said, seeing Lin Mu's expression. "Don't worry, this is usual for people that come here for the first time," he added. "What place is this exactly?" Lin Mu asked, seeing that the elder was open to questions. "This place is the Land of Exile, though this is just the general term that is used for it. There are more areas within the Land of Exile, such as the Rust-Hail Mountains, the Barren Plains, and finally the Broken Chasm," the elder answered. Lin Mu narrowed his eyes and guessed that the mountains in the distance he saw were the Rust-Hail Mountains. As for the valley he came from was the Broken Chasm. "Then this tribe is located within the Barren Plains," Lin Mu spoke. "Precisely," the elder nodded his head before stroking his beard. A thought came to him after listening to Lin Mu speak, and he questioned something. "Noble Lin Mu, are you perchance not from this world?" Elder Niji questioned. "Oh, how did you figure that out?" Lin Mu asked in turn. "At first I thought that you were simply a noble that knew about this place, but simply didn't recognize it. That is something that is usual, since no one would come to the Land of Exile of their own volition. But seeing that you don't even know about the Land of Exile itself, there is a great chance you are not from this world," Elder Niji explained. "You are correct, I am indeed not from this world," Lin Mu admitted. "Which brings me to wonder why you call me a noble. If I'm not of this world, how am I still a noble?" he asked next. "You are a noble, since you speak the tongue of the nobles," Elder Niji answered. "But aren't you speaking it too?" Lin Mu replied. "I am indeed, but mine is merely an imitation. I speak the tongue, but I have not comprehended it. Besides, only the humans are deemed to be nobles, unlike us of the Hema tribe," Elder Niji explained further. This was interesting information for Lin Mu, as he had not expected there to be something like this. Especially since the elder was speaking basically the same as what Dao's script was supposed to be like. "You have not comprehended the Dao's script," Lin Mu said in slight confusion before talking out a sheet of paper with a few sentences written on it. "So you can't read this?" "Yes, I cannot. I was merely taught to speak the words, but this was simply memorization," the elder elaborated. "I see, but still, why is it that only humans are deemed nobles?" Lin Mu questioned. "Can you or your people not get the same status?" he wondered. "Well, one does not give the rank of a noble to a slave, do they? Our Hema tribe is inferior to that of the humans, and we have been servants for many generations," Elder Niji said before his expression fell. "Or we were, once upon a time. Now we are merely exiles banished and forgotten," he added, his tone forlorn. Lin Mu raised his brows, finding it strange. As far as he could tell, the Hema tribe didn't really seem to be inferior to humans, at least not from the strength they had shown him already. "No, this world is different. The standard for humans might be far greater than the Zaya-Offen world," Lin Mu reckoned. Thinking over this, he felt curious about the Hema tribe as well as the land of exile. After all, he had been here for over a month now, though most of it was spent in the dark valley. "Can you tell me more about the land of exile and the places within?" Lin Mu inquired. "Of course. We almost never get visitors, and this is the first time in my life that I'm actually getting to talk to someone in noble tongue. This was one of the wishes that I've had for a long time, so feel free to ask as much as you want." Elder Niji spoke. His tone was filled with excitement, just like old people would show when they found someone new to talk to after a long time. The land of exile, just like its name states, is meant for people who had been exiled, either as a punishment or refuge. While most that are sent here are criminals, there are still some that come here to hide. Unfortunately, this isn't a place of peace and safety. There is danger aplenty, the worst of which is the broken chasm, Elder Niji explained. "The broken chasm is the dark valley, right?" Lin Mu asked, feeling a little confused about the elder's words. "Yes, though calling it a valley isn't really correct," Elder Niji replied. "What's the danger there, though? I've been there for over a month and didn't even see any beasts there," Lin Mu finally asked. "You what?" Elder Niji suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 1207, The Broken Chasm. Lin Mu was taken aback by the sudden exclamation of Elder Niji, making him wonder if he had spoken something wrong. "Is there something wrong?" Lin Mu asked in a concerned tone. "Did you really spend a month in the broken chasm?" Elder Niji asked in disbelief. "Yes, there's nothing down there. No beasts or any other life. No, wait, there is some moss growing there," Lin Mu answered. "How is that possible?" Elder Niji said under his breath. "What kind of a danger is there in the broken chasm anyway?" Lin Mu asked, wanting to know more. "It is the greatest danger of the land of exiles, the chasm beasts. They are strange illusory beasts that don't have solid bodies. They live in the broken chasm and come out from time to time, spreading across the barren plains, hunting for anything living," Elder Niji answered, much to Lin Mu's surprise. "I didn't see any of them down there. Is there something more to them?" Lin Mu was even more confused now. "I don't know. There should be chasm beasts living there, I'm sure of this. I've seen them come out of there with my own 2 eyes," Elder Niji replied. Hearing this, Lin Mu realized there was a discrepancy here. "Wait, by seeing it yourself, do you mean you saw the bottom of the chasm? Like you saw the beasts climbing all the way from the base?" Lin Mu asked for clarification. "Of course not. The chasm is bottomless, or so we've thought all these years. Our people who went there, either accidentally or intentionally, never returned," Elder Niji stated. "Well, the chasm certainly has a bottom, and I've explored some of it. Sure, it is very deep, and it took me a little over a week to even climb it. The dark fog spread at its top makes it hard to figure out directions, too. Thankfully, I had some illumination tools to help me," Lin Mu elaborated. "The dark fog? You mean the chasm miasma isn't filling the chasm entirely?" Elder Niji was surprised once more. "No, it is only floating on the top, and even then it's merely a fraction of the entire chasm's height. It was only around 200 meters thick. A majority of the chasm down below is actually clear," Lin Mu revealed. "This changes everything," Elder Niji was stunned. "Though this doesn't explain why you didn't encounter any chasm beasts." "Perhaps you were just mistaken about it too," Lin Mu said while striking his chin. "You said you've seen them come out of it, right? Like from the dark miasma?" he asked. "Indeed, everyone has seen them come out from there, and this has been so for over 100,000 years of our tribe's existence here," Elder Niji stated. "They've been in exile for over 100,000 years. That's possibly longer than the entire history of the Great Zhou Empire and its people." Lin Mu was shocked, since this was just one tribe of an entire world. If an exiled clan had a history of over 100,000 years, Lin Mu wondered what the main residents of the world were like. Pushing these thoughts to the back of his mind, Lin Mu focused on the topic at hand. "Maybe you are not wrong about the source of the chasm beasts. They do come from the broken chasm, but maybe not from the bottom," Lin Mu said after thinking for a bit. "What do you mean? Where else would they come from? Elder Niji wondered. The miasma itself. You've said they have no solid form. Then perhaps they are made out of this miasma. It would explain why I saw none of them down there. Lin Mu explained. Hearing this, Elder Niji had a face of epiphany, and he seemed to have figured out something. The chasm beasts come out in waves every so often. This time the interval has been long, and they haven't been seen for over 2 months now. If what you say is correct, then the chasm beasts are only in existence for a specific amount of time. Elder Niji speculated. While Lin Mu had never seen the chasm beasts till now, it wasn't as if he didn't know of other similar existence. Lin Mu had read about a few such creatures that were formed from different energies or materials. They would come into existence under specific conditions, and that might be the same case here. Lin Mu thought about it more, wondering what the reason might be for the existence of chasm beasts. Why has the interval been this long? Was there anything different this time? Lin Mu asked, feeling curious. There was indeed something. Something fell from the sky 2 months ago. It crashed into the reservoir, but when we went to check it, we didn't find anything. All that was left, there was a deep hole, the bottom of which could not be seen. Oh, and the water in the reservoir was gone too, possibly drained into the hole. Elder Niji answered. Fell from the sky. Lin Mu's brows raised as a thought came to his mind. Did anyone see what the object was, or how it came? Lin Mu asked further. It came from beyond the clouds and created a hole through them when it fell. It was surprising as we seldom see the sky above, so the children noted it well. As for the object that fell, they said that the object glowed in a golden light. But due to the speed at which it fell, they couldn't watch it for long. Elder Niji replied. Hearing this, Lin Mu all but confirmed what must have happened. I think I know what the object was, and also where it went, Lin Mu said with a wry smile. What? Elder Niji questioned. That was me, Lin Mu answered, letting his golden body glow. The glow, which was usually hidden, spread in the hall, illuminating it faintly. I was knocked out when I fell, so I didn't remember all this, but that was definitely me falling and crashing. Chapter 12. 08, a high-ranked immortal world and world ascension. Lin Mu's words were certainly shocking to the elder, but after thinking over it and witnessing everything, he had no choice but to believe it. So you really did come from another world. Still crashing into the land of exile was possibly one of the worst possible outcomes, Elder Niji said, a frown on his face. Hearing this brought Lin Mu to another one of the questions he's had on his mind. As far as he had seen, there wasn't really anything blocking them in here. He had seen the rust-hail mountains in the distance, and while they were tall, they still seemed to be traversable to him. Additionally, since the land of exile was considered like an open prison, the people here should be looking to escape at all times, especially considering that there was basically no warden or any authority looking over them. Or perhaps they are and I just don't know, Lin Mu thought. Is there no one that has left this place? I mean, can't they just cross the mountains or fly over them? Lin Mu questioned. No, at least over the 100,000 years of our tribe's history, there has been no one that escaped the land of exile. Flying is simply not possible for us mortals. While immortals can still fly here, they can't go past height, especially not above the level of the rust-hail mountains, Elder Niji answered. Lin Mu had seen that there was no way to fly in this world with his current cultivation base. Even using a spirit weapon to fly didn't work, as they would simply fall down. Forget flying, Lin Mu couldn't even use his spirit sense to control the weapons here. If he wanted to fight using them, he would have to use them with his own hands. It felt like he had returned to when he was starting out as a cultivator in the past, and it felt a bit humbling to him at the same time. Perhaps this is the difference in the levels of the world, Lin Mu reckoned. Still, it wasn't as if Lin Mu didn't know about this would be happening. Senior Zukong had told him about the restrictions he might face, and he had also read about them in the Lost Immortals memoirs. But the issue was, the restrictions in this world seemed to be a little too harsh even for a world with immortals in it. Lin Mu had read a few experiences of the Lost Immortal, and in them, the man was in an immortal world, but could still fly despite being below the immortal realm. Then there was a latter entry that showed something else to Lin Mu. In that, the lost immortal was already in the immortal realm and was in a different world. In this world, several cultivators of spirit realm also existed alongside immortals, and in this world, they too were unable to fly. The levels of an immortal world that allowed a cultivator below the immortal realm to fly, and one that didn't were vastly different. Senior Zukong even set a term for it, a world ascension, Lin Mu recalled. World ascension was a unique event that very rarely happened. It was already known that there were many layers of the void, and each layer had multiple sublayers. It was in the different layers of the greater void that the realms existed. These realms were split according to the quality of the worlds that existed, whether they be simple planets or other complex forms of worlds. In this, the worlds would be grouped together in a common realm. For example, the realm that the Zayafan world existed in would have other worlds of the same level, or a couple levels above and below it. This range of different leveled worlds was relatively narrow. But there came a time when a world would continually grow to a point where the laws of the realm where it existed in couldn't contain it. This was the period where the world would start to push against the limits of the realm and eventually ascend to a higher ranked realm. All this was very complex, and many experts had spent their entire lives in learning and studying it. And yet it was not enough. It was all controlled by the will of the heavens and was mysterious as to how it worked. If one considered a simplified comparison, it was like an immortal ascension realm expert breaking through and reaching the immortal realm. But this time, it wasn't a human but an entire world doing the same. But there was a reason this was so rare, despite the fact there were an uncountable number of worlds in the cosmos. It was that most worlds that reached the point of world ascension would simply fail. And in the process, they would also destroy that entire realm and the other worlds that existed within it. It would eventually lead to a realm collapse, and the contents of that realm would return to the void. Then perhaps in the future, this matter would condense once more, and the space would stabilize to give birth to a new realm. This was the cycle of the myriad worlds and realms. And in all this, only the void was the constant. It was the foundation on which everything was allowed to come into being, and without it, nothing would exist. Lin Mu's mind pondered on many possibilities in a matter of seconds. But in the end, he understood that the only way he would be able to figure out his next move would be to gather even more information. Besides, it isn't like there isn't a benefit to a world that is on the edge of reaching world ascension. It only means I can find better resources than an average immortal world. Lin Mu thought to himself as a smile appeared on his face. Looking at Elder Niji, he spoke once more. Please tell me more about the land of exile and what is beyond this. Chapter 12. 09 Stone Flesh Mushrooms. Lin Mu's desire for more information was met with a warm response from Elder Niji. Of course, I'll be happy to. I seldom get to talk to others this much. The children in the tribe are also too distant from me and have their own duties to fulfill. Besides, I don't want to expand their ideas too much, or they would just be disappointed at their reality, Elder Niji said, a trace of melancholy in his voice. Lin Mu could see the benefit in this too. If they knew there was bounty in the world but they were never fated to see it, they would certainly be depressed. Lin Mu reckoned. He would have not found it good, and would have even thought it oppressive to keep information like this. But knowing that the Hema tribe had been trapped here for over 100,000 years, perhaps it was better this way. Even with the conflicts in his heart, Lin Mu knew better not to judge them, as he did not know what they had gone through. So, why is it that one cannot get past the Rust-Hail Mountains? What kind of danger prevents them from crossing? Lin Mu questioned. Thud tilde thud tilde. Sand. Just as Elder Niji was about to answer him, though, a few taps were heard from the outside, and a few words were also spoken in the language of the Hema tribe. Tilda, we can continue this with our meal. I reckon you must be hungry, Elder Niji asked. Famished, Lin Mu replied. He really was hungry, and was looking for a settlement mainly, so that he could find something to eat, though he had gotten distracted from all the information after coming to the Hema tribe. "Good, let's head to the dining circle then," Elder Niji said and brought Lin Mu out. "There are no beasts here, and I didn't really see any plants other than the glowing moss before." Lin Mu was certainly interested in seeing what the Hema tribe actually ate, though he knew that the tribe had access to fuel, as he had already seen burning lamps and torches here. In a couple of minutes, they reached an area that was circular in shape. There was a large fire pit in the center, and a circular stone table surrounded it. There were stool-like stone seats set around this table, made without any backs so that the four-legged Hema tribe people could sit on it. This was a common thing Lin Mu had seen since coming here. There were no seats with back support here, or any normal chairs either. It was just common stool-like seats. The bodies of the Hema tribe didn't permit the normal human furniture. Near the dining circle, Lin Mu saw a few other members of the Hema tribe there. He recognized two of them being the ones who had brought him. They were carrying stone baskets filled with something and placing them near the fire pit. "Please take a seat," Elder Niji said, and Lin Mu followed it. The two familiar Hema tribe members then opened up the baskets and revealed their contents. Stones, Lin Mu was puzzled. In the basket were objects that looked like stones around the size of a normal palm. They were of different colors and ranged from deep brown to a light blue. They seemed like pebbles one would find in a river, Lin Mu thought. Hang on, does the Hema tribe eat stones? He had almost forgotten that different races might have different dietary habits. While Lin Mu watched on with a puzzled look, the two Hema members picked out the brown-colored and darker stones out from the basket and placed them on the table. "You can start with these as they are ripe. The children will cook the rest for us," Elder Niji stated. "What is this?" Lin Mu finally asked and picked up a brown-colored stone. It felt hard to the touch and had a smooth texture. "These are stone flesh mushrooms. They are the only food source that grows stably in the land of exile," Elder Niji said. "Try and break them," he prompted. Lin Mu held the stone flesh mushrooms and exerted some force. A firm crack was heard, almost like someone had broken an egg. The stone flesh mushroom in Lin Mu's hand split in two, and the interior of it was revealed. Unlike the hard and stony exterior, the interior was a mix of red and pink, almost looking like flesh. Lin Mu could also smell a faint fragrance from the stone flesh mushroom that felt unlike anything he had ever smelled. "You can eat the soft flesh inside it and leave the hard exterior," Elder Niji demonstrated. Unlike Lin Mu, though, he didn't split the entire stone flesh mushroom in half. Instead, he skillfully tapped the mushroom in a specific spot and simply peeled the entire thing off in one go, leaving the flesh inside intact in one piece. Lin Mu scooped out the two halves of the flesh and put one of them in his mouth. Tasting the new type of food, Lin Mu certainly found it different. The taste wasn't bitter or sour, but there was some sweetness and a hint of savoriness to it. "Not bad," Lin Mu said after swallowing it. Tilda crackled Tilda. While he tried his first piece, the two Hema members were cooking other light-colored stone flesh mushrooms in open flames. They slowly started to turn darker and crackled in the heat. Once they were done, they placed those mushrooms in front of Lin Mu as well. "The hot ones taste a bit different. Maybe you'll like them better," Elder Niji said, prompting Lin Mu to try them as well. Lin Mu cracked them open, not minding the scorching heat coming from them, and smelled a more savory fragrance from them. Putting them into his mouth, Lin Mu found a peppery taste. "They do taste better when hot," Lin Mu said, finding them more to his taste. Chapter 12:10 Entertainment. For the tribe having eaten a few of the stone flesh mushrooms, Lin Mu started to feel their effect. His eyes widened as a burst of spirit chi, and vitality gushed out in his belly. It spread around rapidly as if wanting to escape, but Lin Mu's stomach seemed to have awakened as well. It controlled both of them as if a master cracked a whip and tamed it down. The vitality started flowing into his cells first, getting them to the optimum level that they should normally be at. The spirit chi, on the other hand, directly flowed through his meridian, directly turning into a liquid form without any need to do it manually. By the time it reached the Danshin, it was like a tap had been turned on. His depleted spirit chi levels started to restore, and Lin Mu felt a lot better than before. Marvelous, these alone are better than high-grade spirit pills. Lin Mu was left stunned. While he knew that higher-ranked worlds would have better resources, he had not expected even a literal land of exile would have better ones than a top sect. "I reckon you liked them," Elder Niji asked, seeing the face of Lin Mu. "Plenty," Lin Mu said as he sped up his pace of eating. One by one, the stone flesh mushrooms started disappearing down his mouth. By the time the first basket was finished, Lin Mu had eaten over 100 such stone flesh mushrooms. "We have more." Elder Niji saw that the young man was still hungry and willing to eat more. The second basket was already prepared, and Lin Mu didn't shy away from eating, quickly stuffing them down his throat as if afraid that they would run away. His speed of eating only got faster while the vitality in his body reached the peak. At this point, his cells had reached the optimal levels that they should be at, and the rest of the vitality was directly being stored by his stomach. The nameless technique of the lost immortal activated silently and stockpiled all the vital energy. In less than 10 minutes, the second basket was also finished. Then the third was finished. The fourth. The fifth. The sixth. The seventh and the eighth. By now, Elder Niji couldn't even speak and only gawked at the scene. The Hema tribe members bringing the baskets of stone flesh mushroom were also left stunned. But they didn't stop their work and called for more baskets to be brought. Soon, a supply line of stone flesh mushroom baskets was formed as more and more Hema tribe members joined to marvel at the act. This was something they had never seen before in their lives. Their lives were mostly monotonous to start with, thus any form of new stimulus was fascinating to them. Thus, they did their best to keep the supply line working, and more stone flesh mushrooms arrived. "What in the name of ancestors is this? I never knew humans could eat this much. How does it even accommodate in his body?" Elder Niji was left confused. At least in his case, he knew about the humans decently, but the other members of the Hema tribe only knew a fraction. Their understanding was barely at a surface level, such that they only knew humans existed and that they were strong. Constant chatter could be heard going on between them as they talked about Lin Mu. "Do all humans eat like this?" "Maybe they do. Perhaps that's why they are so strong." "The elder told us that even in humans, there are many kinds. Weren't there some that were thrown into the land of exile, and we saw them die in a few minutes to the chasm beasts?" "That human isn't just a common human, though. He speaks noble tongue, so he must be special." "Yeah, and Jehu even said that he can jump higher. He actually jumped better than Jehu and his brothers, leaving them behind. If he can jump like that, then he must be very strong." The Hema tribe members talked amongst themselves, wondering just how Lin Mu could do something like this. The ones that had a higher cultivation base among them, though, felt the energy fluctuations coming from him. His energy, it's getting stronger. Lin Mu's vitality had already been accumulated to the optimal level in his body's cells, and now only his stomach was stockpiling it. But this also had the passive effect of increasing the energy fluctuation. Not just that, but the rest of his body also started to change on a molecular level. It was as if his cells were interacting with the environment, though the aura and learning about it. Bit by bit, they started to change their structures, adapting to the new world. His Xianshan physique showed its advantage here, becoming what it should have been. The Xianshan physique was what the stronger powers in the higher worlds started with by default, and it was something that was adapted to the condition of their worlds that were of a high level. Lin Mu was in the Xiaofan world, and his Xianshan physique was thus tainted by it, but it was slowly starting to return to its intended form. It was like taking someone from a polluted smog-covered city and placing them on the clear green mountains filled with the freshest air possible. An hour had passed since Lin Mu had started eating, and now the crowd watching was in the thousands. Elder Niji had been surprised too many times, and now he only counted how many more baskets Lin Mu could eat. Thankfully, the Hema tribe had a massive stockpile of the stone flesh mushrooms, and what Lin Mu had eaten was barely a dent in it. The Hema tribe had over 100,000 members after all, and every day they would consume many times more than what Lin Mu had done just now. Thus, to keep that many people well fed, they needed the production to be pretty great as well. Chapter 12. 11 Restoration and Mutual Shock tilde thud tilde. Ha tilde, that was a good meal. Lin Mu finally finished eating and laid down the last basket. At one point, he had directly started eating from the baskets instead of the trays, and now there were tens of them lying around him. If one counted the number of baskets, they would find them to be 54. One must know that each basket appropriately contained a little over 100 stone flesh mushrooms, and the size of each mushroom was between 5 to 15 centimeters. If all of them were piled together, Lin Mu had basically eaten the same mass as a small house in one go. Which was actually not the highest amount he had ever eaten before. Lin Mu had eaten literally tons of beast meat in the past after all, but the difference this time was of quality. Not only were these stone flesh mushrooms vastly richer in spirit chi and vitality, but they were also quick to be processed. Thus, the amount of spirit chi and vitality he obtained from them right now was comparable to the hundreds of beast corpses he might have eaten. Tilde who tilde. Lin Mu took a deep breath as he felt the fine changes in his body. He could sense his injuries healing, mainly his shoulder that was injured the worst. Along with that, the hidden sequelae in his body were also disappearing. My shoulder should be fully healed in a week at this rate, Lin Mu estimated. While a week seemed long in comparison to Lin Mu's healing abilities, it was actually very short considering the golden body he had. Being very durable also meant that it would be that much harder to heal once injured. Having rested for a minute, Lin Mu opened his eyes and finally noticed the large crowd watching him. He glanced over at the tens of baskets lying around him and the bewildered look on Elder Niji's face. It was then that he realized what he had done. Shit, I did it again. Lin Mu cursed at himself. I'm sorry, did I eat too much of your stores? Lin Mu asked. He knew what kind of a place the Hema tribe lived in, and he didn't know if they could grow food well enough. Or even if they did well enough to feed their tribe, and even had a stock, Lin Mu guessed that he might have eaten enough to deplete that. At first, Elder Niji didn't respond as he was still recovering from the entire thing. But when Lin Mu repeated, he finally woke up from his stupor. And no, we have plenty more. Do you want to eat more? Elder Niji asked, wondering if the man could still eat more. No, Lin Mu frantically said, thinking that he might have offended them. I've had enough. Oh, I see, Elder Niji replied. Will your tribe be okay? Will there be a lack of food for the rest? Lin Mu couldn't help but ask. No, we have a lot more, Elder Niji hurriedly replied. Really? Lin Mu was doubtful. Of course, Elder Niji assured. Come, I'll give you a look around the tribe to prove it, he added. Okay. Lin Mu walked after him while the crowd parted. A few of the Hema tribe members still followed after them, though, feeling curious, while the rest dispersed and returned to their duties. They had already taken an hour's break while watching Lin Mu, and there was more work to be done. This is the living areas of our tribe, but you should have already seen them. Elder Niji gestured with his hands. It was the very first area that Lin Mu had seen, and there wasn't anything special to it. After the living area is the Elder Hill where my house is. You've seen that too, so I'll take you to the harvest grounds of our tribe. The elder spoke before speeding up. Despite looking old, the elder could walk more vigorously than a young man. After all, even if he was old, he had a cultivation base that was equivalent to that of a Tao-treading realm cultivator. Lin Mu had sensed their cultivation bases and already knew that they followed a different path of cultivation that he didn't know about. And while they did have spirit chi and vital energy in their bodies too, they utilized it differently. He actually couldn't find any normal cultivation technique signature in them either, making him think that it was actually similar to that of beasts, where it was just natural. They simply lived, ate, and rested, and their cultivation automatically increased with time. Then there was also the fact that even in a barren area like the Land of Exile, the concentration of spirit chi was very high. It could easily compare to that of the special cultivation pavilions of the top 3 sects. Simply cultivating here, without any resources, and depending only on the atmospheric spirit chi, would be the same as using several high-grade spirit stones in a row. This was the difference in standard of an immortal world and a mortal world. Elder Niji introduced some of the minor areas that came along the way before the two of them reached a narrow entrance at the back. It looked like there were several tunnels carved through it, and there were many Hema tribe members passing through them. There were several rows of such tunnels too, and large stone carts were being brought through them. After going through one such tunnel, Lin Mu and Elder Niji reached their destination. "This is the harvest grounds of our tribe," Elder Niji spoke. Lin Mu saw a vast open cave that had slabs of solid rock suspended with rock pillars. Each of these slabs was at least 50 meters wide and had several rows of soil placed on it. And on this soil grew thousands upon thousands of mushrooms. The mushroom varied in size too, and the biggest of them reached a size of over a meter in width. Chapter 12:12. The areas of Hema tribe, some of the stone flesh mushrooms were light blue in color, while some were a dark brown. The Hema tribe members tended to small ones and harvested the large ones that were fully grown. Whoa, just how big is this? Lin Mu was once again left stunned by the sheer scale of the harvest grounds. These were easily bigger than most of the farms of the Zioafen world, and all this was underground in a desolate area. The large-scale farms of the Zioafen world, on the other hand, were all based in and around the fertile deltas of the main rivers. "There are 3 more such sections. They are separated into different caverns," Elder Niji replied. "Why not join all of them?" Lin Mu asked curiously, seeing that it might make things easier. "We would, but that would cause the roof to become unstable. The separating walls also act as load-bearing supports that prevent it from falling. Then there is also a water spring here, which might burst if we disturb any of the walls. All this you see here was slowly carved and expanded over thousands of years. When our tribe was first exiled, there was nothing. They struggled a lot, and back then, they were merely 1,000. Over the years, several died, and after around 200 years, only half were left. It was then that they encountered the cave that we live in today. The protection offered by it allowed them to survive longer. It was also here that they found a few stone flesh mushrooms growing. Finding it edible, they started to cultivate it, eventually learning more about them and expanding it to the scale you see today. With the population of the Hema tribe we have today, we need to keep the cultivation of these stone flesh mushrooms as high as possible," Elder Niji explained in detail. Hearing the history and founding of the Hema tribe's settlement here was a little inspiring for Lin Mu. He reckoned if a tribe of less than 500 people could reach such a level over the years, then perhaps losing hope should be more distant than he thought. After all, giving time, any intelligent being will start to find ways to get strong. And if they utilize the resources around them optimally, they will certainly grow stronger and stronger. Elder Niji continued to show him things before they finally reached a new tunnel. This tunnel went up instead of down, making Lin Mu wonder if it was an exit as well. It really is another exit. Lin Mu soon saw the light after reaching its end. Several wheel-like doors were blocking the way, but each of them had a small square window carved into it, allowing one to peer outside. "This is our outpost for watching over chasm beasts," Elder Niji spoke before rolling the doors one by one. Tilde rumble tilde. Once the doors were open, Lin Mu saw the vast open barren lands in front of him. In the distance, he could also see the broken chasm. As for their current location, they were actually on the top of a small mountain. It was further away from where Lin Mu had originally entered from and melded into the background with the many other such mountains. No one would even be able to find this entrance unless they explicitly knew its location. Lin Mu walked a further, and a little soil and stones fell off from the edge of the cliff. Climbing this way is not possible either, even for beasts, Lin Mu said. Indeed, it took our tribe 35,000 years to get here and establish this outpost. Before that, we would simply hide in the cave until we felt it was safe to go out when the chasm beasts rampaged. But it was tough, since the only source of water they had back then was located outside. And since they didn't know just how often the chasm beasts attacked, there was often a shortage of water. Of course, eventually they learned more and even made several water reservoirs in case of emergencies. Elder Niji replied. I see. Was the reservoir I crashed into also made by the clan? Lin Mu questioned. No, that one was a natural reservoir, one of the many. They are just holes really, and get filled up with water whenever it's monsoon season. Elder Niji answered. It rains here, Lin Mu was surprised. This isn't a desert, he asked in confusion. Haha, I know it looks like one. While it is called the Barren Lands, it isn't because of a lack of water or resource. It is actually due to the chasm beasts. They come out in tides and ravage everything, leaving nothing to thrive and no plants to grow. Otherwise, there is actually plenty of water here, and even some plants grow, they are just hard to find and reach. As for underground, there is a lot more hidden there, which is why our tribe digs tunnels so much, despite the fact we can traverse much better on the surface. Elder Niji explained. Oh yeah, your tribe can jump really far, Lin Mu replied. We can run quite fast, too. It is one of our innate abilities, Elder Niji said before his expression grew a little disappointed. That is all we have since we cannot cultivate. Huh, Lin Mu was confused hearing this. But all of you have a cultivation base. Even the children seem to be in the chi refining realm at the very least. That is something we have naturally and due to the stone flesh mushrooms. We actually do not have a cultivation technique. When our clan was banished here, all our inheritance techniques were destroyed, and so were our elders that had the knowledge. Only a few juniors were actually the survivors that were exiled and didn't really have the true knowledge of the tribe. Over the years, we've tried to grow it, but it hasn't been that good. Elder Niji explained. Chapter 12:13 Uniqueness of the Hema. Learning that the Hema tribe had reached the Tao treading realm without a cultivation technique was stunning for Lin Mu. While he himself didn't have a cultivation technique in the general sense either, he still cultivated according to a method he had devised himself. But the Hema tribe was basically doing it all passively. If you don't mind, can I check your body? I want to see how your cultivation actually is like. It is certainly not the same as humans. Lin Mu asked, doubtful if the man would accept. Elder Niji tilted his head, as if not understanding Lin Mu's question. Can't you see it already? How will you check it? Elder Niji asked in confusion. With spirit sense, Lin Mu replied. Spirit sense, what's that? Elder Niji asked, much to Lin Mu's surprise. So you really don't know, Lin Mu said before giving the man a short explanation about it all. Having heard about it from Lin Mu, Elder Niji felt stunned. There is such a marvelous ability. If we had it, so many lives would have been saved, Elder Niji said with a hint of regret. Since your tribe didn't have a cultivation technique, refining spirit sense was probably out of question, Lin Mu spoke. Though in these terms of how your tribe can passively grow in cultivation but still not have spirit sense, it varies from beasts, he added. Beasts had innate knowledge in their bloodlines, along with bloodline memories that they would automatically learn once their cultivation base increased. Thus, they even had the ability to refine their own spirit sense, or rather it happened automatically as well in some cases. At first, Lin Mu had thought of the Hema tribe's condition to be a bit similar to that of beasts in terms of the passive cultivation, but the lack of spirit sense showed something else. We don't have the founding knowledge of our tribe, none of our heritage or inheritances. We are a mere fragment of our past glory, and heavens know if we can ever recover that. Elder Niji said with a sad face, but shook it off after a minute. Though you can certainly check my body, perhaps I'll learn more too this way, Elder Niji said next. Very well. Lin Mu nodded his head and extended his spirit sense. It was still in the same state as before and had not improved in range. At most, Lin Mu could cover 10 meters of area with it, but right now this was more than enough. His spirit sense entered Elder Niji's body with a little resistance, though he could tell that this was just the natural defense of the body. Getting past, it was easy enough, and Lin Mu soon saw the condition of the body. The organs are mostly the same as that of humans, but they are tougher and more durable, can easily compare to that of a 10th stage body tempering realm human in quality. Lin Mu checked the first objective. After the organs, he went to the blood vessels that were following the same paths as those of humans, but had split in the lower part of the body due to double the amount of legs. But it was also in the legs that Lin Mu found the difference. The muscles and tendons of Elder Niji were a lot more developed than other parts of the body, and could actually compare to that of someone at the 12th or at least the 13th stage of the body tempering realm. So one part of the body developed better than the other. Lin Mu understood. For the next part, he went to scan the meridians, which were a little harder to detect. Soon Lin Mu charted them, being careful not to damage them in the process. Since Elder Niji didn't actually cultivate normally, he didn't have the normal control over his meridian that a cultivator would have. If someone probed a normal cultivator and checked their meridians, they would be fine, since their spirit chi would prevent the meridians from being affected. But in the case of Elder Niji, the meridians were helpless and would get harmed very easily by being unable to defend against Lin Mu's spirit sense. Their meridians are certainly different. Their thickness is less than that of humans, but their numbers are greater. The circuits are also vastly different. Human cultivation techniques won't even work for them, Lin Mu analyzed. Next, Lin Mu went deeper into the body, finally reaching the danshan. It was here that the things got stranger. Huh, Lin Mu was audibly surprised. Is there a problem? Elder Niji asked with concern. Not exactly, it's just different than I thought, Lin Mu said as he observed the danshan. Elder Niji's danshan wasn't in the normal circular shape like most beings. Instead, it was a 3-lobed circle, similar to a triangle if they were made by joining 3 circles. The top lobe was the biggest, being 3 times bigger than the lower 2 lobes. The 2 smaller lobes had several meridians coming from them that specifically went to the legs alone. Lin Mu could see from this that there was a rich supply of spirit chi to the legs of Hema tribe. Wait, if it's like this, then doesn't it mean they can still use chi skills? Lin Mu had an idea. Lin Mu peered into the danshan, but did not find any Dao embryo or a Dao shell there. There wasn't even a nascent soul there. So he is only comparable to a Dao treading realm cultivator in terms of sheer spirit chi quantity, but does not have the same qualities. Lin Mu understood. Normally, this should have been impossible since the spirit chi compression was close to impossible without a cultivation technique. But with the support of the stone flesh mushrooms, Lin Mu reckoned they didn't even have to do that. Plus, the 3-lobed danshan and higher number of meridians naturally increased their upper limit of spirit chi storage. Opening his eyes, he looked at Elder Niji. What did you learn? Elder Niji asked. Quite a bit. Chapter 12, 14 Why to Help. Lin Mu wouldn't say that he was an expert at the anatomy of many races, but he had seen enough of them over the years that he could somewhat comprehend a new one and not be in the blind. In the case of the Hema tribe, they're other than their body's meridians and danshan being more focused on the legs, the rest was the same as that of a human. But that didn't mean that the same cultivation techniques could be used by them. If they tried to use them forcefully, they would quite possibly end up injuring themselves, or if they were lucky, they simply wouldn't be able to use the technique in the first place. Lin Mu explained all this to Elder Niji, letting him understand the intricacies of the Hema tribe people. Seems like we are still at a loss. Elder Niji spoke and shook his head. I don't think so. I have a large repertoire of cultivation techniques as well as skills that you might be able to use. As long as I have some time to scan more of your people and analyze what works the best, I might find something that works for your tribe. Lin Mu replied. Hearing this, Elder Niji was a bit surprised. Why would you help us to that extent? Elder Niji questioned. To him, their tribe was an exiled tribe that was being punished. They had lived in this desolate land for millenniums and were used to being miserable at times. Even the other people that they encountered in this time, whether they be humans or other races, were violent against them. This was the first time they had seen a human noble and brought them to their tribe, and it surprisingly turned out to be good for them. But it could also be said that they had felt no malice from Lin Mu. This was new for them, and they were very sensitive to things like this. They might not have spirit sense, but their instincts were quite honed living in a harsh place like this. After all, they fought with chasm beasts as well as violent criminals who were banished here as well from time to time. Of course, the criminals didn't really survive the land of exile since they had no knowledge of it. The Hema tribe knew of the only possible place of safety in the entire place and also had a source of sustenance and water. Combining all of these, they survived for many generations. These many generations all suffered the same, trying to better their lives, but there was nothing here to guide them. And it wasn't like they could learn from the other criminals that were thrown here either. The criminals were thrown into the land of exile with basically just the clothes on their back and had no supplies with them either, which meant no books or documents to learn from and neither any cultivation techniques. The Hema tribe had thus been living in ignorance for the most part, with only a little knowledge of their ancestors still remaining among them. You helped me first, gave me food, and told me about this place. This is the least I can do. Besides, it is my own desire for knowledge that makes me want to do this too. The more I learn about other creatures and races, the better I think I'll be able to improve. Lin Mu calmly said. I see. Elder Niji was lost for words. Human nobles are really cut from a different cloth. It seems our ancestors were right. That might not be correct, Lin Mu corrected. What I speak is the Tao's script, and it is something that can be learned by anyone. They can be good or bad, so you shouldn't hold on to that understanding or you and your people might fall in trouble, he stated. I shall keep that in mind. Elder Niji noted it in his heart. Hearing Lin Mu's warning only made him that much respectful to him. Now then, Lin Mu turned around. Can you tell me why we can't go past the Rust Hail Mountains? He questioned. Lin Mu definitely didn't want to be trapped in this place and wanted to find ways to leave it. The mountains seemed the most direct option, even if there was a little danger there. Is it immortal realm creatures that are the threat there? Lin Mu wondered if it might be that. If that really was the issue, then he might really have to wait to increase his own cultivation base first. The Rust Hail Mountains are very tall and a path that can be traversed isn't present. One can directly climb them, of course, but they would be killed by the rust hail. Elder Niji replied. Rust hail, hail made of rust? Lin Mu asked for clarification. It is basically large chunks of rocks that fall from the skis. They fall at a great speed and will kill most beings that try to cross it. Immortals might be able to bear the impact of it, but they won't be able to withstand the air there. We don't exactly know what is in the air there, but breathing becomes hard when it hails. The visibility also becomes very less and one will lose their path. And when that happens, one wrong step would mean falling from the Rust Hail Mountains. Elder Niji explained. If the hail is that strong, then how are the mountains still intact? Lin Mu questioned. The hills and rocks around here are tough, but certainly not that tough, he added. We don't know, but the Rust Hail Mountains are a lot tougher than the hills and rocks here. On some level, they match the rust hail that falls from the sky, Elder Niji said. My grandfather used to say that the Rust Hail Mountains are actually condensed over a long time from the hail that falls from the sky, though I don't know if it's just an assumption or the truth. Chapter 12, 15, The Rust Sky World. Hearing the reason from Elder Niji about why the Rust Hail Mountains were hard to cross, Lin Mu found more questions rising within his mind. Wait, if the mountains are so hard to cross, then how do the new criminals arrive here? Lin Mu questioned. They must have some way of sending them here, right? We don't know. They just appear in the land of exile. Our ancestors also said the same in records. One day. They just found themselves here and knew why they were sent here. Elder Niji answered. Lin Mu furrowed his brows, having a good guess. Seems like a teleportation formation of some kind. That seems to be the only method to sending them without anyone knowing how. Lin Mu said. The thing that immortals used to traverse the worlds, Elder Niji asked. I've read about them before. Yes, there are many kinds of them, and some can indeed be used to traverse the worlds. Lin Mu confirmed. Then did you come to this world using it too? Elder Niji inquired. I did indeed, though this world wasn't exactly a choice. Lin Mu replied. I just entered a portal that happened to bring me here. You could say it was an accidental thing, he added. Ah, I see. No wonder you would want to get out of here fast. Elder Niji understood. After all, he would want to leave this place with his clan too. Still, if it really is a teleportation formation that brings in criminals here, then I might actually be able to find a way to get us out of here. Lin Mu said. What, really? Elder Niji was shocked. Yes, though I need to see the teleportation formation first. As long as I can analyze it, I might be able to find a way to reverse it. Lin Mu answered. That will be amazing. If you really do manage to do that, our tribe will forever be in your debt, Elder Niji said in an excited voice. For the first time in over 1,000 years, Elder Niji was feeling hopeful about his tribe's future. I'll try my best, but first I'll need to gather information, lots of it, Lin Mu replied with a smile. Me and my tribe shall assist you in this the best we can. Elder Niji nodded his head. Very well, though, do you know what's beyond the mountains, perhaps? Lin Mu asked. Yes, I do. Our ancestors mentioned it in the records, too. Beyond the Rust-Hail Mountains, there is a great sea. Thus, even if one escapes the mountains somehow, they will still be unable to get past the sea. The only way might be to fly, but only those in the immortal realm can do that. Additionally, the sea is not free of dangers either, apparently. It is filled with great immortal beasts that can eat up whole ships. Elder Niji explained with enthusiasm. Ah, that complicates things a bit, Lin Mu said, feeling that he might need to work on a lot more to get out of here, perhaps. The two of them continued to talk for a while more, as Lin Mu asked more questions to learn about the place. The more he learned, the more he felt interested. Lin Mu even learned the name of the world that he was in right now. This world was called as the Rust Sky World. It was named aptly according to the appearance of its sky. Lin Mu asked more about the sky and why it was like this, but even Elder Niji didn't know the answer. All Lin Mu got was that the sky had always been like this, and there was simply no explanation. But one thing that Lin Mu did learn from Elder Niji was that there were a lot of different lands in this world, and it was certainly a lot bigger than the Ziofen world in size. Then there was also the fact that this world wasn't just inhabited by humans either. There were several other races living in this world too, some even having entire kingdoms and empires of their own. Oh yeah, are there cultivation sects here? Lin Mu questioned. From all that he had learned from Elder Niji, he had not once heard the mention of any sect. No, cultivation sects have been prohibited since times immemorial. The nobles of the human kingdoms do not allow the existence of any sect. The greatest authority of this world is held in the hands of the empires and kingdoms, Elder Niji answered. Lin Mu was certainly surprised upon hearing this. He had learned from the memoirs of the lost immortal that sects existed in most worlds, even if they might not be common. But hearing that a world had directly outlawed sects was a new thing for Lin Mu. If there are no sects, then how do the cultivators learn and gather in this world? Lin Mu questioned. They all need to join a kingdom or other royal powers to do that. They are the only ones that hold the things needed for cultivation. This is all that our ancestors have mentioned. There might be more, but we are in the dark about it, Elder Niji stated. I see. Guess we'll just have to learn more once we get out of here, Lin Mu said, but then quickly turned his neck to gaze at something in the distance. Or perhaps we get to learn something today itself. Huh. Elder Niji followed where Lin Mu was pointing at and saw a small dot in the distance. It was moving slowly, and a small shadow was also cast behind it that was barely visible. It's another exile, Elder Niji confirmed. MMHMM, can we go get it? Lin Mu questioned. Sure, I'll call the warriors. Elder Niji answered right away and shouted through the doors of the outpost. Within 5 minutes, 10 warriors had arrived and were ready to heed their commands. The target, on the other hand, was still moving somewhere aimlessly and was within their sights. Chapter 12, 16 Keys in Death. Lin Mu and Elder Niji set out to reach the target in the distance while the rest of the warriors followed. He finally got to see just how fast the people of the Hema tribe sprinted, and it was certainly fast. While it might not be comparable to that of Little Shrubby or Lin Mu's own speed, it was certainly a lot faster than any other cultivator at the same level. Then there was also the fact that he had yet to see other humans of this world and judge their standard, but Lin Wu wouldn't have to wait long now. His group reached the target in about 5 minutes and soon saw it clearly. Lin Mu came to a halt and was surprised by the person in front of him. It was certainly a human, but he was not in a good state at all. His legs and arms were scabbed over as if they had been bleeding for a long time, and his ribs were exposed from deep gashes. It was a miracle as to how the man was even moving, even now. His eyes were dull and were half covered with matted hair that was caked in dust and dirt. Hey, are you okay? Lin Mu called out in Dao's script but received no answer. He tried to speak a few more times, but the man didn't respond at all and continued to walk aimlessly. It's no use. Elder Niji placed a hand on his shoulder. We've seen many others like him before. They are close to dead at this point and are living a hellish existence. What happened to him? Lin Mu questioned. The chasm beasts, he clashed with them and was injured. He survived, but their toxins have basically wiped out his mind. Now he is only living on instinct, Elder Niji answered. This is what the chasm beasts end up doing to those that survive their attacks. Then, does the Hema clan also have such victims? Lin Mu asked. No, we can't let them live on like that, so we help them find peace in death, Elder Niji replied. Lin Mu's expression fell, but he understood this was a better choice than letting them suffer. At the same time, though, he now wondered just what kind of an existence the chasm beasts were. He had a hypothesis that the chasm beasts were made out of the dark fog that filled the upper part of the chasm, but he himself had passed through it unaffected. If they have toxins too, then it should be part of the fog, right? How was I not affected? Lin Mu wondered. He could guess that it might be because of his body cultivation, but he couldn't confirm it. Looking at the effects of it, Lin Mu certainly found them terrifying. What do we do now, Elder Niji? The Hema tribe members that had accompanied them asked. We go to the mountains from here. Our guest needs to see them too, Elder Niji stated before looking at Lin Mu, who had walked up to the injured man. Lin Mu's spirit sense extended and scanned the man's body, making sure that he missed nothing. This man, he's at the immortal ascension realm. Lin Mu was stunned. Even immortals meet the same fate, noble Lin Mu. They might survive longer, but they eventually end up the same. The chasm beasts spare no one. The only way to survive is to run and hide, Elder Niji explained. Doesn't your tribe fight the chasm beasts too? Lin Mu asked in doubt. We only do so when they come too close to the settlement, but even that is only when the tide has receded. We fight the stragglers that are left behind after a majority has returned to the chasm. Usually these are the weaker ones that can be killed by us. The truly strong ones easily kill immortals, Elder Niji answered. I see. Lin Mu now had a slightly better grasp on the situation. Still, he knew that this was not enough, and he needed to do more. Placing his hand on the injured man's chest, Lin Mu injected metal spirit chi into him. The metal spirit chi directly cut the man's heart as well as his danshin, ending his life swiftly. A flame lit up on Lin Mu's hand next, which surprised the Hema tribe warriors quite a bit. They stared and pointed at it, while chattering amongst themselves. After all, not everyone in the tribe had seen the different kinds of chi skills. And while the Hema tribe could make fire, it was only through the use of normal methods. They then watched Lin Mu throw a fireball on the dead body, burning it into ashes in a minute. "We don't know what kind of a man he was, but may he find peace in the next life," Lin Mu muttered. "Come, let's go to the base of the Rust-Hail Mountains," Elder Niji spoke. "Yes," Lin Mu nodded his head. He had asked Elder Niji to do this before, and since their excursion for the human had turned out to be a failure, he decided it may be better to explore the place more. Lin Mu was interested in the Rust-Hail Mountains and wanted to see just what made it special. He also wanted to see the toughness of the material it was made out of. "If it is the same as the other rocks, I might just be able to blast it apart. Not like I've done it before," Lin Mu thought to himself. The Rust-Hail Mountains were still a couple of hours away from their current location, and it was best for them to be as fast as possible. While Elder Niji had agreed to take him there was still the danger of chasm beasts. While it was relatively safe on the periphery of the barren lands near the Rust-Hail Mountains, the chasm beasts would still reach them eventually. The period of safety was only as long as the time needed for the chasm beasts to run up to them. Other than that, they would also have to watch out for any rust hail that might cause rock slides. Falling boulders and such were very common. After about 2 hours of travel, Lin Mu and the group finally reached the Rust-Hail Mountains. This was the closest part of the Rust-Hail Mountains and extended in both directions for as far as one's gaze went. With how far they extended into the sky, it was hard to even see anything beyond them. They directly pierced into the dark and rust-colored clouds, leaving nothing to be observed. Lin Mu estimated that these mountains might be more than 10 times taller than the tallest mountain in Zaya-Offen world. Lin Mu knew that one couldn't even fly that high in the Zaya-Offen world, as they would be restricted by the world itself. Even the world barrier was located lower than that, Lin Mu thought to himself. "It certainly is nothing like I've ever seen before," Lin Mu said as he stood face to face against the mountain. Tilde step 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 tilde. Walking up to the steep wall of the mountain, Lin Mu touched it. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath. The Hema tribe warriors looked on in confusion as Lin Mu stayed in that state for over 10 minutes. "Elder Niji, what is the noble human doing?" they asked. "Trying to find a way for us to leave this place," Elder Niji replied without moving his gaze from Lin Mu. "What?" The Hema tribe warriors were stunned. Elder Niji then explained to them what Lin Mu had discussed. It took the old man about half an hour to do so, during which Lin Mu didn't move at all, still staying in the same position. By the time Elder Niji was done explaining, the look in the eyes of the Hema tribe warriors had changed entirely. They now looked at Lin Mu with hope that one day he would get them out of here. And just as they were watching him, Lin Mu lifted his hand from the mountain wall. "Did you learn something?" Elder Niji questioned. "There is certainly uniqueness to this mountain. I can feel the element of earth within it, but it is not pure. There is something else within it that makes it different," Lin Mu answered. Lin Mu had actually been using his Tao embryo to sense the mountain. He wanted to see if he could control the earth within it to find a way out, but it didn't seem to respond to him at all. While there was the earth elemental energy within it, it was not pure and was likely in a derivative form. "What do you want to do now?" Elder Niji asked. Now we take the crude way," Lin Mu said as his gaze sharpened. "Everyone get back," he ordered. Chapter 12:17, a crude method. Upon hearing Lin Mu's words, Elder Niji got everyone to stand back. "Further away," Lin Mu spoke again. "More." Elder Niji was surprised, since they were already standing 10 meters away from him. "You might be able to withstand the aftershock, but they won't," Lin Mu explained. "All right." Elder Niji then got the Hema tribe warriors to go further back. Only when Lin Mu told them it would be fine did they stop, but even that was already 100 meters away. Once they were in the safety, Lin Mu began his move. Standing in a horse stance, Lin Mu gathered power within his right fist. Vitality rushed out of his blood and flowed into his arm, before turning into the liquid vital essence and swirling within it. Then spirit chi mixed into it, turning it into a pink ribbon of energy that spun non-stop within his arm. But it didn't end there. Waves of spirit chi spun around Lin Mu's entire body, getting concentrated around his arm. This is new. Lin Mu had not experienced this before. No, wait, the spirit chi constitution, it's not high. He was surprised. So far what Lin Mu had learned was that he needed nearly 3 times or more spirit chi to use a chi skill in the Rust Sky world. But this turned out to be different for the boulder collapsing fist. Is it because I'm also using vital essence with it? Lin Mu wondered and realized he might need to test it out more later. He had not tested the boulder collapsing fist ever since coming to this world, as there was simply no reason to. It was a move with high energy consumption, and Lin Mu didn't want to use it needlessly when he was already lacking energy. But now that he had replenished it all with the stone flesh mushrooms, he could freely use the skill again. As waves of spirit chi swirled around Lin Mu's body, they became visible. A faint white energy could be seen moving and looked ethereal to all those watching. This was the first time Elder Niji or the Hema tribe members were seeing the physical form of spirit chi. Not just that, but they also felt the presence of the energy. So this is what spirit chi is like. Elder Niji focused his attention on it. The Hema tribe warriors, on the other hand, were stunned. The pressure exuding from Lin Mu was otherworldly to them, and even the chasm beasts didn't seem to come close to it. And just as they continued to watch Lin Mu, he pulled his hand back. The energy reached a peak before Lin Mu finally punched out. Boulder collapsing fist, third form devastator. A pink ribbon of energy shot out of Lin Mu's fist, revolving endlessly. It pulled the air along with it, coloring it a shade of pink as well. But that was not all, as the spirit chi in the air too felt attracted to it, directly infusing into before turning into a long spiral. The pink ribbon was now surrounded with a light pink-colored spirit chi spiral, giving it an elegant appearance. But within this elegant appearance was hidden a power that could eradicate everything that was in its path. The Hema tribe warriors felt like fainting just from watching it. Even at the distance they were standing, the spirit chi within their bodies was threatening to burst out. It was like needles being attracted to a strong magnet. Elder Niji was in a better state, but even he felt the pull of the spirit chi in his body. No, wait, the spirit chi in my body is moving in a specific manner. Elder Niji noted something else. He focused on the spirit chi and soon saw the paths that it took. He was actually learning his meridian circuits. Elder Niji had never expected he would get to figure out how his meridians were without spirit sense. It was a fortunate encounter for sure, something that even Lin Mu didn't expect he would cause. Lin Mu didn't know that he was causing this effect either, as his attention was focused on the mountain in front of him. The pink ribbon of energy surrounded by the spirit chi spiral seemed to have paused in air for a moment, but that was merely an illusion. The afterimage disappeared abruptly as the devastator struck the mountain. The area shook and trembled while the energy spiral drilled into the solid mountain wall. Tilde rumbled tilde. A rumbling sound was heard continually as the devastator drilled into the hard rock. Dust and dirt filled the air, making it hard to see. Even Lin Mu was unable to grasp the scene with his spirit sense, as the devastator had roused the spirit chi in the air, making it too chaotic to sense. The attack lasted for about 5 seconds, after which a loud explosion was heard. Tilde kaboom tilde. The explosion spread outward and threatened to hurt Elder Niji and the Hema tribe members, but Lin Mu simply threw out a circular shield. It was one of the many defensive spirit tools that he had in the ring. He had basically never used it since he never actually had to. His own defenses were far greater than the shield, and even in the case of others, He never had to protect them since they would have their own defensive skills and tools. But the Hema tribe had nothing of that sort, making it Lin Mu's work to protect them from the aftershock, which was stronger than he had originally expected. Even at a distance of over 100 meters, the Hema tribe members would have been struck by the fast-moving debris from the explosion. These rock fragments were sharp and moved at a great speed. It was the same as a frag grenade exploding, and its fragments impacting everything in a spherical radius. Tilde clang, tilde clang, tilde clang, tilde. The rock fragments struck the barrier created by the shield, creating sounds that lasted for about 2 seconds. Chapter 12, 18 Change in the boulder collapsing fist. Lin Mu waved his hand forcefully and cleared the dust in the air. Once it was swept away, the aftermath of his attack could be seen. A 10-meter wide hole could be seen in the tough mountain wall, but upon seeing this, Lin Mu's brows furrowed. His eyes focused on the center of the hole, trying to assess its depth, and when he finally did, he shook his head. Even Devastator isn't enough for this. The mountain is too tough, and the impact reduces over the area, Lin Mu thought. The hole had a conical interior, and at its deepest point, it was over 200 meters deep. This might seem like it was quite deep, but when compared to the size of the Rust Hail Mountains, it was nothing. Besides, one must not forget the power of Devastator. This was the same skill that Lin Mu had used to destroy literally mountains in the Zaya-Offen world before. And yet, here they didn't do the same amount of damage. Granted, the mountain here was many times larger and tougher. The effect was still underwhelming. This, Elder Niji was at a loss for words. Even the damage that Lin Mu had done to the mountain was still incomprehensible to Elder Niji. He could barely see the end of the hole that had been drilled into the mountain wall. Or rather than a hole, it was more accurate to call it a tunnel instead. A single attack did this to the mountain wall. If this struck someone, what would happen to them? Elder Niji couldn't help but wonder. The attack was simply too powerful for him. He recalled the attacks of the other immortal cultivators that had been banished to the land of exile, and realized that even those didn't compare to this. After all, there had been no lack of exiled trying to escape this place. The Rust Hail Mountain was a barrier that they all wanted to cross but were unable to. Thus, they took the choice of making a tunnel and dig as much as they could. And yet, they had failed more than once. Many couldn't even break the rocks of the Rust Hail Mountain, forget drilling a hole. As for the immortals who had tried this, while they could certainly damage the Rust Hail Mountain like this, it was not to this extent. At most, they might make a hole that was a couple of meters deep, or a bit more. But it was not an entire tunnel that was 10 meters wide. Lin Mu let out a breath and walked close to check the mountain wall again. Elder Niji and the rest approached him as well, while the Hema tribe warriors trembled with each step. Noble Lin Mu, this power, I've never seen it before. Elder Niji spoke. This is a different kind of chi skill, Lin Mu replied. No, that's not what I meant. I've not seen such power even from an immortal, Elder Niji stated. Huh! Lin Mu raised his brows and heard the past attempts at doing what he had done. They weren't even able to go more than 10 meters deep, Lin Mu asked doubtfully. Yes, even an immortal was unable to do this. At digging that far took them many days, and eventually they had to stop because of chasm beasts, Elder Niji answered. I see, Lin Mu said, thinking that the boulder collapsing fist was certainly different. It was something he had gotten from a spatial rift, and may very well have been from a higher-leveled world. After all, while it did say that anyone could practice it, and any kind of energy could be used for it, the standard it had was for one to have a very strong body. Those with weak body could certainly use it, but it would come at the expense of injuries. Lin Mu himself had shattered his hand the first time he used it. Even after tempering his body, it took him a long time before he could use it without any injuries. Something like this was not reasonable for most cultivators at all. Perhaps there was more to the technique, but the majority of its pages were missing. Luckily, there was still the starting part and the introduction of the skill left. Without it, Lin Mu might never be able to learn it at all. Though this was just for the initial part, the 3 forms that Lin Mu had made were entirely new. There was no telling if it was part of the booklet too, which could be possible, but the many different elemental forms were probably his own. Then there was the change in the appearance of the boulder collapsing fist. The pull of spirit chi was there in the Zaya-Offen world too, but it was not this strong, Lin Mu thought. Furrowing his brows, Lin Mu pulled his fist back again and gathered energy in it. Boulder collapsing fist, first form, impact. Another hole was punched next to the already existing hole, but this time it was a lot more shallow and narrow. The hole formed was 2 meters wide and about 4 meters deep. Additionally, there was no suction force. Elder Niji and the Hema tribe warriors were startled from Lin Mu's sudden attack, but they were not affected by the same pressure like before. Interesting. Lin Mu rubbed his chin. You all should retreat again, he said to the Hema tribe people. They quickly ran back, without even needing to know the meaning of Lin Mu's words. They could understand the intent very easily, seeing what he had just done. Lin Mu got into the horse stance again, and gathered spirit chi within his arm. This time, an even greater pull was felt by everyone, and when Lin Mu punched out the needle of energy, turned into a large spike instead. Boulder collapsing fist, second form piercer. Tilda shing tilde. The needle of energy drilled into the mountain wall, and for 10 seconds, nothing was heard. Finally, an explosion was felt, but its sound was rather muffled. Chapter 12, 19:3 choices along the explosion, a plume of fine dust was shot out of the hole created by Piercer. It was evidently the crushed material, and was rather fine, almost like dust. Lin Mu observed it, and found it to be a lot deeper than the hole created by Devastator. But at the same time, it was narrow, and definitely could not be entered like the large tunnel. While it's deeper, it's not usable, Lin Mu muttered to himself. While he observed his handiwork, the Hema tribe people walked up to him feeling shocked. They couldn't muster any words to speak, and knew that the person in front of them was very powerful. One of them was especially terrified, this being none other than Jehu, the Hema warrior who could speak in broken Dao script. He had fought with Lin Mu, and so had the other 2 warriors. While they had surrendered after seeing him overwhelm them easily before, realizing that he was simply holding back was even more terrifying for them. They had never seen anyone that could cause this much damage to the Rust Hail Mountains, and it was chilling to imagine what would happen if an attack like that struck them. Perhaps even their bones and souls would be reduced to nothingness. Are you done, noble Lin Mu? Elder Niji finally spoke. Yes, though it seems like our endeavor would be a lot difficult than I thought, Lin Mu replied. But you managed to create such a large hole, Elder Niji said in doubt. I know, but this is not enough. Even if I continually do this, which I cannot, the time needed to drill through the entire mountain would take far too long. Besides, there is another problem, Lin Mu said and pointed to the edges of the hole. We might have a chance if the hole stayed as it is, but this is recovering. Elder Hema looked closer and saw that the rock was actually growing back. It was slow, but the longer they watched, the faster it was getting. While it was not closing abruptly, Lin Mu could estimate that the entire hole might close up in a few days. As for the hole made by Piercer, it would take even less time, perhaps just a few hours. With this disappointing discovery, Lin Mu guessed that he might need to take the route of using a teleportation formation. But for that, they would need to be lucky enough to catch someone that had just been banished here. Doing that was a lot more difficult than just talking about it. The teleportation array would only appear for a brief moment, then one would also need to get there in that time. At least Lin Mu had the confidence of locking onto the array, as long as his spirit sense touches it once. Then even if it diapered, he might still be able to decipher it. Elder Niji, who had been watching Lin Mu, who was thinking intently, felt a little lost. Do we not have a solid chance? Elder Niji asked. We might or might not currently, but we definitely will in the future, Lin Mu said with confidence. Lin Mu, after all, had more than just his own expertise to depend on. As long as Zukong awakened, Lin Mu was sure that he would be able to figure out some solution. Then there is also the factor of adapting. Once my body has gotten used to this place, I might be able to do a lot more. Lin Mu thought and raised his hand towards the mountain wall. Meld, Lin Mu lightly spoke and waved his hand. The mountain wall was soundlessly cut. Elder Niji barely noticed it, but the Hema tribe warriors didn't. Step tilde. Manipulating space here is indeed harder. The spatial fabric is tough, Lin Mu noted. The cut in the mountain wall was about a meter deep and was smooth, just like Meld had done before. But this cut was made with Lin Mu's full force of Meld. On Zaya-Offen world, Lin Mu barely needed this much power to use Meld or cause damage with it, which only showed him the different levels of spatial laws in higher worlds. Zukong had already informed him about this, and it was just Lin Mu confirming it. So now I have 3 paths. Either find a teleportation array and reverse it, blast the mountain apart with Devastator, or cut it with Meld. Lin Mu assessed his choices. All 3 of them would need time for him to work with, but the latter 2 options were something that were sure shot. All Lin Mu needed was more time, and he would eventually be able to do it. Let's return for now, Lin Mu said. All right, Elder Niji agreed, not even bothering to ask how Lin Mu had cut the mountain there. He didn't even touch it, and unlike before, there was no powerful pressure. It was silent and undetectable, a lot more dangerous, Elder Niji thought. The group returned to the outpost and descended into the Hema tribe from there. Lin Mu talked with Elder Niji for a few hours before he was given a place to sleep. It was an entire house that was close to Elder Niji's own house and was good enough for Lin Mu. The bed is rather large, though guess it is meant to accommodate the tall bodies of the Hema tribe people, Lin Mu said, seeing the bed that was over 2 meters tall and 4 meters wide. Though the bedding on it was not something that Lin Mu would prefer. Thankfully, he had a lot of soft mattresses stored in the ring. Simply putting one on the bed frame, Lin Mu was ready to do something he had not done for a long time: sleep. Ever since walking up in the cavern down in the broken chasm, Lin Mu had been awake. It had now been over 2 months, and it was about time he rested. Chapter 12. 20 Growth of the Plants of Sleepscape. Lin Mu quickly fell asleep and found himself in the sleepscape. The place looked mostly the same as he had left before, but there were still some chances in it. The biggest one being the tree in front of Lin Mu. That's a lot of spirit apples. Lin Mu was surprised. The spirit apple tree was covered with spirit apples of both types, the normal ones and the wood energy-rich ones. This was unusual, as Lin Mu knew it would only grow a specific amount before the limit was reached, and they would need to be plucked. But now even the newer wood energy-rich apples were filling half the tree. Not to mention, all of them were fully ripe. Guess it makes sense, since I haven't been here in a few months. Lin Mu remembered the last time he came here was a week before the start of the war in Zaya-Offen world. That was almost 4 months ago, and it was normal for the spirit apples to accumulate to this extent. This was not the only change in the sleepscape, either though. Breathing in the air, Lin Mu felt that the spirit chi in the air had increased even more. Not just that, but even the concentration of wood spirit chi had increased. Lin Mu gazed at the wood spirit tulip and saw that it had changed. Instead of just swaying leaves, it now had a bright flower on top of it. The flower was a deep red in color and released a faint fragrance that filled the entire sleepscape. If one looked closer, they would even see fine streaks of wood spirit chi being absorbed into the flower. It actually bloomed. Lin Mu had not expected for the wood spirit tulip to bloom for a while. While it had certainly grown up fast in the sleepscape, the sudden change was unexpected, since Lin Mu and Zukong had estimated it would take at least a year or more to do this. Walking closer to the flower, Lin Mu touched it. He was fully expecting to be slapped, but surprising, the wood spirit flower didn't respond at all. It continued to sway gently and looked like any normal plant. Its facade was almost perfect, if not for the fact that Lin Mu sensed the roots of the plant wiggling in the ground, nervously. Oh wait, my spirit sense works at its earlier range again, Lin Mu discovered. This confirmed his doubt that it really was the rust sky world that was causing his spirit sense to be limited. I should check more things. Lin Mu went on to test his chi skills and found that the consumption was back to the earlier level. It is the effect of the rust sky world for sure. Lin Mu nodded his head. He felt like a lot of his doubts were now resolved, and a feeling of relief also filled him. A faint rustling sound attracted Lin Mu's attention, and he turned to search for it. The sound had come from none other than the third spirit plant in the sleepscape, the purple sickle amaranth. You haven't changed much, Lin Mu observed the plant. You do have a few more leaves, though. Guess that counts as growth, he noted. Lin Mu then took a walk across the entire sleepscape, not finding any other change in it. The size of the sleepscape was also the same as last time. In the end, he came to a stop before the spirit apple tree and plucked all the fruits from it. Holding a half-green spirit apple in his hand, Lin Mu pondered for a bit. Tilda crunched Tilda. Then in the next minute, he took a deep bite, eating a quarter of the apple in one go. The juices of the spirit apple spread in his mouth, along with a sweet and sour taste. The wood spirit chi and wood elemental energy, too, appeared quickly spreading through his body. His stomach worked quickly at assimilating it all. The wood spirit chi was simply stored in his danshan, but the wood elemental energy was instead guided to his liver, where it was used to refine the organ. The effect was minuscule, but it was still there, which was better than nothing. Not to mention, it still filled Lin Mu's belly. It would have been good if I could have come to the sleepscape earlier. I wouldn't have had to be hungry for that long, Lin Mu said to himself. This was one of the options he certainly had after having run out of all the food in his ring. But Lin Mu didn't do this because of a big reason. He didn't want to accidentally trigger the ability of the great slumber bear. If that happened, when he was already lacking vitality, he might never wake up again. It was a very dangerous condition, and it was best he stayed awake. Even though the chance of it happening was very low ever since Lin Mu had gotten control over it, there was no telling what the rust sky world's new rules might have on it. It was a risk that was best not taken. Besides, I managed to get the food in the end, Lin Mu thought to himself. Tilda crunched Tilda. Lin Mu took another spirit apple rich in wood element and ate it as well. Without stopping, he ate all of them, leaving only the normal apples for later use. The effects of the spirit apples were shown soon, as his liver started to get refined again. The increase was very slow, like a snail's pace, but it was something that still made Lin Mu pleased. If I keep this rate of progress, I might break through to the fifth treasured organ before I reach the immortal ascension realm with my spirit chi cultivation base, Lin Mu reckoned. The fifth treasured organ was the body cultivation equivalent of the immortal ascension realm and would make Lin Mu stronger, placing him at the baseline for this world. Chapter 12, 21, Rest and Comprehension. Lin Mu felt a little comfortable after having eaten all the wood elemental spirit apples. This was simply the natural characteristic of the wood element. The wood element was analogous with life and vitality. Without it, life could barely exist, and the world would lose their vitality. Plants were the basic beings that were born from the wood element and belonged to it. There were other beings that were similarly born from the wood element too, or aligned with it. Overall, the wood element gave one a feeling of freshness and comfort. It was also the most gentle element among them all. The fire was fierce, the earth was firm, the metal was sharp, the water was ever-changing, the wind was formless, and the lightning was explosive. Such was the aspect of the elements, and each hid more among the top. Lin Mu's comprehension of the wood element grew as he pondered on this, and even his compression of the other elements increased very slightly. Reaching the Tao-treading realm allowed one to open up to the Tao and gain comprehension from it. Even if one only practiced one of the Tao's other Taos could still be sensed from them. After all Taos were born from one and lead to a single path in the end. They were inextricably linked, and the closer they were in relation, the easier it would be to understand them. For example, in Lin Mu's case, his comprehension of other elements increased because they were part of the basics of the world. Each element promoted and suppressed the other elements, forming a cycle. From this, one could continue on to feel the other elements as well. Though comprehending other elements like this was not a simple thing, many cultivators could peer into this, but actually getting any significant gain was difficult. For Lin Mu, this was only possible since he had cultivated the 5 treasured organs and had used the 5 elements. In the many elements, he didn't feel the lightning and wind element as prominently as he did the 5 mortal elements, which was normal since the 5 treasure organs correlated with the 5 mortal elements. Lin Mu didn't know if there was some other way to integrate the lightning and wind elements into his body as well. Perhaps it is the next step in body cultivation. The lightning and wind elements are part of the 4 heavenly elements and are above the 5 mortal elements. According to that, the 5 mortal elements coincide with the mortal realm, then the 4 heavenly elements should do so with the immortal realm. Lin Mu continued to ponder more and more. He entered a state of trance and stayed like this for a while. By the time he woke up, he realized it had been 3 days already. I should return to my body. Elder Niji might be concerned. Lin Mu muttered to himself. Closing his eyes in the sleepscape, Lin Mu opened them in the real world. Talking in a deep breath, Lin Mu felt a lot better than before. The 3 days of rest had improved his mentality as well as dissipated the stress that had been lingering deep in his mind. He had, after all, been in one tense situation after the other when he was in the Zaya-Offen world. The duty, as the world's ordained, weighed on him, and the shadow of the invader loomed constantly. While leaving the Zaya-Offen world like that was a little regretful to Lin Mu, it also allowed him to become a little carefree. Let's take a look outside. Lin Mu opened the door and saw that there was a Hema tribe member standing there. He didn't recognize him, thinking that the man might have been asked to stand guard. And, asterisk hand, the Hema tribe member was a bit startled and spoke something in his language. Seeing that it was Lin Mu, he shook his head and thought for a couple of seconds. "En noble, Elder Niji, call." The man spoke with some difficulty and gestured to the building where Elder Niji lived. "Ah, I understand." Lin Mu nodded his head. He had already guessed something like this might happen, and went along with the Hema tribe member. "If I'm going to stay here a while, I should learn their language. Maybe Elder Niji might be able to teach me." Lin Mu thought to himself. It shouldn't be that difficult for Lin Mu to learn the language, as he had already learned Dao's script. Zukong had told him that once one knew Dao's script, they could learn pretty much any other language easily with some time. At least this applied to the languages that could be spoken with the normal speech organs. Learning other unique languages, such as beast tongue and others, had extra requirements and might be difficult for normal humans. By the time he added this task to his list, Lin Mu was already at Elder Nichi's residence. Tilda creaked Tilda. The stone door opened with a loud creak like always, and Lin Mu entered it. He was the only one who was allowed free entry into the elder's residence, and the other tribe members could only wait patiently outside, unless invited. Lin Mu's spirit sense quickly found Elder Niji in a room upstairs. Now that I think of it, I've never actually seen the other parts of this house, Lin Mu recalled. Talking the stairs to the right, Lin Mu went upstairs and walked down the short corridor, reaching the room in which Elder Niji was located. Tilda creaked Tilda. This stone door creaked as well, pulling Elder Niji's attention. "You called for me," Lin Mu spoke. "Ah, noble Lin Mu, you are awake. I reckoned you were tired and needed some good rest, so I didn't disturb you before," Elder Niji replied. "Yes, I was a bit tired. Now I'm better," Lin Mu stated. "That does seem to be the case. Your complexion looks a lot better," Elder Niji nodded. "So what is it that you called me here for? Was it something specific?" Lin Mu questioned. The chasm beasts have appeared. Chapter 1222, the long-distance scout team and chasm beast sighting Lin Mu raised his brows upon hearing this. "When did this happen?" Lin Mu asked. day after we returned, Elder Niji replied. So suddenly, we should have spotted some of the early ones, right? Lin Mu asked in doubt. We should have, yes, but it seems like the spot of resurgence this time is far from the tribe. The only reason we even know it in advance is because the long-distance scout team returned. Elder Niji explained. I see, but what's the long-distance scout team? Lin Mu questioned. You could say they are our bravest warriors. They volunteered to patrol the barren lands to check for the first signs of the chasm beasts. They set out on their task whenever a chasm beast tide recedes and only return when they spot the first chasm beast again. Of course, the site of resurgence of the chasm beasts can be anywhere in the barren lands along the broken chasm, but the further one is away from the tribe, the more danger they would encounter. Thus, the long-distance scout team's work is especially dangerous. Their current leader, Kilo, is the second strongest Hema, just below me. Elder Niji answered in detail. Oh, that's interesting. I should meet them then if they are strong. Their bodies would be a lot more developed and I might be able to obtain some insights. Lin Mu stated. Of course, you'll get to meet them soon. We are going to discuss the matter of the chasm beasts anyway. Elder Niji agreed. Lin Mu then followed after Elder Niji, and they went to another building that was located in the central area of the Hema tribe. It was not that tall, but it was certainly the widest building in the Hema tribe. In some ways, it could also be considered as the tribe's center. Akdalraptalrastrascatandant. $Q$. Elder Niji and Lin Mu were greeted by the Hema tribe members waiting for them. They are waiting for us, Elder Niji translated. Entering the building, Lin Mu felt like he had somewhat returned to a council room of his home world. In there, he spotted several Hema tribe members sitting around, some of them old and some middle-aged. There were both men and women, and even a few young members standing at the back. Elder Niji walked up to his seat at the head of the circle, while Lin Mu sat next to him. At first, Elder Niji and the Hema tribe members discussed amongst themselves, and a few even glanced at Lin Mu from time to time. He had already become quite well known in the tribe by now, especially since the warriors who had accompanied them on the last expedition spread the story of his power. The other Hema tribe members had been interested in seeing him after learning all that, but they couldn't since he was sleeping ever since returning from them. And now they could finally do this. Lin Mu, too, observed them and could grasp from their mannerisms that they were talking about him, too. Elder Niji said the head of the long-distance scouts should be here, too. Which one is he? Lin Mu's spirit sense wandered around and checked the cultivation bases of everyone. Surprisingly enough, the average cultivation base here was equivalent to the nascent soul realm, while the weakest was at the core condensation realm. The ones at the core condensation realm were none other than the young members of the tribe. The strongest after Elder Niji was a single middle-aged man that was sitting on the opposite side. His face had several scars, and so did his body. He wore a different styled armor than the others, and even had several patterns painted on it. Roughly equivalent to the Dao Shell realm, certainly strong enough to be the second in the tribe. Lin Mu soon found the man. Noble Lin Mu, the chasm beasts will probably start to pour out of the broken chasm in about a week's time. If you want to take a closer look at them, now's the right time. Elder Niji suddenly spoke. Have they come close to the tribe? Lin Mu asked. A few stray chasm beasts were spotted by the outpost scouts just an hour ago. Head warrior Kilo just informed me of this. Elder Niji replied. Good, we should leave as soon as possible then. Lin Mu was ready. He had been intending to take a look at the chasm beasts from the start. While he had heard quite a bit about them, seeing them and observing them directly was an entirely different experience. It would also net him the most information. Head warrior Kilo will accompany us too, Elder Niji stated. That's fine. Lin Mu was intending to interact more with the man anyway. He was interested in the man's experience as a warrior. Even if Elder Niji was the strongest in the tribe, his role was ultimately that of leading the tribe. He wasn't necessarily the best at fighting, title would be for the head warrior. Lin Mu reckoned that if he observed and analyzed how the head warrior fought, he might be able to discern some chi skill or cultivation technique best suited to the Hema tribe. And perhaps he himself might get to learn something new too. The three of them left the tribe right away and appeared on the surface after a few minutes. Percent and percent E-at, head warrior Kilo spoke something and pointed in the distance towards the broken chasm. Kilo says that they spotted 6 stray chasm beasts wandering there. Elder Niji translated. How strong are they? Lin Mu asked. Our average warrior would be able to kill at least one of them, Elder Niji replied. So at the chi refining realm, that should be no problem then, Lin Mu said. The three of them started running, and Lin Mu discovered that head warrior Kilo was quite fast too. In fact, he was faster than Elder Niji, who was stronger than him. Chapter 12:23. The chasm beasts. Lin Mu continued to observe head warrior Kilo, realizing that he certainly had a way of maneuvering the rough landscape. It's almost like a footwork technique, but without any specialized spirit chi circuits, Lin Mu thought. This also gave him the idea of picking a footwork and movement technique for the Hema tribe. From what he could see, they already had a natural skill in this, and their agility was good. Adding a footwork and movement technique would be the same as adding wings to a tiger, and they might become a lot stronger. Though there is still the issue of incompatibility. Maybe a technique that only utilizes the meridians in the legs might work. It is isolated enough that the interference from other circuits might not be there, Lin Mu analyzed. In his ring, Lin Mu quite literally had a library full of skills. These skills encompassed all that the Alliance had. Even some of the incomplete and damaged skills were there. The patriarchs of the Alliance had gifted him this long before the final battle, but he had yet to get a proper look through it. I should search through it, there must be something, Lin Mu muttered to himself. At his percent and percent dollar, then in the next second, he heard head warrior Kilo speak something. We halt here, Elder Niji translated. They came to a stop, and head warrior Kilo stood on top of a mound observing the distance. At his percent and hash percented hand, the head warrior said something in a low voice. He says, the chasm beasts are circling something in the distance, Elder Niji stated. Circling something? They caught someone. Lin Mu too climbed up on the mound and gazed in the distance following head warrior Kilo. There he saw some small black figures moving around in circles. I thought the chasm beasts didn't behave like normal beasts and were aggressive against all prey, Lin Mu asked in doubt. Yes, which is why this is strange. We should be cautious, Elder Niji said with a serious face. Something that could cause the chasm beasts to change their normal behavior was possible extraordinarily. The group of 3 approached the area cautiously, and Lin Mu finally got to take a proper look at the chasm beasts. The ones in front of them were the size of dogs and were considered the smallest chasm beasts. Their skin was furless and had a dark black texture that seemed to be dusty. There were 8 of them, going around in circles. They had 6 legs, all of which had 3 claws on them that were perfect for tearing flesh. Instead of a tail, though, they had a ridge on their back that extended outwards from where the tail should have been. This protrusion was rigid and did not move like a tail. It wasn't that long either, being only 10 centimeters long. The most eye-catching feature, though, was their head. Their lower jaw was like that of a crocodile, having fangs that jutted outwards. But their upper jaw was different, being shaped like a beak and having no teeth on it. The end of this beak was hooked, and a sharp metallic glint could be seen on it. The eyes of the chasm beasts were an empty black, as if there was no actual eyeball in the sockets. Their forehead was also broad, propping upwards like a shield. Glancing at the chasm beasts, though, Lin Mu felt like they were a bit familiar. Did I read about them somewhere? Lin Mu thought to himself, but couldn't recall where. What's that? Elder Niji said as he pointed at an object that was lying in the center. The object shone slightly and reflected a faint light. Lin Mu's eyes focused on it and discovered that it looked like a broken chest plate. An armor, Lin Mu narrowed his eyes. N%, head warrior Kilo spoke something at this time. We should take this chance to attack the chasm beasts while they are distracted, Elder Niji translated. All right, Lin Mu didn't have any problem. He too wanted to get closer and sense just how the bodies of the chasm beasts were. His spirit sense couldn't reach them from here, and he wondered what mysteries they held within them. Barely a minute later, Lin Mu and the two were already close to the chasm beasts. The first to attack was head warrior Kilo, as he leaped up and struck down with a stone spear, directly impaling one of the chasm beasts. A strange roar was let out by the chasm beasts, and they became agitated. They huffed out black smoke, looking angry, and charged at head warrior Kilo. But before they could go any closer, head warrior Kilo threw 2 javelins at them. Tilda. The javelins soared through the air and accurately struck 2 chasm beasts. It went smoothly, though their head all the way to the base of their tail. Boom tilde. The next attack came from Lin Mu as he directly appeared at the back of the chasm beasts. Elder Niji and head warrior Kilo were shocked at this sudden appearance. Wasn't he right next to me a moment ago? Elder Niji was confused. They watched as Lin Mu directly punched with his fists. They struck the sturdy backs of the chasm beasts and cracked it effortlessly. The 2 fists were directly buried into the flesh of the chasm beasts and ended their life. Elder Niji got out of his shock as well and killed 2 more chasm beasts with the staff he had been carrying around all this time. Now only 1 chasm beast was left, and it looked at the humans wearily. Wait, Lin Mu spoke. I want to see what it does, he added. We can't wait for long, as other chasm beasts might come soon from their cry earlier. They can sense their kin dying nearby, Elder Niji replied. Won't take long, Lin Mu said as he directly used Blink and appeared on top of the chasm beast. His weight directly pressed the beast onto the ground, cracking its back. Chapter 1224, Birth of the Chasm Beasts, and cracked the chasm beast was in a sorry state after being pressed upon by Lin Mu. It couldn't even let out a cry, and faint black gas could be seen coming out of its cracked back. Even then, Lin Mu controlled his weight so that he didn't just flatten the beast and kill it. Thankfully, even if he couldn't fly, he could still use spirit chi to lessen his weight. It didn't count as going against the restrictions of the world and was still possible for him. Otherwise, he'd be leaving craters everywhere he walked. When the chasm beast was suppressed, Lin Mu used his spirit sense to scan it. At first, he could tell the outer structure and body of the beast, but when it entered deeper, Lin Mu discovered that the chasm beast had no organs. It was simply a solid body that seemingly worked somehow. Its insides are made of the same dark fog that's in the broken chasm, but its outer features are like that of a normal beast. Is this a change that is only triggered under certain conditions? Lin Mu already made up several hypotheses about the chasm beasts. He then glanced at the chasm beasts that were already dead and saw that they were dissipating into a dusty black fog. It looked like something that would come out of the exhaust of a badly maintained truck that had no catalytic converter. The dead bodies of the chasm beasts first shrunk while the outer parts were intact, and when they reached the halfway point, they disappeared as well. Oh, it was now that Lin Mu noticed something peculiar. Instead of just fading into the air, the dusty black fog actually gathered up and flew in the direction of the broken chasm. Interesting, Lin Mu muttered. Shattering the body of the chasm beast under him, Lin Mu killed it and also stored the broken chest plate in his ring to check on later. Then he followed after the dusty black fog that rose from the dead body. Elder Niji and head warrior Kilo also followed after him, feeling a little concerned. In less than 5 minutes, they reached the edge of the broken chasm. Lin Mu's eyes had not looked away from the dusty black fog at all, and soon saw it pour into the broken chasm. It merged into the rest of the dark black fog and was like a river returning to the sea. But just as Lin Mu was observing the fog, a change happened. The fog started to churn, as if a storm was seething within it. This is bad. We need to leave now, Elder Niji said hurriedly. More chasm beasts are about to be born. Head warrior Kilo tightened his grip on the 2 spears and was ready to act at the first sign of danger. Lin Mu, on the other hand, closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again. Spatial perception activated, and he peered into the dark depths of the fog. It was then that he discovered something there. Just as I thought, there is more to the birth of chasm beasts, Lin Mu thought. He could see multiple small spatial cracks opening up in the dark fog. They were somewhat similar to the cracks that would appear when a heavenly tribulation descended, but was a lot smaller. Another similarity they held was the fact that these cracks were leaking out a certain kind of unknown energy. The energy mixed with the dark fog, and soon a spherical mass would be condensed around the wisps of this unknown energy. The spherical masses were of different sizes too, with some being only a meter wide and some being over 4 meters wide. The spherical masses then started to change shape and condensed. In less than 5 seconds, they had already taken the shape of a chasm beasts. The whole process from the forming of spherical mass to and formation of the chasm beasts took less than 10 seconds, showing Lin Mu just how fast it was. This is very strange. Lin Mu wondered where the unknown energy was coming from. Since there were spatial cracks, there was bound to be something behind it. It's certainly not the void behind those cracks. I don't sense them. A minor plane maybe, Lin Mu guessed. Tilda rumbled Tilda. But just as Lin Mu was pondering on the spatial cracks, the newly born chasm beasts within the fog moved. A loud roar could be heard coming from the fog. It was the combination of all the chasm beasts within it, and they were roaring in a unison. All right, let's leave, Lin Mu said, having seen enough. Elder Niji and head warrior Kilo started to run without a word, and Lin Mu followed after them. At the same time, he glanced back from time to time, watching out for any surprises. Soon the three of them started to leap directly, covering large tracts of land at once. This also allowed Lin Mu to observe the situation behind a bit more easily. It was then that he saw multiple chasm beasts leaping out of the broken chasm. Some with the same dog-sized ones as before, but bigger ones were here now too. Curses, that's a bad one. Elder Niji noted the largest beast. It can even kill someone on the level of head warrior Kilo, he informed. Oh, Lin Mu had not expected the chasm beast, which was about the size of a bull, to be that strong. In Ziofen world, any beast in the Dao Shell realm was significantly larger. This was another qualitative difference he learned now. Thankfully, that was the largest chasm beast among them all, and Lin Mu still had the confidence to go against them. The only reason he was not killing them was there was no reason to right now. After all, more such beasts might be born any time, and some of them might be a lot stronger than these ones. Lin Mu didn't want to encounter one that could even go against immortals at his current level. Chapter 12:25. Large-scale tide Lin Mu. Elder Niji and head warrior Kilo successfully managed to escape and didn't need to clash with the chasm beasts again. They had run away at the right time, and thus the chasm beasts didn't attack them. There were some strange interactions among the chasm beasts when they reached the surface. They grunted at each other, as if communicating in some manner. Lin Mu was sure that they had seen them, at least one of them might have, but even then they were not pursued. This is different from what Elder Niji said. The chasm beasts pursue any creature as long as they sense them. We were clearly discovered, and yet they did not do this, Lin Mu thought to himself. He wondered what might be the difference this time around, because he doubted the long-term records and observations of the Hema tribe might be wrong about something basic like this. He could see them not knowing about the spatial cracks, but this was something anyone would figure out after a while. Especially the Hema tribe, who had been clashing against the chasm beasts for thousands of years, and had devised several methods of avoiding them. Elder Niji, have the Hema tribe members seen the chasm beasts come out of the broken chasm before? Lin Mu questioned after they reached the outpost. Yes, they've done so several times, Elder Niji said. Lin Mu furrowed his brows and told Elder Niji about what he had noticed. This is strange. I'm sure they don't act like this. Elder Niji was surprised. Head warrior Kilo also asked what Lin Mu had said, and Elder Niji explained to him. Hearing this, though, The warrior had an expression of remembrance on his face. At percent Tashin, head warrior Kilo said in confusion. Elder Niji was surprised by his words, and Lin Mu wondered what he said. Head warrior Kilo says that he has seen this before. Elder Niji translated for Lin Mu. Really? Can you recall the details about it? Lin Mu questioned. Elder Niji nodded his head and explained what head warrior Kilo said. After about 10 minutes, Lin Mu finally had slightly better understanding of the chasm beasts. Turns out the last time head warrior had seen this was nearly 100 years ago. And in that year, a large-scale tide of chasm beasts had appeared. A beast tide of that level was rare, only happened randomly. Even in the long history of the Hema tribe, such a large-scale tide was only witnessed 13 times. This gave Lin Mu a guess about what it might be related to. If the chasm beasts acting like that is really the early signs of a large-scale tide like that, then we need to get ready for it, Lin Mu thought. He expressed his concern to Elder Niji, and the man was shocked. Head warrior Kilo also felt like it might really be the case as Lin Mu had said. Besides, even if it was not so, they would much rather spend some extra resources and take the precaution rather than waiting for the large-scale tribe to arrive. I'll get the warriors to prepare. If a large-scale tribe is really coming, then we need to reinforce the defenses of the tribe. Elder Niji spoke. Even more than the current level, Lin Mu asked, as he knew that finding the tribe and entering it was quite difficult. Yes, every time there was a large-scale tide like this, a few chasm beasts managed to enter the tribe. They either smelled us out or stumbled across a fissure that took them to the peripheral caves of the tribe. Elder Niji explained. I see, then I'll help you with it then, Lin Mu said. I'll set up some formation arrays before that, he offered. Formation arrays? You can make formation arrays. Elder Niji was surprised once again. The Hema tribe certainly had the information about formation arrays and knew how powerful they could be. After all, the many kingdoms and empires were protected by them. Some of them had even seen the people that were exiled here use them a few times before. Yes, I can. While I can't guarantee they will hold up against a bigger chasm beast, the ones on the level of head warrior Kilo should be unable to get in, Lin Mu stated. That should be enough. Elder Niji nodded his head. He'd take anything at this point. In fact, just knowing that a large-scale chasm beast tide was coming in advance was a great benefit to them. They could easily reduce the injuries and victims in the tribe with it. Upon returning to the tribe, Elder Niji quickly gave out orders and mobilized the entire tribe. Head warrior Kilo also gathered the warriors and went around to set up some preliminary barriers around the possible entrances of the tribe. Another part of the tribe members were tasked with the duty of ensuring they had enough supplies to last for the duration of this tide. While they certainly had enough food in the form of stone flesh mushrooms, there was still the issue of water. There was enough water in the tribe right now, and they could take more from the underground spring. But if the incoming tide caused tremors and damaged the aquifer that supplied the spring, things would become tough for the tribe. Thus, the tribe members started filling up the reservoir in one of the areas as well as all the vessels that they had. They wanted to have enough saved in reserve so that even if the spring dried up later. While the tribe did all this, Lin Mu returned to his residence. He needed to make a few components first before he could deploy the formation array after all. For an area this big, I'll need quite a lot. Lin Mu realized it was his first time setting up such large-scale a formation array. They didn't know how much time they had. Thus Lin Mu started his work without a pause. Chapter 1226 Earth Fixing Array. About 6 days had passed since the day Lin Mu discovered a possible large-scale chasm beast tide that was about to come. The Hema tribe had already stocked up on the supplies, and the warriors had also increased the physical defenses as much as possible. In his residence, Lin Mu finished drawing the last set of runes and stretched his arms. This should be enough. If not, I can probably use some of the extra items from the ring, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Storing the components in the ring, Lin Mu went out to meet Elder Niji. I've gotten it ready, Lin Mu spoke. Ah, you can start making the formation array then, Elder Niji said anxiously. The scouts on the outpost had already sent several reports of chasm beasts appearing in the distance. This only increased the possibility of the large-scale beast tide, and had all but confirmed it now. Are all the preparations ready? Because once I set this up, getting out of it would be difficult, Lin Mu asked. The formation array Lin Mu was intending to make was called as the Earth-Fixing Formation Array. It was a large-scale defensive array and was rarely used in the Zaya-Offen world. The reason being that it restrained entrance and exit and also had some strict requirements to make. The main one being that the area where it is being deployed needed to be mostly free of all elements other than Earth. This was perfect for the barren lands, as the area was desolate and barely any plants grew here. Water was also not abundant around this time, and there was obviously no source of natural fire here. One could see why this was not used much in the Zaya-Offen world before. There were very few areas that fulfilled these conditions, making the array less useful, but now that very array was proving to be the best. The tribe is ready, noble Lin Mu. You can start as soon as possible, Elder Niji confirmed. All right, I'll get to it then, Lin Mu said before leaving the residence. He went around the tribe, placing several components of the array. The components varied from simple formation flags to complicated restriction plates. Lin Mu planted them according to the shape of the tribe's territory and also carved several runes into the wall, connecting them. The Hema tribe members were very curious about what Lin Mu was doing. They knew that it was something being made to protect them, but it was a new thing for them to witness. The children followed after Lin Mu, watching him work, and even the adults came to do the same from time to time. Lin Mu drawing mystical runes was magical to the Hema tribe people, and they wondered how it was all done. The whole process took about 2 days, even though Lin Mu worked non-stop. But once it was done, the array needed little to be activated. Tilde hong tilde. Everyone in the tribe heard a strange buzzing sound coming from everywhere. They could hear it coming from the walls, the floor, and even the ceiling of the tribe. Tilde rumble tilde. Then the entire ground shook, as if a quake was imminent. This terrified the tribe members and they started shouting, but the guards calmed them down quickly. They had already been informed that some unusual things might be happening and that they would be safe. Lin Mu, on the other hand, stood on top of the outpost along with Elder Niji and Head Warrior Kilo. This is stunning. Elder Niji and Head Warrior Kilo were stunned. All around them, a brown-colored energy swirled and flowed. This covered a vast tract of area and seemed to be coming from the very earth upon which they stood. The brown energy moved and condensed around the borders of the Hema tribe. The streaks of energy turned solid, turning into walls. At first, it looked like the Hema tribe had gained a boundary wall on the surface, but then this wall started to rise and curve. A line. Lin Mu continuously drew runes in the air, controlling the array and guiding its formation. The walls continued to rise and soon started to bend in a certain direction. Minute after minute passed as Elder Niji and Head Warrior Kilo watched the wall grow tall. After 5 minutes, the wall was already tall enough to compete against the hills. 10 minutes later, it was twice as tall as the hills. Merge! It was at this time that Lin Mu sent the final command through runes. The tops of the walls that had turned as tall as a small mountain came together, joining at a central point. Now, if anyone looked at it from the outside, they would think that it was a normal mountain. There we go. Lin Mu let out a breath of relief. The whole process had taken a lot of spirit chi to complete. After all, Lin Mu was doing this alone when the array was supposed to be set up in a large group. If it were not for his large spirit chi stores, he might have initiated the starting process, but he wouldn't be able to guide it to properly cover the entire tribe. Even now, his spirit chi stores barely stood at 20%. You made an entire mountain. Elder Niji was stunned. He knew that there was going to be a defensive layer around the tribe, but an entire mountain was not something he had guessed at all. It looks like a mountain, but it will be tougher than the normal rocks around the area. And it's not just on the surface. The underground area of the tribe has also been reinforced. Now, if any chasm beasts breach the underground, they would be detected by the array and killed by it. The entire area around the tribe is now a spike trap, Lin Mu said, much to their shock. The Hema tribe members below were also wondering why the walls had turned darker in color. Chapter 12, 27 Changes in the Hema tribe. The effect brought on by the earth-fixing array was soon witnessed. Lin Mu waved his hand, and a translucent window appeared in the air. Elder Niji and head warrior Kyolo were intrigued by it, as it looked quite different from anything before. Then in the next moment, the plain white scene in the window changed to that of the outside. Is that the area outside the array? Elder Niji recognized. Indeed, this way we can observe what is happening outside without needing to go there ourselves, Lin Mu confirmed. The earth-fixing array had basically buried the Hema tribe even deeper into the ground with the new mountain on top of it. This meant that they could not see anything, and there was only a faint light from the swirling runes here. Elder Niji and head warrior Kyolo watched the window and saw a few chasm beasts on it. These were the common chasm beasts that were small and were roughly equivalent to a core condensation realm cultivator. They were like the ones that Lin Mu had killed earlier. Currently, these chasm beasts were wandering aimlessly, but had soon come close to the border of the array. Seems like we'll get to see the defenses of the array firsthand, Lin Mu spoke. Elder Niji and head warrior Kyolo watched intently, not wanting to miss anything. A minute later, the chasm beasts eventually stumbled into the protected area of the earth-fixing array. Tilde shing, tilde shing, tilde shing, tilde. Several spikes automatically rose from the ground, piercing the chasm beasts. The process was very fast, and it didn't stop. More and more spikes rose until the chasm beasts were basically shredded. The array then detected that the intruders were dead, thus the spikes started to change. They first widened at the top, before joining and covering the corpses of the chasm beasts. Then they retreated into the earth, pulling the corpses with them. Once they were gone, the ground looked as natural as always, with no sign that a few beasts had just died here or that hundreds of spikes had appeared. It was the cleanest scene of slaughter. Amazing, Elder Niji praised. Even head warrior Kyolo was stunned to see something like this. They were worried a little upon hearing that spikes would be attacking enemies. After all, the appearance of spikes will make the area look unnatural, thus attracting attention. This was the one thing they were trying to avoid. But now that they saw that the spikes were rather smart, they were relieved. But then a few seconds later, they saw something else. Black dusty smoke automatically rose up from the earth where the chasm beasts had died. This was the same smoke they released when their bodies dissipated. Lin Mu raised his brow, as he had not expected the smoke to be able to escape even after being restrained by the array. Certainly need to learn more about them, Lin Mu thought. With the little demonstration done, Lin Mu decided to return to the settlement below. He needed to rest and recover after all. Noble Lin Mu, will we be able to watch the exterior area like this in the tribe too? Elder Niji asked. Yeah, I'll make some observation mirrors. You should be able to use it effortlessly then, Lin Mu replied. Since the Hema tribe members couldn't use formations, Lin Mu didn't teach them the method of operating the array. If they could do that, making a window like Lin Mu would be as simple as waving a hand. But now Lin Mu needed to make a secondary tool for them to be able to do the same. It shouldn't take much, though, Lin Mu reckoned. After returning to the tribe, Lin Mu first recovered his spirit chi for 2 days, and then made the mirrors that he had talked about. The mirrors were simple and were made out of spirit glass that was inscribed with the linking formation that allowed one to use the observation feature of the earth-fixing array. Lin Mu made several such mirrors just in case. 2 would be used by Elder Niji and head warrior Kyolo, and a few extra would be kept as spare. This was Lin Mu's first time making them, and there was no saying if they would break. Plus, The Hema tribe members were also using items like these for the first time, so there was always a chance of them making a mistake and breaking the mirrors. With the mirrors in their hands, Elder Niji and head warrior Kilo now had the new task of watching them all day. This is so much better than letting the scouts observe from the outpost. A lot safer, too. We can prevent our people from dying. Elder Niji was very grateful. In times of large-scale chasm beast tides like this, staying alert was very important, thus they always had someone keeping an eye on the chasm beast. That was a dangerous job, and only a few did it. But now they could do the same thing, while staying within the safety of their tribe. The other members of the Hema tribe soon got used to the earth-fixing array and its changes. They were told to stop expanding the underground area of the tribe for the time being and to simply focus on other tasks like growing food. Besides, it was not like they could continue to dig with how tough the walls had become. A few of the workers who were working at the time of the earth-fixing arrays activating simply broke their tools. The other tribe members soon learned about the new rules about what they could and could not do during this time period. Thankfully, there wasn't much of a change than their usual life, so they had no issues. Now the only thing they wondered was just how long this large-scale chasm beast tide would last. From the past records, the period varied greatly between 4 months to over a year. No one knew how long it would take, and in the blink of an eye 2 months had passed since the large-scale chasm beast tide arrived. In this time, several small changes had happened in the Hema tribe. Excluding the new rules that were to be followed, the people of the tribes found a few new things to do in their time of seclusion. But among these tasks, there was one that greatly interested everyone. This was the task of attending the class organized by Elder Niji. In this, they would learn about the chasm beasts and how they actually behaved. While each and every person in the tribe knew about chasm beasts, their understanding of the chasm beasts varied a lot. Only the warriors and older members of the tribe actually knew about them in detail. There were, in fact, many members of the tribe who had never actually left the tribe and stepped onto the surface. This was the theme since many years ago. The Hema tribe members would be born in the tribe and die in the tribe without even seeing the sky. It could be perceived as a very bad life, but over the many generations, they simply knew nothing else. Even the warriors who went out on the surface felt a lot more comfortable underground in the tribe. But with the observation mirrors Lin Mu made, Elder Niji could now show the chasm beasts to the rest of the tribe. Every day, they would father in large numbers and watch it in a wide circle while Elder Niji talked about the beasts. He taught them the different sized chasm beasts and what their strengths were like. But after a few weeks, Elder Niji had run out of things to teach about the chasm beasts. While the tribe members still liked to come and watch the beasts wander, it was not that useful. Even children had mostly learned about the chasm beasts now, and some could even recite Elder Niji's words from memory. Instead of simply reverting back to their usual duties, Elder Niji decided to do something else. Under the books provided by Lin Mu, he started to teach the clan about the world of cultivation and the basics that one needed to know if they were to live in the outside world. Elder Niji, too, learned some things from Lin Mu, as he couldn't figure out all things on his own and needed some help to understand. Lin Mu found his efforts to be commendable, and he could see that Elder Niji was definitely one of the smartest people he had met. While he might be restricted by his environment, the drive to learn was still there. There was a reason why he was the one who had become the elder of the Hema tribe. As another 2 months passed by, Lin Mu realized that perhaps he should take a different path in finding a solution for the Hema tribe. This was the solution for them to be able to cultivate and be able to control the spirit chi and use chi skills. Of course, Lin Mu was still unable to come up with a proper cultivation technique for the people of the Hema tribe, but he reckoned that there was still something they could learn to do. Thus, he taught Elder Niji the method to sense the spirit chi within them and around them. This was one of the most basic exercises that comprised of a breathing method taught to children in cultivation sects and clans. It was harmless, and pretty much anyone could practice it. Chapter 12:28, A Calm Tribe, and an Impatient Egg, the addition of the basic breathing techniques in the daily life of the Hema tribe, brought about a profound change. The Hema tribe people could be seen meditating everywhere. It barely took a week for everyone to learn the technique, and this was only in terms of reach. Learning the technique itself took barely an hour for every individual. Upon learning it, they continued to practice it. The more they did so, the better they felt. It was as if their body was refreshed and a weakness was washed away. A mere hint of this refreshing feeling was all it took to get the Hema tribe hooked to it. So much so that they much rather mediate than do other unnecessary tasks like talking and or playing. In fact, if it were not for the fact that they had duties that they absolutely needed to do, the entire tribe might just mediate all day. It was a strange scene for Lin Mu to witness. The tribe, which had been anxious with the large-scale beast tide all this time, was now in a very calm state. One wouldn't be able to tell that they were close to danger at every movement and would think that their lives were always peaceful. Observing all this actually gave Lin Mu insights into himself and his understanding of the world. He sat on the roof of his residence and observed the entire tribe before him. His eyes could perceive everything clearly, and the distance didn't matter at this point. Several thoughts were currently going through his mind. The way the Hema tribe achieved this state is very unusual. What's even more usual is that they were able to achieve this meditative state for the entire tribe. It would be fine if a fraction of individuals were attenuated to mediating like this, but the entire tribe. That's not normal, Lin Mu thought. He had seen the top sects and clans of the Zyrofan world. They too taught their children something similar to this. While their meditative and breathing techniques might vary, and some might even be better than this, the end goal was still the same. The goal was to achieve a peaceful and focused state that was optimum for cultivation. There were different levels to this too, with some only faint into it and some in a complete trance. Lin Mu himself could achieve this easily with the Calming Heart Sutra and the Severing Heart Sutra, but the majority were unable to even reach the halfway point to trance. They could only rely on some external resources or enlightenment to achieve that. Those who could enter this state had a better sense of their self and their bodies. This allowed them to grasp the energies and finally allowing them to sense the spirit chi within them as well as around them. What's the difference that the Hema tribe has that the other great powers don't have? Lin Mu pondered on next. To him, the Hema tribe was in a worse state than even some of the villages of the Zyrofan world. They had a lack of things that could not be explained in a few words. They didn't just lack in terms of resources, but also thinking, experience, and knowledge. Wait, it was at this time that Lin Mu realized something. If they can enter this deep state even with a basic breathing technique, then perhaps it is because of the same things they lack. Lin Mu wondered. With the lack of things to stimulate and entertain them, the Hema tribe didn't have that many things to think about. Of course, they did have their own games, songs, and stories, but compared to the vast amount of it that was available to the commoners of Zyrofan world, it was minuscule. Even something as a basic variation of food was something that the Hema tribe lacked. While they had plenty to eat, it was greatly limited. From what Lin Mu had seen so far, the stone flesh mushrooms were highly nutritious, but they were also the only staple of the tribe. A few other plants did grow around the barren lands, but they were very rare. In fact, the only other crop that the Hema tribe grew in their tribe other than stone flesh mushrooms was a type of grass that could be woven into threads. This was the very same grass from which the clothes that Elder Niji wore came, and considering how only one person wore clothes made from it showed the rarity of it. The grass barely grew, and even when it did, only a handful of strands of fiber could be taken from it. With the production levels of the grass, it would take over a decade or more to make enough fabric to weave the clothes that Elder Niji wore. And even then, these clothes weren't that durable and would deteriorate over the years. Perhaps this was the reason why only the elder of the tribe was given the chance to wear them. and the reason why it became a sign of authority. The absence of these things perhaps allowed the Hema tribe to become a lot more focused naturally. Since they don't even know the existence of such things, their minds won't wander, and they would become a lot more calm. Perhaps this is what the old experts say about severing the secular ties and avoiding the mortal indulgences. They would taint the mind and weaken their mentality, hindering their cultivation in the process. Lin Mu understood even more. He continued to learn more, while days continued to pass, and his insights developed as well. But that wasn't all Lin Mu did. He also focused on his own cultivation. More and more wood energy-rich spirit apples would grow on the tree in his sleepscape, allowing him to slowly progress the refinement of his liver. With his stomach satisfied and sufficient vitality stored in it, Lin Mu didn't need to worry about entering the sleepscape or sleeping anymore. There, he would continue his practice and learning. At the same time, it was a method for him to wait for the people he cared about, mainly Zukong and Little Shrubby. Both of them were in a dormant state now, and Lin Mu had no idea when they would wake up. Considering how much Little Shrubby taxed his bloodline and the source of the vitality reversal technique, it might take at least a year before he wakes up again. Lin Mu reckoned as he observed the large scene in front of him. Whenever he came to the sleepscape, he would take out the seed that Little Shrubby had become and talk to it. There was also the fact that the seed absorbed the spirit chi in the sleepscape naturally, which Lin Mu thought would help it open earlier. Thus he took it out regularly, just like one would water plants. But for Zukong's condition, Lin Mu was entirely helpless. He had tried talking to him through their shared mental space, but was unable to do that. It was as if there was a solid wall standing in between the two minds. Is this what Senior Zukong felt when I was in an unnatural state of the 9 Divine Heart Sutras? Lin Mu wondered. Still, there was nothing he could do to predict how long it would take for Zukong to wake up. At least for Little Shrubby, Lin Mu could directly check him with his spirit sense, but doing that for Zukong was simply impossible. Zukong's avatar was surrounded by a shell of dense spatial energy of the ring, and even coming within 100 meters of it would destroy everything. If it were not for the fact that Lin Mu couldn't take this energy out of the ring, he might have a weapon that could easily tear apart worlds. But then it would also be a weapon that would kill him upon using it. While observing the space inside the ring, though, Lin Mu suddenly felt something moving. Huh! His attention wandered before it finally came to settle on a moving object. Perhaps moving was a little understatement, as the object was simply trembling in one place. The egg's moving. Lin Mu's eyes went wide. The gray egg had been developing steadily ever since it consumed all the yang energy from Gu Yao's hideout. Lin Mu had only checked on it a couple of times ever since coming to the land of exile, since there wasn't much to do. But when he checked it last time, he was sure it wasn't moving like this. The gray egg appeared in his hands, and Lin Mu took a closer look at it. Its vitality is a lot greater than before. Lin Mu could instantly tell upon touching the egg. The vigorous vitality was almost overflowing, and perhaps if it weren't for the shell, it would have already spilled out. But that wasn't all that Lin Mu felt. He also felt something more. That's a heartbeat. Lin Mu could now hear pronounced heartbeats coming from the egg. They were like the low sound of drums, as if someone lightly tapped on them. Even if it was low, it could still be heard audibly. Lin Mu could feel the heartbeats getting louder and louder, with the vitality intensifying too. Tack tack tilde. Then a few moments later, he could hear a tapping sound coming from the egg. It's trying to break out, Lin Mu understood. He quickly left the sleepscape and returned to his body in the real world. If the egg hatched in the sleepscape, Lin Mu didn't know if there would be any accidents, thus he wanted it to do that in the real world. Chapter 1229, Uncertainty and Precaution. Lin Mu sat up from the bed and quickly took out the egg from the ring. It continued to shake non-stop, as if it would explode. Lin Mu furrowed his brows as he didn't quite know how to deal with this. The behavior of the egg was not what a normal beast egg would have at all. Lin Mu had read about a few strong beast eggs in the memoirs of the lost immortal. This was an entry in which the lost immortal was traveling a vast sea. He chanced upon a small island there and found a nest there. Unfortunately for him, the nest belonged to a dragon. Just as he figured that out and wanted to escape, the solitary egg in the nest hatched. An energy, stronger than the lost immortal's, leaked out from the egg, making the man freeze in his steps. And when he turned to look at the egg, he saw a moist head peeking out of the egg. The vertical slits-like eyes on the head glanced at him like he was prey and made him afraid. The lost immortal forced his body to run, and the infant dragon also rushed out of its egg. Breaking it apart, the infant dragon that was the size of a giant bull pounced on the lost immortal. But even that dragon egg wasn't as restless as this. Just how restless would the beast inside it be? Lin Mu wondered. Thinking of the Hema tribe people living nearby, Lin Mu's brows furrowed even more. He left the residence and appeared in the yard outside. At least this area is still in the outer boundary of the tribe. I'll inform Elder Niji to secure the area just in case. Lin Mu muttered to himself. He took out one of the mirrors he had made and quickly sent a message through it. While the Hema tribe people couldn't use spirit tools, the mirrors Lin Mu had made didn't really need spirit sense to control. As for his current case, he was only sending a one-sided message, which would appear on the other mirror without the other party needing to do anything. Lin Mu didn't just stop at this either. He quickly set up a small defensive perimeter around the residence. He didn't know what kind of a beast would be coming out of the egg after all. It had just stayed for a very long time, and it was certain that it would not be a normal snake beast. Even Zukong had told him so. Taking the experience of the lost immortal as a warning, Lin Mu decided to prevent the beast from running away somehow. He wasn't afraid that the beast would be able to do anything to him, but there were others that could be easily hurt. While Lin Mu could forcefully restrain the beast, there was no saying if it would get hurt because of his strength, so it was best to use a lighter hand. I don't know if the beast would listen to me either, Lin Mu thought to himself. He had already intended to tame whatever beast that came out of the egg, but making the imprint would still need the best to first be calm, and it certainly didn't seem to be calm right now. Lin Mu set the egg down and sat next to it, watching its every movement. He also tried to use his spirit sense to probe the egg and see its internal condition, but found it to be the same as before, impervious. Second after second passed by and Lin Mu only got more nervous. The Hema tribe people living near Lin Mu's residence were already ordered to get some distance away from there. Elder Niji had evidently acted quickly, especially seeing the anxious tone of Lin Mu. Why were we told to leave our houses, Guard Zuni? One of the Hema tribe members that lived around Lin Mu's residence questioned one of the guards. This was something that never happened, so the members of the tribe were very confused. From what they could see, there was no apparent danger either. I don't know either. Elder Niji ordered us to do so, the guard named Zuni answered. Many residents had the same question, and they all looked toward their houses. The more time passed, the more confused they became. Some even wondered if chasm beasts had entered the area or something. The guards went to ask Elder Niji, after seeing the growing concern among the people. Elder Niji, can the people return now? Nothing seems to be happening, one of the guards asked. Not until Noble Lin Mu specifically tells us. Otherwise it is dangerous to go there, Elder Niji replied. He was standing on the roof of his residence and gazing in the direction of where Lin Mu lived. There was now an opaque, glassy dome covering the area, making it impossible to see what was going in within. But what is the cause of the danger? The people of the tribe are worried. Can we at least tell this to them? The guards asked. They weren't minding the order itself, but rather the reason for it. If they knew the reason, they wouldn't worry that much. I don't know either. Elder Niji shook his head. Noble Lin Mu simply informed me that we need to urgently evacuate the people around his house since something dangerous might happen soon, he explained. Noble Lin Mu said so. The guard was surprised. They had thought the order came from the elder himself, but it was not so. The guard walked forward and looked in the direction of Lin Mu's residence, noticing the opaque dome covering it. When did that appear? The man was confused, having not seen it since he was standing in the doorway before. But then in the next moment, he was stunned by a short burst of light. A cracking sound was accompanied by the light, surprising everyone, but the next scene simply left them shocked. Chapter 12, 30 An Explosive Birth Boom. Everyone that was in the Hema tribe heard a loud sound that was like an explosion. Soon they saw a pillar of black and white light shooting out from the place where the sound had come from. What's that? The people of the Hema tribe wondered. To them, a light pillar like this was new and scary. But their shock was only beginning, as the light pillar continued to ascend, eventually reaching the ceiling of the tribe. It's gonna hit the top. The light pillar directly broke through the hard rock ceiling of the tribe, making the entire area shake. A few moments later, a hole could be seen in the ceiling, the brown energy of the earth-fixing array visible through it. Shit. A loud voice was heard by the people standing at the secured perimeter. They then saw a person shooting straight up. Some of them quickly recognized who it was as well. It's Noble Lin Mu, look, some shouted. There was no one who didn't know about Lin Mu in the Hema tribe now. Right from the children to the elderly, they had all seen him at least once. They also knew it was because his help that they were having such a safe time during the large-scale chasm beast tide. And gratitude towards Lin Mu was growing by the day. Elder Niji, who had been watching it all, was shocked as well. He first saw the opaque dome barrier around Lin Mu's residence shatter and the light beam that appeared next. Then, seeing that it had already broken through the ceiling of the tribe, he gave out his orders. WROS, to the outpost, Elder Niji shouted. Meanwhile, above the tribe, Lin Mu had just left through the hole that had been made in the ground. What the hell is happening? Lin Mu was the most confused out of everyone. He had seen the egg hatch in front of him, as cracks formed on it one by one. At first, it was slow, but all of a sudden the light pillar shot out of it. Lin Mu was caught off guard, and before he even registered it, the light pillar had already pierced the defensive barrier he had placed. This was greatly surprising to Lin Mu, as the barrier was tough enough to stop the attack of a peak nascent soul realm expert with ease. Even Dao Shell realm cultivators would need some effort to break it. It was the strongest barrier Lin Mu could make in that short amount of time, with the formation components he had left in spare. Besides, he didn't think he would need anything stronger, as he certainly didn't expect a newborn beast to cause such a phenomenon. But that wasn't all, as the light pillar continued, without a stop, even drilling through solid rock. It was at that time Lin Mu understood that the beast in the light pillar simply could not be judged with normal ideas. Just like Senior Zukong said, the constant injection of beast chi has made the beast a lot stronger than it should have been otherwise. Lin Mu thought to himself as he chased after the beast hidden within the light pillar. It shouldn't be able to go much far now, but just as Lin Mu thought the earth-fixing array would stop the newborn beast, he was left speechless. No way. The light pillar was unstoppable, and actually broke through the earth-fixing array as well. The rust-colored sky could be seen through the opening the beast had made. The long light pillar started to fade at this point, starting from the bottom. Shit, this is bad. Lin Mu could not think of anything worse to happen right now. The chasm beasts were plentiful outside the limits of the earth-fixing array, and a loud commotion like this was bound to attract them in droves. And now the earth-fixing array was also damaged partially. While it could repair itself after a bit, the damage was still there and might increase the danger they faced. Gritting his teeth, Lin Mu leaped once more, passing through the crack in the array. Tilde. Lin Mu landed on the mountain, made by the earth-fixing array, and searched for the newborn beast. It wasn't hard to find, as it was literally like a beacon in the dim sky. All this was enough to bring the attention of all the chasm beasts nearby. Lin Mu's eyes darted around, watching for any chasm beasts that were larger than a certain size. These were the ones that were equivalent to immortal realm cultivators, and also the ones that posed the most danger to him. It came to a stop. But just as Lin Mu was wondering what to do next, he saw the beacon stop in air. Instead of a light pillar, it looked like a light orb and floated soundlessly for a moment. Then, as if it had found something interesting, it moved towards it. No, stop! Lin Mu saw the chasm beasts moving towards the light orb. And it looked like the light orb was also moving towards the chasm beast. But then, in the next second, something wildly unexpected happened. The light orb turned into two ribbons, one black and one white. The ribbons twirled around each other while also flying forward. They directly shot towards the chasm beasts, and before Lin Mu could even think of the next step, he saw the two ribbons tearing through the chasm beasts. Tilda shua, tilda shua, tilda shua, tilda. The two ribbons were like an unstoppable arrow, piercing through tens of chasm beasts at once. But after reaching the end of the chasm beasts, they actually turned around before piercing through more chasm beasts. Lin Mu simply stood there and watched it with his eyes wide open. The two ribbons were shooting across the land, piercing more and more chasm beasts, killing all of them in one hit. Even the larger ones, that were equivalent to Dao Shell Realm experts, were killed. Chapter 12, 31 Twins. Lin Mu watched with wide eyes as the black and white ribbon continued to tear through the swarm of chasm beasts. There were easily hundreds of them here, and yet all of them were killed in just a minute's time. He himself was confident of doing the same, but would not expect the same for a newborn beast. Just what is this beast? Lin Mu still could not see its form, though the danger that he was worried about had been eliminated by the beast. All the chasm beasts that were nearby were killed by it, and it would take at least a few minutes for more of them to arrive. Lin Mu couldn't see any in the distance either, which was a good thing. I should have enough time to catch the beast and return to the tribe, Lin Mu thought to himself. With this in mind, Lin Mu changed the nurturing heart sutra, quickly refining a string of beast chi. Running after the newborn beast would take too long, and the chasm beasts might arrive in that time, so it was best to call the beast to him instead. A string of beast chi appeared out of his hand and floated between his palms. Come on now, get here, Lin Mu called out. As if sensing the appearance of the beast chi, the spinning ribbons stopped in their tracks before swerving around using a boulder and breaking it in the process. The two ribbons reached their peak speed in less than a couple of seconds and rushed towards Lin Mu. Lin Mu's eyes narrowed, and he got ready to catch the newborn beast. It was just like a fielder waiting to capture a ball flying towards them from a long distance. Now, Lin Mu grasped the moment when the beast was just a few inches away from his hand and clamped his hands. The sound of air being pressed was heard before Lin Mu finally felt the beast in his hands. He could also tell that the string of beast chi he had made had already disappeared, having been consumed by the newborn beast. But at the same time, Lin Mu felt a bit confused due to the feeling he was getting from his hands. It was like there was a ball in his hands, which Lin Mu reckoned must be the newborn snake curled up. Chapter 12, 32 Hungry Snakelets. The actions of the black baby snake were confusing to Lin Mu. He could tell that the beast had been hungry, but to randomly consume the dusty black smoke that the chasm beasts were made out of was a bit too much. After all, Lin Mu didn't know what kind of effects this would have on the beast. What if it was toxic? Tilda hissed Tilda. Just as Lin Mu was about to figure out his next step, he saw the white baby snake hiss gently at its twin. Then, as if understanding something, the black baby snake moved its head and raised it up straight. Then in the next moment, it spat out white smoke. Huh! Lin Mu watched on in wonder as more and more white smoke came out of the black snake's mouth. His spirit sense probed the white smoke, and he realized that it wasn't smoke at all. It was actually spirit chi. Wait, isn't this? Lin Mu's brows furrowed as he found the spirit chi to be a bit different from he had expected. At first he thought that it was the normal attribute-less spirit chi, but it was not so. It was actually elemental spirit chi. Yang spirit chi, Lin Mu finally guessed. He had seen the impure yang chi in Gu Yao's hideout, but its color was greatly different than this. But even if the colors were different, Lin Mu could sense the similarity in the two. There was no doubting it. The energy was Yang's spirit qi. Not just that, it is pure. The Yang qi that Gu Yao used in the past is mud compared to this. Lin Mu muttered to himself. The white baby snake opened its mouth and started to suck all the Yang spirit qi that was in the form of white smoke. The process lasted for about 5 minutes before the black baby snake stopped. Tilda hiss Tilda. Tilda hiss Tilda. The two siblings lightly hissed at each other before curling up and falling asleep. Lin Mu could sense the energy of both snakelets equalizing in that moment. A few thoughts came to him as he discovered this. The black snake shared the energy it got from consuming the dusty black smoke, but the forms were greatly different. Did it somehow digest and convert it to Yang spirit qi? Lin Mu wondered. There were a lot of questions in his mind, but he understood that he would only be able to learn more after he observed the twin snakes. He probed both their bodies with his spirit sense and discovered them to be in the nascent soul realm, or more accurately, at the infant soul stage of the nascent soul realm. He could even see their tiny nascent souls floating in their dantians. Their dantians are massive. Lin Mu discovered another thing. In fact, they were far greater in size than little Shrubby and perhaps Lin Mu himself. Lin Mu couldn't even tell how such a large dantian would be formed when the beasts were only infants. And how much would they be able to expand once they grow more? Lin Mu questioned. Tilda rumble Tilda. And while he was thinking all this, he felt a faint rumbling sound coming from the distance. The chasm beasts are coming. I best get back to the tribe. Lin Mu muttered to himself. Gathering power in his legs, Lin Mu leaped up high, soaring towards the mountain. He passed through the opening in the ground and made a temporary patch to the array. This should hold it till the array recovers on its own. Lin Mu thought to himself before making his way to the outpost. There, Elder Niji and the guards of Hema tribe were already standing, and from the looks of it, they had just left the outpost. Noble Lin Mu, Elder Niji called out. Lin Mu came to a stop near them and saw them to be quite anxious, which was understandable considering the chaos that had just happened earlier. It should be fine now. The earth-fixing array should repair itself. I've patched the hole as well. Lin Mu spoke. Is that so? That's good then. Elder Niji took a breath of relief. The Hema tribe guards calmed down as well, seeing that their elder was relieved. What about the chasm beasts? When I checked the last time, there were a lot of them outside the mountain, Elder Niji asked. They are all dead, though more should be arriving soon. Lin Mu replied, much to their surprise. They're dead. Elder Niji had not expected that. How? He asked. The first thought he had was that Lin Mu might have killed the beasts, but then there was no reason for him to do that, since the array would protect them anyway. Well, the same thing that caused the hole in the array killed the chasm beasts, Lin Mu replied. The light pillar, Elder Niji asked in confusion. Yes, but they're not a light pillar, Lin Mu said, and opened his left hand in which the twin snakes were balled up. Elder Niji glanced at the calmly sleeping snakelets and was surprised. These, what are they? Elder Niji questioned while the guards looked on curiously. It was their first time seeing a snake, not to mention even Elder Niji had only read about them before. Well, they're snake beasts, but I don't know what kind of snake beasts they are yet, Lin Mu answered. And they caused all the light pillars and killed the chasm beasts. Elder Niji found it to be unbelievable. Yes, it was their birth that caused the light pillar. As for the chasm beasts, they were seemingly hungry and ate them all well, the dusty black smoke that composes them, Lin Mu answered. Hearing all this, Elder Niji only found it all to be even more unbelievable. It was simply incomprehensible to him how such small creatures could cause this much chaos. And what was even more surprising to him was that now those very troublemakers were calmly sleeping in Lin Mu's hand, without a care in the world. Chapter 12, 33 True Blood Imprint. Lin Mu had returned to his residence after talking with Elder Niji for a bit. Thankfully, other than the yard's ground cracking a bit, No actual damage was done to the residence itself. The two culprits behind the cracks were also with him, currently sleeping soundly. Who would have thought these tiny ones will cause such panic? Lin Mu shook his head. The earth-fixing array was now automatically fixing itself, while the hole in the roof of the tribe was going to be dealt with by the workers of the tribe. They were actually used to fixing stuff like this, since the chasm beasts would occasionally dig into the tribe before. Then there were also the general cracks and collapse that would happen naturally when they expanded the tribe's area. Lin Mu had offered to fix it, of course, but Elder Niji told him there was no need to spend extra time in that. Thus, Lin Mu was now free to take care of the two baby snakes. He checked them with his spirit sense and realized that they were a pair of brother and sister. I need to put an imprint on them both first. Without that, it might not listen easily, Lin Mu reckoned. Currently, the two snakes might have only listened to him because he was the one who had provided the beast chi, but there was no telling what might have later. Plus, with the two snakes having such great potential, it was best to put the beast tamming imprint in them as soon as possible. After all, there was always a chance that the process of imprinting might fail if the beast was resisting or was too strong. Some beasts that had a low cultivation base but strong bloodlines would also be able to resist this. And from what Lin Mu could tell, the two snakes certainly had a really powerful bloodline. With all this in mind, Lin Mu started the process. Since they are newborns, I should use the other method that Senior Zukong taught me before, Lin Mu thought to himself. Lin Mu first lowered the defenses of his finger and then cut it enough so that blood started to come out. He then put a drop of blood each on the heads of the two baby snakes. Once that was done, he sat in a lotus pose while holding them in his hands. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mu entered a calm state first. The method of imprinting he was using today was different from the normal method of beast tamming. It was also different than the method Lin Mu had used on Little Shrubby. This method was called as the true blood imprint. It was supposedly an old method of beast tamming and had long since been forgotten. The normal beast imprints were such that they could still be broken by different methods. Lin Mu didn't need to worry about Little Shrubby and his link breaking, since it went beyond just a normal imprint. Even if someone managed to break the link and dispel the imprint, it wasn't as if Little Shrubby was going to turn against him. But the same could not be said for the two snakes. Lin Mu could very well tell that they were unique, and seeing their dramatic birth today had already shown him the value of them both. Plus, being in a high-leveled world like this also meant that there would be other experts that would desire such strong beasts. Lin Mu definitely wouldn't want to have his tamed beast stolen, whether it was for others to keep as their own, or for materials. Thus, the true blood imprint was the method to go for. The advantage of this method was that it simply could not be broken through normal means, and even the methods that did exist to break it were now lost to the annals of time, considering how old this method was. Another advantage of this method was that it would allow the beast and master to develop a deeper link between each other. It was similar to the one that Lin Mu and Little Shrubby had. One might think that if Lin Mu had developed a link like that with Little Shrubby, he could do the same with the baby snakes too. But there was no guarantee for that. It took a lot of time, investment, and trust for a link like that to even start to develop, not to mention fully establish. Another reason why Zukong suggested this method to Lin Mu was because of the great Slumber Bear bloodline. It was an oppressive bloodline that could even affect Beast and make them fear him when used to the full extent. This meant that if Lin Mu used it in the presence of tamed Beast, even they might get scared and simply faint, making them a burden during the fight. The true blood imprint would ensure that this didn't happen. In fact, the true blood imprint would allow the tamed beast to carry a trace of the master's aura, warning others. Lin Mu continued to meditate for an hour before he finally entered the right state for the next step. An empty space appeared in his mind, and Lin Mu's body materialized in this space as well. His body was illusory and didn't have any solidness to it. Now I'm supposed to call the two baby snakes here through the resonance of my blood. Lin Mu recalled the next step. He sensed the 2 drops of blood and quickly found them. Tilde hung tilde. It was as if the chime of a bell was heard, and 2 motes of light appeared in the empty space. One of the lights was black, and the other was white. If one looked closely, they would see tiny figures of the snakes in each of the motes. "Will you form a bond with me?" Lin Mu walked up to the 2 motes of light and asked. The motes of light floated around soundlessly for a few minutes, until finally they moved. Chapter 12, 34 Xiao Yin and Xiao Yang. Lin Mu watched the 2 motes of light cautiously. He knew they were the representation of the 2 baby snakes, and he didn't want anything to happen to them because of his mistake in the process. He stood still and let the motes of light approach him slowly. They first came to a stop just a few inches away from him, as if observing him. 5 minutes passed like this before they suddenly shot out a small ray of light. The ray of light moved fast and entered Lin Mu's illusory body. An imprint appeared on his chest at that moment. The imprint was that of 2 snakes entwined and represented the twin snakes. It worked. Lin Mu was pleased. The 2 motes of light faded away after that, and Lin Mu's illusory body also became unstable. Guess this is the longest the 2 snakes can maintain a mental link for, Lin Mu thought. The requirement to making that empty space was to unite the minds of the tamer and the beast. Even if one successfully managed to enter the space, there was no guarantee they would be able to stay long enough for the beast to do the same. Thankfully, with the experience Lin Mu had, it wasn't that hard. Lin Mu let out a breath and opened his eyes in the real world. The twin baby snakes were still sleeping in his hands, but now he could feel a deeper connection to them. It was almost as if he could listen to their thoughts, but they were too faint to perceive. They are still too young to be able to communicate, I guess," Lin Mu muttered to himself. He could also feel the position of the twin snakes, just like he did with little Shrubby. And once they grew a bit, he would be able to converse with them as well. Done with all this, Lin Mu finally came upon an important task. "I need to name them." Lin Mu held his chin and thought for quite a bit, going through multiple options before finally deciding. "All right, they shall be named Xiao Yin and Xiao Yang," Lin Mu decided. There were several reasons as to why he had picked the names. He had picked Xiao as their surname, as it was the same as Little Shrubby. Lin Mu thought they could then be like a small family that way. As for their first names, Lin Mu named the black snake Xiao Yin, considering how it had consumed the black, dusty smoke of the chasm beasts. Then there was also the fact that the black snake was a female, so the first name, Yin, fit her perfectly. The white snake, on the other hand, was male and was given the first name, Yang. It had consumed the white-colored pure Yang spirit qi and was clearly had the affinity to the Yang attribute. Additionally, the way they stayed up curled together, Lin Mu found them to look similar to the Teiji symbol, which only affirmed his choice of picking their names. Feeling content with the names, Lin Mu decided to do a little research. I should see if there is any information at all about snakes such as these. Even if there is none in the books and records I have from the Zioafen world, maybe there is something in memoirs of the lost immortal. Lin Mu thought and got to work. But first he took out a small pillow and put the baby snakes on them, letting them continue their sleep. He knew that they would be sleeping for quite a while, as that is what most snakes did after a big meal. Sometimes, this sleep would even last for weeks on end. And now that he had established the true blood imprint, he wasn't worried about losing them, as he'll be able to track their location at all times. Taking out the long wooden slip that composed the legacy of the lost immortal, Lin Mu started to read. While he was searching for more information about the twin snakes, he didn't know that there was someone else doing the same, far, far away. In a distant world, a blue sun cast its dim light all over the planet that revolved around it. There were 11 planets revolving around it, having different sizes. Some were fiery hot and some were frozen solid, but there were also some that had life on it. Among the 11 planets, 4 of them were like this, having plenty of life. But one of these 4 was the most eye-catching of them all. One side of it was filled with buildings upon buildings, and the other side was filled with dense forests and mountains. Then there was another thing that made this planet unique. There was actually a green moon revolving around it. It cast a gentle green light and imbued the world with its serenity. And if one looked closer at the moon, they would see a pattern on it. The pattern was that of a large serpent with a draconic head biting its tail. The pattern circled the entire moon and was mysteriously visible from any angle. If this pattern was seen by anyone knowledgeable in the myriad worlds, they would know what it meant. This was the Serpent Moon world, and the power that owned it was the Serpent Moon sect. Within the headquarters of this sect, hundreds upon hundreds of people could be seen frantically running around. Some of these were human, while some were of other races. Some had the features of beasts while having a humanoid body, while some were entirely different. But each and every one of them wore clothing the same symbol as the moon. Matriarch, matriarch! A group of cultivators rushed into the main hall of the Grand Palace while shouting. In the center of the hall, a woman was sitting. Her hair was white, but her skin had no wrinkles at all. "What is the meaning of this? Why are you shouting?" the matriarch said without opening her eyes. Chapter 12, 35. The Serpent Moon sect. A hint of anger could be seen in the eyes of the matriarch, and it made the incoming cultivators freeze in place. Their bodies shivered like they were standing in the freezing cold without clothes, and their legs trembled like a newborn calf. The cultivators were stuck like this for a couple of seconds before the matriarch finally withdrew her gaze. The group took a breath of relief and felt their control return. "Now tell me why you shouldn't be punished for intruding in my hall without permission," the matriarch demanded. "Matriarch, it's something that warranted this intrusion. Please forgive us," one of the cultivators said. "And what might that be?" the matriarch said, easing up a little. "While it was certainly a violation of rules to enter this chamber without permission, the matriarch knew that there wasn't anyone who would dare to break it without a significant reason. "We are coming right from the Temple of the Serpents. The statues of the ancestral serpents have opened their eyes," they finally said. Hearing this, a look of seriousness along with anxiety appeared in the eyes of the matriarch. "Statues, not a statue," she asked firmly. "Why, yes, 2 statues to be exact. Now 3 of the 7 statues have opened their eyes," the cultivators replied. "I have to see this myself," the matriarch said before she turned around and teleported. She reappeared within a dark hall. Its roof was held up by hundreds of pillars that looked like snakes were winding up on them. This was none other than the Temple of the Serpents, one of the holy sites of the Serpent Moon sect. At the end of this hall, one could see a circular area. The matriarch had appeared right in the center of this area. Around her 7 statues could be seen. Each of the statue was over 100 meters tall and was exquisitely made. Each statue represented a different kind of a serpent and had fine details carved onto it. Every scale, every curve, and every ridge was perfect, making it seem like the statues were all alive. If it were not for the fact that these statues did not emit the slightest bit of vitality, it would be easy to think that they were simply petrified. But among these 7 statues, there were 3 that had their eyes opened. Not just that, but these eyes were all glowing. One of the statues with the glowing eyes had a long and bulky body with 6 legs. Each of the legs had 3 claws on it, and they were curled up around the serpent's body right now. The other 2 statues, on the other hand, were different. They didn't have any legs, but instead they looked to be mirror images of each other. They were also located right next to each other. When the matriarch saw that it was these 2 statues that had opened their eyes, she was stunned. "How can it be these 2? They're supposed to be the last to awaken," the matriarch muttered to herself in disbelief. She stood there, trying to wrap her mind around the fact. "The saintess, I need to tell her right away," the matriarch thought to herself. Then, in the next moment, the space rippled around her before she teleported away. Across the planet, there stood a tall mountain. It was the tallest mountain on the entire planet and towered high above the clouds. The matriarch had appeared about 1,000 kilometers away from this mountain. She started to fly towards the mountain and covered a large amount of distance every second. Yet even then, there was no change to the mountain. It seemed like the matriarch was still in the same place. An unknown amount of time passed before the matriarch finally reached the base of the mountain. From her point of view, the mountain looked like a heavenly wall that reached all the way to the heavens. Nothing could be seen beyond it, and all the sides seemed to be covered by it. The space seemingly warped and twisted, not allowing one to have a proper sense of things. And with the dense forest that covered the mountain, it only made things difficult to figure out. The forest was filled with towering trees that were easily a few kilometers tall in height. And even then, they looked like normal-sized compared to the entire mountain. Just from this, one could understand how tall the mountain really was. The sounds of beasts could be heard in the forest, and thousands of eyes could be seen piercing through the darkness. The matriarch swallowed her saliva, knowing how dangerous this place was. Even with her status and cultivation, she wouldn't be arrogant enough to take the denizens of this place lightly. From this point on, the matriarch didn't fly, but ran on foot. Despite that, her speed wasn't the least bit affected, and she could traverse it smoothly. Weaving through the towering trees and interweaving vines was as easy as walking down a plain for her. And yet the cries of the beasts made her keep her guard up. But by the time she reached halfway to the mountain, a cold hissing could spread across the area. "It's me, Senior." The matriarch stopped in her place and bowed while cupping her hands. Tilda cracked Tilda. The trees moved and bent while the leaves rustled. A massive presence could be felt approaching from the distance. If one looked from above, they would see the towering trees parting to make way for something large. Soon, a pair of dark yellow eyes could be seen glowing in the shadows. The eyes were larger than an elephant and glared at the matriarch. Tilda hissed Tilda. "What have you come here for? The Empress has not opened the sacred mountain to anyone." A voice filled with a murderous aura spoke. The matriarch was afraid, but still spoke. "Holy Guardian, the Saintess needs to know that 2 more ancestral serpents have appeared in the world." Chapter 12, 36. Yin-yang twin serpents. The words of the matriarch were enough to dispel the murderous aura of the being in front of her. Tilda rumbled Tilda. The silhouette of a large head rose above the trees, and the dark yellow eyes moved along with it. Soon the head clouds be clearly seen. It belonged to a serpent that was gray and green colored and had horns on its head. It opened its mouth before letting out a low hiss that traveled far and wide. Thousands of sharp teeth could be seen within its mouth, along with 4 long fangs that were like pillars and shone under the green moonlight. "Go forth, the rest of the guardians will let you, though," the massive snake stated. "Thank you, Holy Guardian." The matriarch finally lifted her head and continued running up the mountain. But throughout the entire process, she didn't glance at the massive serpent for even a moment. It wasn't that she would be admonished for it, but rather that she was terrified to look at it. She had heard about the large serpent thousands of years ago. In fact, the first time she heard about them was when she was a mere child, and her parents told her about them to scare her into obeying. Coming in contact with such a being that was once the nightmare of her childhood was gravely terrifying. Despite my millenniums of cultivation, the Holy Guardian is still beyond my perception, the matriarch thought to herself. She didn't waver from her task, though, and continued to run. This time her journey was a lot faster, and it felt like the very space was shrinking beneath her. The amount of time it took her to reach the halfway point was over 100 times the time it was taking her to cover the remaining half of the distance. It was simply incomprehensible. "The sacred mountain is allowing me faster passage. Does it sense too?" The matriarch was surprised. The sacred mountain was rumored to be sentient, and legends said that it even had its own spirit. Throughout the long history of the Serpent Moon sect, the sacred mountain had been the only constant that had never changed. It still housed the ancient plants and beasts that had long gone extinct in most of the worlds. If it were not for the fact that it was the most sacred place of the Serpent Moon sect, it would probably have been useful as a resource farm. though that was only if they could actually go against the guardians that lived here too. Even the matriarch herself would only last a few minutes against a single guardian, not to mention there were more than one. As for their numbers, it was simply unknown. Even the strength of the guardians was unknown, but what was known was their legends. The guardians had protected the Serpent Moon world for an unknown amount of time. They were the guardians before the Serpent Moon sect was even created. The matriarch pondered on the sacred mountain and the mysteries of the guardians for a few minutes before she finally reached the top. Here a quaint temple was built. A multitude of glowing fireflies could be seen moving around in the sky. These glowing fireflies gently illuminated the temple, making it seem like an untouched existence. The matriarch felt her soul calm down just by seeing this scene. Tilde thud tilde. After her momentary pause, she quickly kneeled on the ground and slammed her forehead into the stone tiles with a loud thud. She lifted her head and was just about to kowtow again when a faint voice was heard. It felt like bells were chiming along with it, and they enthralled one's heart. "Come in." The matriarch was stunned by this, as it was different from what she had been told before by the ancestor. "Why, yes," she stood up but kept her eyes low. Crossing the temple's threshold, the matriarch could feel the change in the air. This is an entirely different existence. The laws here are so profound. The matriarch could barely believe her senses. Without pausing, she continued and came to a halt before the main building of the temple. The 150th matriarch of the Serpent Moon sect greets the saintess, the matriarch said with a voice filled with utter worship. A slight breeze blew, and the matriarch's hair fluttered back. "Lift your head," the chiming voice spoke once more. The matriarch did as was commanded and looked up, only to be dazzled by the beauty in front of her. Words were not enough to describe the woman that stood in the temple's doorway. Her red hair hung like a waterfall of flames, while her emerald green dress looked like it was carved straight from gems. Faint snake scales could even be seen flickering on the dress, and gold ornaments adorned it, increasing its charm by many times. Bountiful peaks were hidden behind the dress, and above it a slender neck rose. Finally, a face that could only belong to that of a goddess was seen. Green eyes graced it with slit-like pupils that could charm anyone, whether it be man, beast, or a devil. "I shall forever be thankful for allowing me to bask in your presence, saintess," the matriarch said from the very bottom of her heart. It had long since been her dream to meet the saintess, and this was the very first time she had the opportunity. There were many matriarchs in the past who never had the opportunity to meet the saintess, despite their long lives. What do you have to say, and where is your ancestor?" the saintess questioned. "The ancestor is currently in the Southern Immortal Court on our sect's business. She wouldn't be able to come in time to tell you about this urgent matter," the matriarch answered quickly. "I see, and what is it? Did you find out about more ancestral serpents?" the saintess replied. Yes, we did. This time there are 2, the matriarch said with excitement. 2? Which ones?" A hint of excitement could be seen in the eyes of the saintess as well. "The yin-yang twin serpents." Chapter 12, 37. The saintess and the matriarch the saintess had a look of excitement mixed with anxiousness in her eyes upon hearing the name. "The yin-yang twin serpents, at this time," the saintess furrowed her brows. "Why, yes, I was confused too and checked it myself. I would not dare come speak to you before that," the matriarch confirmed. "For the yin-yang twin serpents to appear before all the other ancestral serpents have awakened is strange. It's not according to what was said in the old prophecies," the saintess muttered. "I'm quite confused about this too, saintess. At first I thought there might be more to the prophecy and hoped that you might be able to shed more light on this," the matriarch stated. The saintess didn't reply and instead took out a hexagonal mirror. The mirror was about the size of a large platter and had elaborate designs on it, along with intricate runes that were incomprehensible to most people. At the edges of the mirror, there was a gold and silver frame on which several serpents rapped. At the bottom of it, though, one could see a large white gem set in a socket. The gem was perfectly spherical and could actually move in its socket. Seeing the mirror, the matriarch was surprised. Is that the prophetic moon mirror? The matriarch recognized. Indeed, is it your first time seeing this? The saintess asked. Yes, WL in person. I've seen its portraits before, but this is the first time I'm seeing it with my own 2 eyes, the matriarch said while her eyes reflected the image of the mirror. Hearing this, the saintess was a bit intrigued. How long have you been the matriarch for? The saintess inquired. It's been about 3,000 years since I was accepted as the matriarch, saintess, the matriarch respectfully replied. And in that time, your predecessor never showed you the prophetic moon mirror, the saintess asked. No, unfortunately I never got to see it. The last I heard of it, it was supposedly in the hands of the ancestor, the matriarch replied. I see, and then the ancestor brought this in with her the last time she came here, the saintess remembered. This matter was only of a momentary interest to the saintess, and she quickly got to the important task. She lifted the prophetic moon mirror up in the sky and aligned it with the green moon. Tilde hung tilde. The moment it did, a sonorous hum came from the prophetic moon mirror. Lend me your sight, mother, the saintess muttered in a low voice. The matriarch could clearly hear the words of the saintess, even if they were low, and was astounded. Mother, the saintess really is that. The matriarch decided to keep this hidden in her heart. She knew the information she had heard could cause a great upheaval across the worlds, but at the same time, she felt touched that the saintess thought her worthy enough. If she didn't then, there was no way the matriarch would have known this bit of information. The spherical moon socketed into the prophetic moon mirror started to slowly turn. With each turn, stars appeared in the mirror. The moon spun faster and faster and soon became hard to see. The scene in the mirror also became complex, turning into entire galaxies spread across the expanse of the universe. Once it reached this point, the saintess let go of the prophetic moon mirror, letting it float freely in the air. Now we wait, the saintess said. How long, saintess? The matriarch asked, not knowing. I cannot tell this either. It can take minutes or months, the saintess replied. I see. The matriarch was fine with anything. Secretly, she was even happy that she would get to spend time with the saintess. The light and hope of the Serpent Moon sect is the saintess. Basking in her grace is the best gift I can ever get, the matriarch thought to herself with devotion. But while she was in her thoughts, the saintess moved. Tilde ripple tilde. She lightly tapped the air, creating water like ripples in it. The ripples contorted and moved before condensing into water vapor. The water vapor had unnatural properties and was firm to touch, not dissipating like normal clouds. The vapor turned dense and took on a complete cloud-like appearance before assuming the shape of a table and 2 chairs. Absolute insights, Tao of water, Tao of clouds, Tao of wind. The matriarch could glance at the profundities form this small action of the saintess. She suddenly shook out of her short trance and hurriedly cupped her hands. Thank you for allowing me this chance to ponder on the DAOS. SAINTSS, the matriarch said in an overwhelmed tone. But the saintess slightly furrowed her brows upon hearing this, and her ears twitched. Lower your voice. I do not like actions like these, she said firmly. I'm sorry, saintess. Please forgive me, the matriarch hurriedly replied. Just make sure it doesn't happen again, the saintess said before gesturing with her eyes. Now sit. At once, the matriarch quickly followed the words, taking them as an absolute order. A few minutes passed in silence while the saintess rested her eyes. The matriarch didn't even dare to breathe, afraid that she might disturb the saintess. Tell me about the sect, what has happened since the ancestors' visit, the saintess spoke. I shall tell everything from that day then, saintess. Please bear with me, the matriarch said before taking a deep breath. After the ancestor returned from seeing you, she asked for the fossilized form of the 3-clawed Terra python to be brought to her. And as you commanded, she took it back to you before the revival was done, the matriarch said, and took a pause to glance at the saintess, ensuring that there was no displeasure on her face. Once the three-clawed Terra python was revived, the ancestor brought it back to the Temple of the Serpents. We put the ancestral serpent in its designated chamber to let it recover its strength. Ever since that day, the three-clawed Terra python has been resting. We have not tried to disturb it either, even though a few elders wanted to gain enlightenment from it. I also put stringent requirements for all those going to the chambers to prevent any mishap from happening. The matriarch explained. That's good, the saintess agreed. There is nothing more important than gathering the 7 ancestral serpents and ensure that they return to their peak strength. Of course, and we shall do everything in our power to do that, the matriarch vowed. The saintess nodded her head before saying, Continue. After the three-clawed Terra python was secured, the ancestor gave me orders to monitor the Shadow Gloombone Lord. I understand he is an old enemy of the sect, and I did as was commanded. We had 2 million disciples assigned to monitor the movement and traces of the Shadow Gloombone Lord. This also included the disciples, which are posted at the different powers of the 4 immortal courts as well as the celestial realm. About 2 years passed before we picked up news that a certain group of world pirates were transporting old relics related to the Shadow Gloombone Lord. Of course, back then we thought that they were simply some miscellaneous items with distant link to the foe. The matriarch said before taking a pause. But then our raid brought us some shocking results. The goods they were transporting weren't just some miscellaneous items, but rather the avatar seeds of the Shadow Gloombone Lord, the matriarch added. And when she said this, the saintess opened her eyes, a hint of disgust appearing in them. So he really managed to stay alive despite all that, the saintess said, anger visible in her eyes. The matriarch felt pressure from the flame-haired woman in front of her, but held her courage. We then erased all of the avatar seeds of the Shadow Gloombone Lord as per the ancestors' commands, the matriarch said. But that's not all, is it? The saintess inquired. Unfortunately not. Upon investigating the world pirates more, we learned they affiliated to the Indigo World Hegemony. They are a power that has risen in the past 50,000 years, the matriarch replied. I know of them, the saintess said. You do, the matriarch was surprised. Indeed, they've actually existed since before that, just under a different name, the saintess replied. What was that? The matriarch asked curiously. They were the remnants of the Hundan Imperial Order, she answered. Hearing this, the eyes of the matriarch wide. Those fiends, I thought they were exterminated by the joint powers of the celestial realm, the matriarch said in disbelief. Things are not always how they seem to the eyes, and alliances are not fixed either, the saintess stated. You mean to say they were intentionally left alive? The matriarch was doubtful. That is what I think. The politics of the celestial realm are too much of a bother for me to deal with. My duty is not that, the saintess stated. Of course, the matriarch nodded her head. The saintess should not be involved in lowly matters such as that, she agreed. What did you learn after that? The saintess asked further. Ah, yes. Upon investigating further and wiping out a few branches of the Indigo World Hegemony, we discovered some documents which pointed to some secretive deals. These evidently go against the regulations of the immortal and celestial courts. The Indigo World Hegemony was supplying a power from the mortal realm, a world only known as the Zaya-Afen. Chapter 12, 38. Finding the signs, the information was surprising to the saintess. They circumvented the celestial and immortal laws, the saintess asked doubtfully. It seems so. From the documents, we learned that they did so by sending weakened members among them. They seem to have crippled the cultivation base of a few lower-ranked members and let them raise it back to below the immortal ascension realm. That is how they smuggled the goods into a mortal world, the matriarch explained. And what was it that they smuggled? The saintess asked, her face showing dislike for the information. They smuggled quite a few things, including cultivation techniques, chi skills, resources, and different formation manuals. But the most illegal thing they have smuggled in an immortal tool, the matriarch revealed. An immortal tool? That's not something that should have been done. Does that world even have any immortals? The saintess inquired. There were a few that once came from that world. We checked the Ascension platform records in the immortal courts, and there are records of 4 immortals ascending from that world. They apparently returned to the world too, evidently to solve a problem that was beyond the abilities of the Zaya-Offen world's residents. The matriarch spoke. Hearing this, the saintess furrowed her brows. A problem caused by the smugglers, the saintess guessed. That's what it seems like. They provided illegal resources which a mortal world should not have and raised a local power in exchange for harvesting rights. The matriarch confirmed. But what's strange is that out of the 4 immortals, only 3 returned. She added. One of them might have been a casualty. If the local powers were provided an immortal tool, it isn't surprising that one of them died. The saintess nodded her head. The documents of the Indigo World Hegemony also showed that their trade didn't stop just after that. They continued it even after the immortals returned, though it seemed to have slowed down considerably. There was apparently a restriction on the Zaya-Offen world that prevented them, a barrier of some sorts. I don't know how they got past it, though. If they forcefully broke it, the resulting backlash from the world would be far too great. At least the immortal courts and even the celestial court would notice it at that point. The matriarch said, confusion visible on her face as well. The 2 of them sat in silence while the saintess thought to herself. After 15 minutes, though, the saintess seemed to have thought to something. Where exactly is this Zaya-Offen world located? The saintess questioned. According to the navigation maps we confiscated from the world pirates, it's located under the Western Immortal Court's Mortal Realm division. And within the Mortal Realm, it's located in the Farlands, among the newborn worlds. The matriarch accurately recalled. Wait, in the Farlands? The saintess seemed to have grasped something. What's the matter, saintess? The matriarch questioned. But instead of responding, the saintess waved her hand, summoning another mirror from the temple. This mirror was a lot bigger and spanned an entire 3 meters in size. Return, the saintess chanted. The mirror glowed with the light of the runes as the scene within it changed. Soon galaxies swept past and stars twinkled. World upon world passed before a very specific set of planets could be seen on it. It really is that, it's the same world, the saintess muttered. What's this place, saintess? The matriarch asked, and tried to see if she could match any of the features of the planets to those that she knew of. That is the galaxy where the Zaya-Offen world is, and that's the Zaya-Offen world. The saintess pointed to a specific blue planet that had a clustered land mass on one side. Hearing this, the matriarch was surprised. How did you find it this quickly? She asked. Because this isn't the first time I'm seeing it. The last time I saw it was with your ancestor, and it was in regards to the Shadow Gloom Bone Lord too. The saintess replied, her tone serious. The matriarch linked the situations and figured out the issue. Is this the world ancestor talked about then, the place where the signs of the Shadow Gloom Bone Lord were detected? The matriarch inquired. Yes, and I think the Shadow Gloom Bone Lord is also how the world pirates gained into the Zaya-Offen world again. That fiend is a well-known invader and has many tricks up his sleeve to get into world barriers. The saintess replied. What? If it was that serious, then why didn't the ancestor tell us to act? The matriarch was lost. For a problem this big, we could have very well gotten permission from the immortal court. I left it and only told her to track it because there was another being in that world that would have taken care of the Shadow Gloom Bone Lord's avatar. The saintess stated. Another being, the matriarch wondered. Who? In response, the saintess simply waved her hand, and the scene in the mirror changed. This time, an image appeared in it. The image was that of a being so large that was hard to clearly see what its body was like. But what could be clearly seen were its 10 golden yellow eyes that shone like great lanterns in the night sky. That isn't this, the matriarch gasped, covering her mouth. The pillars of the void, the holder of space, the void weaver spider, Zukong. The saintess uttered with a mix of reverence and fear. The matriarch trembled in her place as she heard the name. Why would someone like him be there in a mortal world like that? The matriarch questioned in utter confusion. See, can a mortal world like that even withstand his presence? He alone would cover the entire world. I do not know why or how he could stay there, but with him there, the shadow gloom bone lord is but a mere pest. The saintess replied. Tilde hung tilde. At this moment, though, the smaller hexagonal mirror suddenly let out a sound. Tilde hung tilde. Just as the matriarch was trying to wrap her mind around the information that had been revealed to her, the mirror in front of her trembled. It stopped spinning. The matriarch saw the spherical moon socketed into the mirror freeze. The saintess turned around in surprise and glanced at the hexagonal mirror. That was unexpectedly fast, she muttered before waving her hand, bringing the mirror closer. Did you find something, saintess? The matriarch asked excitedly. Seems like we have luck on our side. The yin-yang twin serpents have appeared in a high-ranked immortal world. The saintess spoke, allowing the matriarch to take a look as well. In the mirrors, they could see a large plant that was surrendered by several rings of asteroids. The planet looked rusty brown in color and had countless smaller asteroids covering its upper atmosphere. Behind it, several more planets could be seen, and at the very back, a yellow sun was also burning. I know this world, the matriarch said out loud. It's the Rust Sky world. They've been put under the monitoring of Northern Immortal Court because the world is close to ascension, she stated. Hearing this, the saintess was intrigued, but just as she was about to say something, she noticed something. The small moon, socketed into the mirror, started to tremble, and black marks appeared on it. What's happening to the prophetic moon mirror? The matriarch asked anxiously. Tilde crackled tilde. Suddenly sparks appeared in the mirror, and the scene in the mirror flickered non-stop. Tilde buzz tilde. Then, a beam of energy shot out from the hexagonal mirror and struck the other large mirror that was floating in the air. Tilde hung tilde. Both the mirrors started resonating, and the scenes on both of them flickered non-stop. This can't be, why are they linked? The saintess said in shock. Why, what happened, saintess? The matriarch asked, feeling even more nervous now. The yin-yang twin serpents, they seem to have traces in the Rust Sky world as well as the Zaya-Offen world. Or rather, they have old traces in the Zaya-Offen world. The saintess replied, while her flame-red hair swayed in the wind. I'll send our disciples to the Rust Sky world right away, saintess, the matriarch stated. No, the saintess ordered. What? Why? The matriarch asked. If the Zaya-Offen world has old traces of the yin-yang twin serpents and the Rust Sky world has the current presence of them, then this matter is too sensitive. Don't forget that being was supposedly on the Zaya-Offen world, the saintess replied. The matriarch's eyes shone in realization, and a cold sweat appeared on her back. If there is any link with Zukong, then we need to approach this very carefully. While we need to look for him too, there is no saying how he'll take this. I cannot leave this to mere disciples, the saintess stated. Then I'll go there myself, saintess, the matriarch volunteered. No, you need to be at the sect. It cannot be left without leadership, the saintess rejected. Should I ask the ancestor then? She'll rush there right away on your orders, the matriarch suggested. No, if there is Zukong involved, then I need to do this myself. No one else is qualified to meet with someone like him, the saintess said, much to the shock of the matriarch. Why would you go so far, saintess? The matriarch couldn't believe this. If we are to request something of a great being such as Zukong, then it should come from myself, under my authority as the saintess, and the Serpent Empress Akkad. Chapter 12. 39 Research and Epiphany. Lin Mu was unaware about the great power that was now searching for the yin-yang twin serpents as well as Zukong. To him, the two baby snakes were certainly interesting and strong, but not to the level where he would think that it would have alerted a great sect. Currently, he was lounging in his residence, reading through a pile of documents. Doesn't seem like this will work for the Hema tribe either. Lin Mu shook his head. He had been going through all the cultivation manuals, as well as Chi's skills. He had to figure out something that might work for the Hema tribe. Their progress with the breathing technique had been good, and some of the higher-ranked members of the tribe had already become used to it. In fact, some of them, like Elder Niji and head warrior Kyolo, could already sense the flow of the spirit chi within them as well as control it to a certain extent. But this control was only in terms of accelerating it and slowing it down. But even then, it was enough to increase their strength by a new level. Simply by accelerating the flow of spirit chi, they could exert greater power in their attacks momentarily. And on the other side, by slowing down the flow of spirit chi, they could reduce their energy consumption there by raising their stamina while also reducing their presence. The ability to reduce one's presence was considered highly by the elder as well as head warrior Kyolo. Since the scouts often went out to scour the areas and check for the presence of the chasm beasts, they sometimes ended up clashing hit them too. By reducing their presence, they would be able to escape successfully, thereby allowing them to have a greater survival rate. But even though they had learned these two applications, Lin Mu knew this wasn't even scratching the surface. They have so much potential, and yet they cannot mobilize it. They even have the resources, but they cannot utilize it efficiently. Lin Mu thought deeply. Seems like the Lost Immortals memoirs might be the only method of figuring out a solution for the Hema tribe. Lin Mu muttered to himself. It wasn't that he hadn't looked through the memoirs already. He had actually read it for over a month now. But the issue with the Lost Immortals memoirs was that he couldn't just flip to the end like a book and find what he needed. The Lost Immortals memoirs had a restriction on it, which only allowed Lin Mu to go forward in a specific manner. New information would only appear after he had finished reading the current set of information. The new information that appeared was entirely out of Lin Mu's control and could be random. If it was in a chronological order, it would have been somewhat helpful. At least I'd be able to estimate just how long I would have to read until I reached a possible point of interest. But the events in the memoirs are set in a strange order, Lin Mu thought. The Lost Immortal had recorded the memoir in a way that provided information to Lin Mu, limited to his level of understanding and cultivation. It didn't just tell him about the great cultivation realms or techniques like that. In fact, it barely scratched on actual cultivation techniques of chi skills. Instead, it mostly showed the experiences of the Lost Immortal and his thinking. What Lin Mu was doing was the same as searching the vast dark ocean for a singular type of a fish. It was very difficult, and he had no way to accurately track his goal. Deciding to take a break for today, Lin Mu stood up from the bed. His eyes trailed over to the pillow kept on a small stone table. There, two baby snakes were sleeping soundly. Their breaths were rhythmic and were in an order. While one twin inhaled, the other twin exhaled. This cycle repeated continuously, and Lin Mu only noticed it recently. It's been a month since they've been asleep. When will they wake up? Lin Mu wondered. The Xiao Yin and Xiao Yang had fallen asleep after killing and consuming the remains of the chasm beasts. Lin Mu knew that snake beasts would rest and digest their meal for days at an end, but for baby snakes, he still found it to be a little too long. If Senior Zukong was awake, perhaps he might have been able to give me some insights, Lin Mu wished. He gazed at the twin snakes for a few minutes, seemingly lost in thought. But at a certain instantly, he suddenly shook out of his thoughts. Wait, that might just work. Lin Mu had a moment of epiphany. About half an hour later, Lin Mu now stood in the training square of the Hema tribe. In front of him were several Hema tribe members, including Elder Niji as well as head warrior Kyolo. What did you call us for here, noble Lin Mu? Elder Niji asked curiously. He was going about his duties when he was suddenly called by Lin Mu and told to gather the strongest warriors of the tribe at the training square. And now that he had done that, he saw Lin Mu staring at the warriors intently. Today I have called you here because I want to teach you something new. Lin Mu replied. Oh, what might that be? Elder Niji was surprised and a little excited at the same time. The same interest could be seen in the eyes of the rest too. Evidently, they had been learning Tao's script from the elder, and it wasn't just them, either. In fact, a lot of tribe members had shown great interest in learning it after seeing Lin Mu. They wanted to learn from him and understand what he talked about. I am going to teach you an experimental technique I have come up with. If it works, all of you might be able to finally cultivate. Lin Mu revealed. Chapter 12, 40 A breakthrough for the tribe. What? Really? Lin Mu's words were no less than a quake to Elder Niji. He had long since marveled at the powers of the various experts. While Elder Niji himself could match against in raw strength against many, he also desired the more flashy moves like making fire and summoning thunder. Not to mention, there was also the added benefit of a lifespan increase. Even with the passive increase in the spirit chi that the Hema tribe members had, their lifespans were still the same as humans. Not to mention, there was the upper limit of Tao treading realm for the Hema tribe. While there might have been many experts above the Tao treading realm in the past, and some in the immortal realm as well, now there were none. This also meant that the elder of the Hema tribe only had less than 4,000 years to find his successor, who also had to reach his level. Unfortunately for Elder Niji, 3,000 years had already passed, and while there were strong members like head warrior Kilo, there was no one that could inherit the knowledge that he held. For that, the potential elder needed to learn Tao's script good enough to communicate freely. Even though many tribesmen were now showing interest in learning Tao's script after Lin Mu's arrival, it was still not enough. With only 1,000 years left in his lifespan, Elder Niji was not confident of teaching a disciple. After all, he himself had only learned Tao's script from the last elder after over 1,500 years. But now that he had a chance to increase his lifespan, he would have a better chance at finding a new elder. And if he was lucky, with the increased number of members showing interest, he might even have multiple candidates. What do we need to do then, noble Lin Mu? Elder Niji asked hurriedly. I'll teach you the method first, and then you can explain to the rest. Lin Mu replied. All right, Elder Niji nodded his head. Lin Mu then spent an hour explaining a technique he had come up with. It was a relatively simple method, which expanded on the speeding and slowing down the flow of spirit chi. Since the Hema tribe was already getting proficient with this, Lin Mu reckoned this would be the best way. The chance that he made in this was that one needed to do both, speeding up the flow of spirit chi as well as slow it down at the same time. At first, one would split the flow of spirit chi in their body in half and divided it into 2 circuits. Then they would speed up the flow in one circuit while slowing it down in the other. This would create a point of focus that should potentially draw in spirit chi from the air. Once one managed to do it by splitting the circuits in 2 halves, they would then reduce the size. Instead of splitting the circuits in 50-50 parts, they would do so in 75-25 parts. Then once equilibrium was achieved in this fraction too, they could go smaller and smaller. Lin Mu had even gone further and guessed that in the latter stages, one could then create multiple smaller circuits instead of just 2 of different sizes. The greater the number of circuits, the greater the number of focus points. Lin Mu didn't know how far it could be scaled up, as there was no way to theoretically check it. The only way to do it would be a practical demonstration. Now the only hurdle is if the Hema tribe and gain a control over this, Lin Mu thought. He had seen them achieve a meditative state of great focus, which was unusual for most experts, thus he had great hopes for them. This is certainly new, noble Lin Mu. I'll try it out first myself, then I'll instruct the others, Elder Niji stated. I think I'll be able to explain better that way. Yes, you can do that, Lin Mu agreed. Elder Niji first asked the warriors to wait patiently and then got to practicing. Lin Mu too sat nearby, watching him closely. His spirit sense was close to Elder Niji's body, but didn't enter it for the fear of affecting the man's practice. If anything happened, Lin Mu was confident of acting in time. His eyes stared at Elder Niji and traced the fine movements of spirit chi in the air. For the first 15 minutes, nothing happened and there was no change to the spirit chi in the air. But after 15 more minutes passed, Lin Mu sensed a wisp of spirit chi. The wisp of spirit chi was moving in an irregular manner, and it was the only one to do so. It should be starting now, Lin Mu muttered. Minute after minute passed as he sensed the irregular wisps of spirit chi increasing in number. When 45 minutes passed, a qualitative change happened. All of a sudden, all the wisps of spirit chi rushed towards Elder Niji's chest. Tilde Huala tilde. A wave of spirit chi directly spread in the area and was sensed by all the warriors nearby. He managed to do it, Lin Mu smiled. Elder Niji opened his eyes, feeling the infusion of spirit chi into his body. It was a familiar yet new feeling for him. They were long since used to spirit chi being absorbed after eating the stone flesh mushrooms, but now directly absorbing it though their skin was refreshing. It is a marvelous feeling, Elder Niji muttered to himself as he gazed at his body. Congratulations, you did very well, Lin Mu spoke with a smile on his face. It is all due to your help, noble Lin Mu. Elder Niji didn't dare take the credit. Now, we got a lot more to do before we rejoice, Lin Mu chuckled. Of course, Elder Niji smiled and turned to the warriors. He spent the next hour teaching them the method in their own tongue before they began the practice. And just an hour later, Lin Mu saw the progress. He broke through. Chapter 12. 41 continual improvements in front of Lin Mu. One of the warriors had just achieved a breakthrough. Lin Mu had seen him before, but didn't know the man's name. The only thing he knew was that he was one of the stronger warriors of the Hema tribe and was roughly at the start nascent soul realm. But now, the man had actually broken though, and the spirit chi waves coming from him showed that he was at the middle of the nascent soul realm. From the infant soul stage to child soul stage, this breakthrough is good. Lin Mu estimated the gain that the warrior had. Elder Niji and the rest also observed the man, sensing the increase in his strength. The breakthrough caused waves of spirit chi to spread from the man, allowing everyone to feel it clearly. Usually a breakthrough would not be this apparent as the spirit chi in most Hema tribe members would stay contained in their bodies. But now that it was done though an actual cultivation technique, the effects were clear. $Dollarandend. The Hema tribe warrior who had just broken through was surprised as well. Who is he? Lin Mu questioned. This is Warrior Tumela, Elder Niji answered for Lin Mu. Warrior Tumela, congratulations on successfully cultivating as well as breaking through. Lin Mu spoke. The man in question didn't understand all of Lin Mu's words, but then Elder Niji translated for him. Once Warrior Tumela understood them, he saluted Lin Mu in respect. He was truly grateful to Lin Mu for teaching them this. He could after all sense the increase in his strength. Even if it was small, it was still a good increase which would normally take him several years to achieve. And yet that long-term gain was obtained in less than 2 hours. In all cases, it was worth a lot to them. Even for Lin Mu, this was a lot of new study and research material. With this initial success, he now knew what path to take for the future. I never would have thought the 2 baby snakes would allow me to have this epiphany. Fortunate encounters can truly present in the most unexpected ways, Lin Mu thought to himself. He let the warriors continue cultivating and observed them. From time to time, he would give them some advice and make a correction in their circuits. Even for Elder Niji and head warrior Kyolo, there were a lot of suggestions. And in just 3 more days, 10 more warriors had broken though. While it was just a minor breakthrough, it was still better than anything they had felt before. During this entire time, Lin Mu could see some flaws in the technique he had made as an experiment, too. It allowed him to learn more and deepen his own understanding about cultivation, thereby increasing his own expertise. Then, after analyzing these mistakes and changes, Lin Mu improved on them, further enhancing the experimental technique. 2 weeks passed in this, and the warriors of the Hema tribe continued to improve. It was around this time that Lin Mu discovered another issue. How will they form a nascent soul? Lin Mu wondered. Many of the warriors that Lin Mu was teaching right now already had cultivation equivalent to that of at least the infant soul stage of the nascent soul realm. There was no one else lower than that, as the test candidates were only those that were strong. The cultivation of the Hema tribe is mostly passive and is somewhat of a mix between body cultivation as well as chi cultivation, but it doeth not give them the abilities of either path. But now that they are actually cultivating with a technique, they are still unable to follow the normal path of chi cultivation. Lin Mu pondered. Forming a nascent soul was very important for chi cultivator, as they would be unable to comprehend the Tao traces without it. A nascent soul allowed one to dissociate oneself from the normal cycle of mortals, giving them a chance for rebirth. Their true souls would be able to make use of the nascent soul and sense the profundities of the Tao, allowing them to progress further. The lack of a nascent soul was also what Lin Mu estimated as the reason for a lack of progress. Even Elder Niji was only stuck at the peak of the Tao treading realm in terms of the spirit chi he had. He was unable to progress any further despite hundreds of years of consumption of stone flesh mushrooms. The minimum requirement for reaching the immortal ascension realm was one needed to touch upon the Tao traces. For chi cultivators, having no Tao embryo basically made it impossible, and for a Tao embryo to form, they needed a nascent soul. And it wasn't like they could take the body cultivation path, either. While the body cultivation path had no need to form a nascent soul or Tao embryo, it would still do the same, but though a different route. The refinement of the 5 treasured organs was very difficult without the right techniques and resources. While Lin Mu had managed to make an experimental chi cultivation technique for the Hema tribe, he sure as hell wouldn't be able to make a body cultivation technique. There are still some provisions for mistake correction in chi cultivation, but for body cultivation, the range for mistakes is very narrow. Not to mention, I do not have enough references to make anything, Lin Mu thought to himself. The only reason he was even able to make the experimental technique for chi cultivation was because he had literally thousands upon thousands of cultivation techniques and manuals in his storage. Not to mention the many more documents and books that gave one insight and tips for cultivation. As for body cultivation, Lin Mu had a grand total of 2 techniques, the mortal strengthening scripture and the true gold body forging arts. It was already a miracle that Lin Mu could use the passive effects of other techniques to reach his current body cultivation. And it wasn't like Lin Mu hadn't tested the use of mortal strengthening scripture for the Hema tribe either. The results of that had only shown it to be incompatible with them. Thus, with all the failures, the only path left was chi cultivation. Days upon days passed like this, and Lin Mu continued his research. 2 more months went by when Lin Mu finally had some significant progress with the experimental technique. Of course, I need to follow the example of the great slumber bear. Senior Zhukang told me that immortal beasts that were directly born in that realm merely needed to will it, and their nascent souls would be born. Lin Mu said out loud. In front of him, a large stone board could be seen. Runes could be seen written on it, and they glowed with a faint white light. Lin Mu used his fingers as a writing tool and quickly added more runes onto the board. Once he did, a qualitative change seemingly happened, and the runes automatically assembled themselves into a unique order. There, let's see if this works, Lin Mu muttered to himself. He quickly called Elder Niji and asked him to bring in some weaker members of the tribe. 5 minutes later, the elder had appeared at his doorstep along with 5 Hema tribe members. Tilda Creek Tilda. Lin Mu opened the door and gazed at the new candidates, finding them to be roughly equivalent to the mid to late stage of the core condensation realm. They will work perfectly, Lin Mu said. What do you need them to do, noble Lin Mu? Elder Niji inquired curiously. They will cultivate with the new version I have made, Lin Mu plainly said before explaining it to the Hema tribe members. In the past few months, Lin Mu had been steadily learning the Hema tribe's language, and while he had not mastered it, he was at least able to converse in the language. "Is this all we need to do, noble Lin Mu?" the Hema tribe members anxiously asked. "Yes, as long as you follow this method, you should see some gain," Lin Mu replied in the Hema tribe's language. "Okay," the members agreed right away. They quickly sat down and first mediated for a few minutes to optimize their condition. A majority of the tribesmen had mastered the breathing method taught by Lin Mu, thus there were no issues in that. Once that was done, they finally followed the experimental technique and made 2 circuits in their body. The slow circuit and fast circuits quickly pulled the spirit chi in the air, forming a point of focus on their bodies. It's certainly faster than the first version. Lin Mu could see the improvements right away. 30 minutes passed as the members steadily absorbed the spirit chi, until finally, one of them formed a core. The spirit chi within the body quickly turned into a core, but didn't stop there. Chapter 12:42, Tribulation Scaring the Chasm Beasts. Lin Mu had not expected the reaction to be this fast. He had seen cores being formed many times before, and they were never this fast to condense. Even if there was a lot of spirit chi, it was still a gradual process and took some time. But for the Hema tribe member, it was almost in an instant. This opened up a lot of new possibilities for Lin Mu, allowing him to guess further possibilities. Rumble. Though his surprise didn't just stop there, as the rumble of thunder could soon be heard. It had passed all the way through the earth-fixing array and reached the tribe underground. It really is like I thought. Those that have not reached the equivalent of nascent soul realm can still form their nascent souls, and it would also trigger a heavenly tribulation. Lin Mu muttered to himself as he continued to observe. Far above the broken chasm, clouds had started to gather. These were different from the rusty brown and red clouds that normally covered the sky. These clouds were dark, and I could see arcs of light running through them. The chasm beasts that roamed around the area were alarmed by the presence of the tribulation clouds. They all looked up at the sky and roared at it, as if warning it that this was their land. Their lack of intelligence was demonstrated here as a few of the stronger chasm beasts decided to directly challenge the new enemy that had appeared in the sky. Not to mention, they could sense great energy in the sky, which was a sign of food for them. The chasm beasts that were at equivalent to the immortal ascension realm were the first ones to act. They leaped into the sky, forming a black blur in the air. Rumble. But just as they were halfway to the clouds, a bolt of lightning fell down. The body of the chasm beast was directly blasted into dust by the lightning bolt. The dark clouds in the sky kept on rumbling, and the roar of thunder could be heard far and wide. The sound soon increased in intensity, and an oppressive feeling descended. A change in the chasm beasts could be seen at this point. They had a hint of reluctance in their voice, and they quickly turned back. The chasm beasts are afraid of tribulation lightning. Lin Mu had been watching the entire series of events through one of his mirrors. Elder Niji and the rest witnessed it too and were pleased. They watched as the entirety of the chasm beasts in the area started to return to the broken chasm. They jumped into the chasm as if afraid that they would be blasted to death by the tribulation lightning as well. The punishment tribulation lightning is indeed stronger here, or perhaps it adjusts its power according to the being it is facing. Lin Mu thought to himself. Though he also had a hunch that the reason why the chasm beasts were repelled might be something to do with the fact that they were of the yin attribute, and the tribulation lightning was that of the extreme yang. It wouldn't be unusual for both of them to cancel each other out, even if the chasm beasts were strong. Seems like we might have another potential weapon against the chasm beasts. We now have a grasp on their weakness, Lin Mu said as ideas already started to form in his mind. While he himself didn't have any chi skill that could make lightning, what he did have were the methods to make formations that could release lightning. There were even a couple of spirit weapons Lin Mu had that produced lightning. Though these weapons weren't as strong and were merely mid-grade spirit weapons, but this didn't mean that they wouldn't come in handy. Lin Mu already had ideas about enhancing them further, or making entirely new weapons of the lightning attribute from the get-go. He certainly had a few materials that were of the lightning element. And if that doesn't work, I might just use the tribulation lightning itself for this. Lin Mu had some dangerous ideas about a new form of a weapon. Tilde rumble tilde. But all of these thoughts were out on pause for the moment, since the tribulation clouds were gaining power. Everybody get back, create some distance from him, Lin Mu ordered. The Hema tribe warriors responded quickly, and there was now a distance of at least 500 meters from the warrior that was undergoing the breakthrough. Surprisingly, though, the man wasn't scared. He only seemed to be confused. "What is happening?" Nulo asked. "You will be struck by lightning soon, but don't worry, your body is tough enough to bear it, and once you survive, you will be a lot stronger than before," Lin Mu encouraged. All right, noble Lin Mu," Nulo replied. "Do well, child. You shall create a new history for our tribe," Elder Niji encouraged as well. Elder Niji knew more than the warriors and had plenty of information about heavenly tribulations. Lin Mu had told him about this before, after all. He also knew how dangerous it could be, but compared to the chasm beasts that they had faced for years, this danger was nothing. If they had an opportunity to exceed their old limits, they were willing to go to any length. Lin Mu controlled the earth-fixing array and opened up a small hole at the top of the mountain. He knew that the tribulation lightning would tear through the array otherwise and damage it. With a hole there, it would pass through it, thereby taking the path of least resistance. Though the roof might need to be patched again later, perhaps it should make it retractable, Lin Mu thought. Tilde rumble tilde. A thunderous sound tore through the skies, and a flash of lightning blinded all those that looked up at that time. The lightning bolt finally fell. Chapter 1243 True Nascent Soul Realm. The power of the lightning bolt was great and created ripples in the earth-fixing array when it passed through the hole. If Lin Mu had not made the hole, perhaps the earth-fixing array might have ended up getting greatly damaged. While Earth was good at withstanding lightning, one must forget this was still an array and was operated by thousands upon thousands of runes. Each rune was made with spirit chi, which would be broken apart by the violent power of the tribulation lightning. After all, the earth-fixing array's function wasn't to stop or reduce the power of the tribulation lightning. Something like that was done especially through formation arrays like the tribulation attenuation formation array. Thus, even if the earth-fixing array was technically stronger than the tribulation attenuation formation array, it couldn't bear the tribulation lightning bolts. The Hema tribe people were still stunned by the lightning bolt that tore through the roof of the tribe. Thankfully, their fear was short-lived, as the lightning bolt quickly reached its target and dissipated. Nulo, who felt a great force hitting his head, was almost knocked out. He didn't even register the violent power theft lightning hammering his newly formed core. If it weren't for the naturally tough bodies of the Hema tribe, perhaps Nulo might have really lost control and died. But that didn't happen. Instead, the sound of clear cracking was heard. "It worked," Lin Mu said with joy. The next lightning bolt arrived shortly, striking Nulo again. This time, though, the man was a lot more prepared and gritted his teeth to hold on. The power of the lightning directly entered his three-lobed dantian and hammered the core once more. This time, half of his core was covered in cracks. "Just a little more, you can hold on," Lin Mu motivated the man. "You can do it, brother Nulo." The other Hema tribe warriors also cheered him on. 2 more lightning bolts fell from the sky and struck Nulo. And finally, his core shattered into pieces, and from within rose the nascent soul. It looked like a small infant that had 4 legs and 2 arms. Surprisingly, though, the infant had a differently textured skin than the normal Hema. It had wave-like patterns on its skin that undulated with spirit chi. With the birth of the nascent soul, the tribulation clouds quickly started to dissipate, while a spirit chi vortex formed above Nulo. His cultivation base started to rise rapidly, and so did his nascent soul. It grew from an infant to a child before finally stopping. They truly have a lot of untapped potential, Lin Mu thought to himself. The rest of the Hema warriors cheered out loud, seeing their companion finally break through. Your name shall be forever recorded in our tribe's history, Warrior Nulo. Elder Niji congratulated. Thank you, Elder, Nulo replied, his breaths a bit labored. Let him rest and stabilize his cultivation base for now. It'll take some time getting used to it, Lin Mu instructed. Yes, noble Lin Mu, the warriors responded, and one of them helped Nulo get to his residence. It wasn't that Nulo was feeling weak, but rather he had too much power in his limbs now, so much so that he couldn't muster it to follow his will right now. Lin Mu reckoned it might have something to do with the sudden transition from the absence of a nascent soul to the presence. What do we do now, Elder Niji? The warriors asked. Should we continue? Noble Lin Mu, what do you say? Elder Niji asked in turn. They knew that this was supposed to be an experiment, and now that there was some result, they didn't know if they had to stop. After all, Lin Mu had told them that he needed to gather more information from observing them. I don't see why not. Continue, Lin Mu said with a smile. He had already checked the body of Nulo and didn't see any problems in there. Plus, he could sense that there were others that might reach the same point as Nulo as long as they continued. The more information I gather, the better I'll be able to improve the technique, Lin Mu reckoned. As you command, noble Lin Mu, the warriors were happy. They too wanted to experience the growth in power and could even feel a newfound desire in their hearts. It was the desire to grow strong and let their tribes rise. The entire group of Hema warriors sat down at an equal distance. Seeing the tribulation lightening, they already guessed that it was best to put some distance between each other just in case more than one person broke through at the same time. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to move in time and possibly get injured. While they didn't know Lin Mu could intervene in a case like that and tank the lightning bolt for them, it was still a good decision. 6 hours passed by before the next warrior reached the point of breakthrough. Just like Nulo, his core formed in an instant, and the heavenly tribulation came soon after. Thankfully, Elder Niji had already informed the rest of the tribe to not panic because of this. 10 minutes later, there was now a second nascent soul realm Hema warrior in their midst. 3 more hours later, there was another. And 6 hours past that, there were 5. The number kept on growing bit by bit, and 4 days went by like this. Tilde rumble tilde. This time, the tribulation clouds in the sky were massive and covered the entire broken chasm. This was due to the fact that 6 Hema warriors were having a breakthrough at once. Thankfully, they were also the last remaining members of the test group, and there was more than enough space in between them. Shatter. 6 cores shattered at once, giving birth to 6 nascent souls that all looked similar to each other, having undulating wave-like patterns on their skin. Chapter 12, 44, devising new methods from the breakthrough of 6 Hema tribe members was enough to shake the entire broken chasm. The spirit chi waves spread across the tribe and were felt by everyone. Even the children had felt them since they too practiced the breathing method. Perfect, Lin Mu said after seeing them succeed. He had gathered enough data from this that he would be able to tune the experimental technique further. Another thing he also figured out from this was how to get the others who already had spirit chi equivalent to the nascent soul realm and above to break through. I'll have to see which path works the best, Lin Mu thought to himself while the Hema tribe members were taken back to their residence. These were the last of the experimental group, thus Lin Mu didn't need to watch over any for now. When do you want me to prepare the next group, noble Lin Mu? Elder Niji inquired. I'll tell you the exact date later, but it will be at most in a month's time, Lin Mu replied. All right, there's also a chance that we might get to practice on the surface, Elder Niji stated. Indeed, the chasm beasts are mostly gone now, though we don't know if they'll return after the clouds dissipate, Lin Mu agreed. Due to the constant presence of heavenly tribulation clouds, as well as the lightning strikes, the chasm beasts had returned to the broken chasm. Lin Mu and Elder Niji both had observed on the mirrors how the chasm beasts tried to challenge the clouds and were killed. From this, Lin Mu had all but confirmed that the lightning was a weakness for the chasm beasts, though he didn't exactly know if it was all kinds of lightning or just the heavenly tribulation lightning. Regardless of that, knowing this was a great gain for the tribe. Even if they couldn't apply it right now, it didn't mean they wouldn't be able to do this later. For now, though, Lin Mu returned to his residence and slept for a night. He needed a clear and well-rested mind to analyze the coming few things. He didn't even enter sleepscape for this and truly had a full night's sleep. The next day, though, Lin Mu went fully into analyzing all that he had observed while also making multiple smaller experiments at the same time. He would call Hema members from time to time and ask them to practice something while he observed their chi circuits. Little by little, he was progressing, and the experimental cultivation technique was getting optimized. Plus, since this was Lin Mu's first time making an entirely new cultivation technique, he was learning a lot about his own cultivation, too. The number of insights he gained from this was similar to the number he got from Zukong. Sometime it was even higher. He could feel his own foundation of cultivation getting stronger, too, and his perception became clearer. 10 days later, Lin Mu finally devised a stable method for the stronger members of the Hema tribe to break through. Can't believe something from the northern tribes would come in handy here, Lin Mu said as he continued to write in the air. The method that Lin Mu ended up coming up with was in a way to dissipate the cultivation of Hema tribe members. For any normal cultivator, this would be very bad, and their hard work would all go to waste. But in the case of Hema tribe members, it wasn't the same. Because they never cultivated a cultivation technique in the first place, they couldn't be subjected to the same methods. Dissipation of cultivation was different from crippling, as crippling often involved the destruction of danshan and meridians. Lin Mu didn't want that, and it would be the opposite of what he was intending to do. Since the Hema tribe people only had spirit chi equivalent to the amount that other cultivators had and no abilities like this, all Lin Mu needed to do was seal their spirit chi. And the method to do this came from the northern tribes. It was none other than the spirit sealing array that the northern tribes had used to suppress the army of the Alliance in Zioafen world. Of course, something on that scale wasn't what Lin Mu would be able to set up here. Not only did he lack the detailed method of making the formation array, he also didn't the materials needed for it. But what he did have was the information he had taken from Ku Weiawen a long time ago. There was a method of making a small-scale version of the spirit sealing array. But even this wasn't something that suited Lin Mu's needs exactly. He would need to modify it in such a way that it would only restrain the spirit chi that a cultivator already had in their bodies, and not the spirit chi in the air. As long as it works, the spirit chi that the Hema members have can be restrained, and they can break through to the nascent soul realm the traditional way. Once that is done, the seal can be lifted, and their pre-existing spirit chi can be integrated, thereby speeding up their rate of cultivation. Lin Mu finalized his draft. The last rune was written in the air, and it quickly joined the others in a line. The runes resonated with each other, and the spirit chi in the air thrummed. Lin Mu then took out a jade slip and held it up to the air. Tilde whoosh tilde. All the runes floating in the air rushed into the jade slip, securing the data for later. Lin Mu let out a breath of relief and stretched his fingers. He'd been using the air as a writing board and his fingers as a pen for a long time now. They now needed some well-deserved rest. About 8 hours later, Lin Mu felt a lot better. Time to get it started then. Chapter 12:45 Spirit Cultivation Attenuation Formation Array. Whoa. How does noble Lin Mu do it? So many pretty lights. The children of the Hema tribe were gathered around an open square. This area had been made recently since Lin Mu had requested for it. A few small hills had to be flattened for a large enough area to be obtained. And currently above this large square thousands upon thousands of runes were hovering in the air. Some were arranged into small formations, while some were simply floating around independently. but to the children of the Hema tribe, these were just pretty lights that moved. While they were quite curious, they didn't go past a distance. They were sternly instructed not to disturb Lin Mu while he was at work by their parents. There were also several warriors standing around the area, just as a precaution. In the middle of the square, Lin Mu was sitting on the ground while 8 formation flags floated around him. There were 10 more flags lying next to him, along with an ink stone that was half filled with ink. In his hand was a fine brush made from spirit beast fur and high-quality wood. Faint spirit chi fluctuations could also be felt coming from it. And not just the brush, there were spirit chi fluctuations coming from the ink stone and the ink as well. It was evident that all these were spirit tools, or more accurately spirit tools that were meant for formation masters. Lin Mu had quite a few of them in the ring, but he had seldom used them. He mostly used his own spirit sense as a brush or even his fingers to make runes. But now that it was restrained in the rust sky world, he resorted to the spirit tools that had been lying around gathering dust. The modified spirit sealing formation array that Lin Mu was making needed a lot more than just plain runes and smaller formations. It needed other components like formation flags, rune stones, as well as formation plates. The requirements could certainly be reduced, but that would take a lot more research and optimizing. For now, though, Lin Mu only wanted to set up the array once and let it be used for as long as possible. And done! Lin Mu finished writing the last set of runes on the formation flags and put down the writing brush. There were now a total of 16 fomentation flags floating around him in 2 sets. One set had 6 flags, and one set had 10 flags, each set having different properties. The formation flags were especially important for this array, since they were in charge of actually making it work. The runes and formations floating in the air were merely connective and auxiliary in nature. From the 2 sets of flags, the set with 6 flags was in charge of suppressing the spirit chi of the cultivators that would stand inside the array. As for the set with the 10 flags, it was in charge of injecting and channeling spirit chi into the array from the surrounding air. Lin Mu stood up and gestured with his hands. Tilde shua tilde, shua tilde. 3 suppressive formation flags flew out first, implanting into the ground in a triangular shape. Tilde shua tilde, shua tilde. Waving his other hand, Lin Mu sent out 5 spirit chi channeling formation flags. These formed a pentagonal shape, the sides of which touched the points of the triangular shape of the suppressive flags. Tilde hung tilde. Once these flags were set, the runes in the air resonated in response before automatically formation long rope like constructs that linked to these flags. So far, so good. Doesn't seem like there is any instability for now. Lin Mu's eyes carefully observed the array, looking out for any errors. Only when he was sure that there were no issues forming, he went with the next step. He gestured with his hand again, sending the last 3 suppressive flags. These formed a larger triangle that was opposite in orientation to the previous one. It encased the pentagon from before and caused a turbulent stream of spirit chi to form. I need to be quick before the equilibrium breaks, Lin Mu thought to himself. He quickly controlled the last 5 spirit chi channeling formation flags. They formed a pentagon again, but in the opposite orientation from the previous pentagram. Now there were 2 sets of mirror shapes set up concurrently. The stream of turbulent spirit chi suddenly split apart into multiple strings and merged into the 16 formation flags. It should be stable now, Lin Mu nodded his head. The runes and formations in the air continued to change, creating a rather attractive light show for the Hema tribe children that were watching. Even the warriors acting as guards were amazed. Now for the final part. Lin Mu took out a formation plate and buried it into the center of the entire array. Tilde hung tilde. A sonorous sound was heard in the area, and a sudden shift in spirit chi was felt. Wind started to spin around the entire array before entering through 5 points. This wind was nothing but the spirit chi in the air being pulled by the channeling flags. Seeing it work as intended, Lin Mu smiled. He observed the array for a few minutes, after which a thought came to him. I should name it, but what should it be? Lin Mu wondered. And after a couple of minutes, he had made his decision. Since it is meant to seal one's spirit chi for readjustment of cultivation base, I shall name it Spirit Cultivation Attenuation Formation Array, Lin Mu declared. Tilde hum tilde. And as if to respond to his decision, the formation array resonated. A few runes automatically appeared above it that read, Spirit Cultivation Attenuation Formation Array. The words lingered in the air for a whole minute before merging into the array, forever making it known what it was and who its creator was. Lin Mu walked out of the square and went to Elder Niji's place. Hope the warriors are ready. We shall start tomorrow. Chapter 12, 46 Intentional Suppression. We are all here, noble Lin Mu, the warriors of the Hema tribe said in unison. They were standing in front of a large green tent that seemed to be illusory. There were faint runes flowing along its surface as well. A long line appeared on the tent before it widened to become a doorway. 5 people can come in at once. Lin Mu spoke from the doorway. The illusory green tent was none other than the Spirit Cultivation Attenuation Fomentation Array. It merely looked like a tent, but it wasn't actually one. The warriors of the Hema tribe discussed among them for a few seconds before deciding who would be the first 5 to go forth. All the warriors that were present here had spirit chi that was equivalent to that of a nascent soul realm cultivator at the very least. There were about 100 of them present right now, and more would come after this batch had finished passing. This was all instructed by Lin Mu yesterday to Elder Niji and had been followed accordingly. Tilde step 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 tilde. The 5 Hema warriors walked into the array nervously and reached its middle. You all can sit in those circles, Lin Mu instructed. There were 5 glowing circles on the ground and were situated at an equal distance from each other. Yes, the warriors quickly obliged. Learning the Hema tribe's language was certainly a good decision. Makes things a lot more efficient, Lin Mu thought to himself. Over the past couple of months, he had been learning from Elder Niji and had quickly learned the language. While he wouldn't say he was as proficient as a native, it was still enough to communicate in simple words. Once the 5 Hema warriors took their place, Lin Mu walked to the center of the array where a small illusory pillar was present. Placing his hand, Lin Mu activated the entire array. Tilde hung tilde. As soon as that was done, the entire array let out a humming sound that felt like a bronze bell ringing. Lin Mu left the array using blink and came to a designated area. How long will it take? Elder Niji, who was waiting here for Lin Mu, questioned. Shouldn't take longer than a few minutes for their spirit chi to be suppressed. As for the breakthrough, that'll depend on their individual talent, Lin Mu answered. I see. Hopefully our people will not disappoint you, Elder Niji replied. They haven't so far, or rather they have only exceeded my expectations, Lin Mu honestly stated. That's good, Elder Niji said with a smile. He, too, was excited about the entire process. He wanted to see his tribe break through their shackles that had been unknowingly set up. It was hard to know if these were intentional or not, but regardless of it all, he would ensure that his tribe grew strong. And for that, Elder Niji had willingly allowed the weaker members to go for the breakthrough first. Lin Mu had actually offered him to be the first person to break through. After all, the Hema tribe would grow strong faster if they had a strong person in the lead, but Elder Niji had rejected him after hearing the details. The one who was inside the array would be unable to leave until they had a breakthrough, and the time needed to do this would increase greatly depending on the initial amount of spirit chi contained within their bodies. For people like Elder Niji and head warrior Kyulo, who were the strongest in the clan, this process might even take days to weeks. The old man couldn't let his juniors wait like that, and wanted them to be the first to experience it all. Plus to him, it didn't matter if it were the weaker tribe members that went though this first or him, the end result would be the same. With that in mind, he told Lin Mu to let the others do it first. And now, the process was already underway. A-H-H-H-H-H. A mix of cries could be heard coming from the array suddenly. The expression of the Hema people turned tense and Elder Niji's brows furrowed. Will they be all right? He asked with concern. Pain like this is bound to happen since the array is currently suppressing their spirit chi. It's like forcibly taking away a part of your blood. Lin Mu replied. I see, Elder Niji nodded his head. My tribesmen aren't that weak to falter just from this. They shall soldier on bravely, he stated proudly. I think so too, Lin Mu agreed. His eyes stayed locked onto the array while his spirit sense was continually monitoring the array. Lin Mu could sense the changes occurring inside and knew that the Hema tribe warriors were under a significant amount of pain. Their expressions were also contorted, and if anyone watched them right now, there was a great chance they would be terrified. It was good to make the array opaque. If the other warriors saw this, they might get discouraged. Thus, even if they went in after that, they might fail simply because they weren't determined enough. Lin Mu thought to himself. This was a slightly tough decision that one could even consider a little cruel. But Lin Mu knew it was important for the tribe. In fact, even if the situation inside wasn't hidden, the tribesmen would still go forth with it. But by hiding it, Lin Mu could keep their morale high, thereby allowing them better chances. Plus, there wasn't any actual harm being done to the warriors. The pain they were feeling was mostly from the meridians that were screaming out due to the disappearance of the spirit chi. But in reality, the spirit chi was just being suppressed deep within their bodies. 10 minutes passed like this, and the sound of cries had stopped long before. It was at this moment that the second part of the array activated, and a massive amount of spirit chi was injected into it. Chapter 12, 47 A Successful Experiment, and here it starts. Lin Mu said upon seeing the spirit chi being pulled into the array. That was fast, Elder Niji said in surprise. Indeed, I was expecting a little delay, Lin Mu agreed. I'll adjust it according to a weaker cultivator next time. It should be even faster then, he noted. Lin Mu's mind quickly observed and analyzed the changes before coming up with solutions on the spot. The more he worked like this, the more amazed he was. Lin Mu could realize the mystery and joy of formations. It greatly helped his learning pace and allowed him to improve at a faster pace. After all, learning from practical experience was a lot more insightful than just doing rote memorization. 2 hours passed like this before a change was felt. It was very subtle, and other than Lin Mu and Elder Niji, no one else noticed it. The first person to break through has appeared. Lin Mu spoke. So that was a breakthrough. What realm did they reach? Elder Niji inquired. This should be the formation of a core. With a nascent soul realm breakthrough, we will see the tribulation clouds again. Lin Mu replied. The tribulation clouds are rather good for us too. They are helping scare the chasm beasts away, Elder Niji said. Lin Mu nodded his head and knew that this was an unexpected gain of it. While they didn't know how long the large-scale beast tide would last, the presence of the heavenly tribulation seemed to have a suppressive effect on the chasm beasts. Elder Niji and head warrior Kyolo had observed the outside of the mountain in the past month, during which Lin Mu was researching. They had learned that the chasm beasts didn't appear for about 3 days after the tribulation clouds went away. From this, they assumed that each time a heavenly tribulation appeared, it would grant them about 3 days of respite from the chasm beasts. And in their current situation, when the large-scale chasm beast tide was underway, the more they could shorten it, the better it would be for them. In fact, Lin Mu himself had made a point of observing the situation outside during the tribulation. 30 minutes after the first Hema warrior reached the core condensation realm, another warrior did too. And an hour after that, 2 more broke though. The 5th and final warrior broke through 15 minutes after that, and now all of them were in the core condensation realm. With this, Lin Mu now had a baseline to set for next time. Now to see how long it takes for the first person to reach nascent soul realm. With their natural talent and the boundless supply of spirit chi, it shouldn't take long. Lin Mu thought to himself. 15 hours passed before the Hema tribe heard the sound of thunder in the sky. Tilde rumble tilde. There we go, still a little faster than I expected. Lin Mu muttered and took a note. He then waved his hands and controlled the earth-fixing array to open a hole at the top. There was already a hole in the tribe's ceiling from last time, and it would be enough for the tribulation lightning bolt to pass though unhindered. The first lightning bolt arrived within a minute and passed through the spirit cultivation attenuation formation array with ease. The array didn't suffer any damage at all and simply allowed the bolt to pass through. At least the array works as intended even in tribulation. Lin Mu took a breath of relief. He was a bit nervous and unsure about this part, but now he had the confirmation for it all. Boom tilde. 4 lightning bolts was what it took for the first person to break through successfully. The spirit chi fluctuations of a nascent soul realm cultivator soon appeared and were felt by every nearby tribesman. Lin Mu took out a metal plate and tapped on it, making a crisp sound. Tilde thud tilde. In the next second, a Hema tribe member appeared on the outside of the green tent. Carry him away, Lin Mu ordered. This warrior who had appeared was none other than the first Hema tribe member to have broken through. Currently, his complexion was a bit pale and his head was charred black. But other than that, his life was safe, and he was even conscious. It was just that the man was unable to speak because of exhaustion. The warriors on standby quickly carried their kin to safety and let him recuperate. Lin Mu focused his attention back on the array and observed it non-stop for 2 more days. On the 3rd day, the final warrior reached the nascent soul realm and the array finally paused its work. Lin Mu took a deep breath and walked towards the last warrior, who had just been ejected by the array. 3 days of continuous observation without a break had exhausted Lin Mu, though it was mostly mental exhaustion, since he was making fine changes and analyzing the array as well. With how much he used his brain, it was bound to happen. But his work was not over yet. There's still one last thing left. Lin Mu muttered to himself and checked the body of the last warrior. His spirit sense probed the man and gave Lin Mu an image of his Danshan. There, a nascent soul with a wave like undulating patterns floated above a sea of spirit chi silently. And at the bottom of the spirit chi sea, Lin Mu could see a tiny marble. The compression of the array is even greater than that of a core. Lin Mu was surprised. The tiny marble was none other than the suppressed spirit chi of the warrior, though Lin Mu found it to be a little too small. This can't be all of it. Lin Mu searched through the rest of the warrior's body and saw more such marbles. So that's way, if it is like this, then their further progress will only be better, Lin Mu concluded. Chapter 12, 48 a year in the Rust Sky World. It had now been over a year since Lin Mu had arrived in the Rust Sky World. After he had found the method to let the strange Hema warriors break through, the tribe's power had steadily increased. Around 1/3 of the Hema tribe members had a nascent soul now. And not just that, but the average cultivation base of the tribe had also risen greatly, reaching the core condensation realm now. If not for the fact that there was a limitation to how many people could use the spirit chi gathering array at once, this number might be even higher. The experimental cultivation technique that Lin Mu had made also become a lot better. It not only allowed the Hema tribe members to cultivate normally, but a few members had even begun to form their own spirit sense. This was currently limited to the strongest members of the tribe, of course, but it was growing as well. The first ones to master this were none other than Elder Niji and head warrior Kilo, along with other warriors that were below him. The 2 strongest members of the tribe had also gained their own nascent soul in this time. As for the restriction that was placed by the spirit cultivation attenuation formation array, it was slowly dispersed over a month. This allowed the Hema tribe members to reintroduce their older spirit chi to their bodies and fully assimilate it into their new cultivation base. Though there were still some restrictions, depending on their older cultivation bases. In the case of Elder Niji, while he still had the same spirit chi stores as that of a Tao treading realm expert, he couldn't exert the same level of power. As of now, he could only exert the same strength as that of a shell initiation stage Dao shell realm cultivator. Elder Niji was also the first one to form a Dao shell, even if it was just an outline for now. He was steadily adding his older spirit chi to this and solidifying its form. Lin Mu had advised him to simply form a spherical Dao shell since he had no idea what affinity they would have later on. He was hoping that Elder Niji's breakthrough to the Dao treading realm would allow the tribe to gain a guideline for the Dao traces. Lin Mu had no idea what their affinity to the Dao was like, though he had estimated that it shouldn't be bad. Another thing that Lin Mu was confused about was the nascent souls that the Hema tribe members had formed. They all had the same undulating wave-like patterns, but Lin Mu was unable to identify what the meaning of that was. They didn't show any direct affinity to an element either, so it had left Lin Mu at a loss. He reckoned that perhaps when Elder Niji reached the Dao treading realm, he would be able to figure it out. His best guess was that the patterns on the nascent soul might have something to do with the Dao traces that the Hema tribe had a natural affinity to. Since all of them had the same type of a nascent soul, it was unlikely for there to be any other possibilities. Other than the growth of the Hema tribe, there were many other changes too. The biggest one being the fact that the large-scale chasm beast tide was now over. Elder Niji was sure that it had ended early due to the regular appearance of the heavenly tribulation. Even now, someone would undergo a heavenly tribulation every other day. Lin Mu reckoned that if the Hema tribe existed in the Ziofen world and had the same level of growth, it would have single-handedly overtaken the entire world with their sheer number of experts. It only humbled him about the different standards of the worlds. The passage of the chasm beast tide also meant that Lin Mu and the Hema tribe could now go out. And at this moment, they were standing outside the large mountain made by the earth fixing array. Tilde deng tilde. Tilde deng tilde. Tilde clang tilde. The Hema tribe members were currently sparring with each other. They couldn't do the same in the tribe underground because of an increase in strength before. It was a good idea to do this outside. Their power would have caused a lot of damage otherwise, especially for those that are not fully in control yet, Lin Mu thought. He was sitting on a ledge on the mountain and was observing the sparring session of the warriors. Head warrior Kilo was guiding the warriors and correcting them whenever they made an error. Tilde step 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 tilde. The sound of steps was heard, and Lin Mu sensed someone approaching. "How do you feel about the children, noble Lin Mu?" Elder Niji asked. He too sat down beside Lin Mu and watched the sparring that was happening at the bottom. "They are really fast at mastering the martial arts I've given them," Lin Mu stated. "That's good. As long as they don't disappoint you, I'll be pleased," Elder Niji said with a smile. Lin Mu had given the Hema tribe some basic martial arts to practice. Since they still couldn't practice any chi skills, Lin Mu reckoned this was another way for them to get stronger. If anything, it would increase their raw fighting skills. Another factor that made him choose the basic martial arts was the fact that they were made with humans in mind. One thing the Hema tribe lacked was experience in fighting humans. They were mostly proficient in going against the ferocious chasm beasts, but Lin Mu knew this could become a really problematic thing if they came across the humans outside the land of exile. Here they could overwhelm the human exiles, simply thought of numbers, but the same tactic won't work when the humans were in majority. Not to mention, the Hema tribe was exiled too, and there was a great chance they would come in conflict with the human empire that did that to them. Chapter 1249, the hungry twin snakes Lin Mu had the concern that when the Hema tribe left the land of exile, they would be attacked. They didn't know what was outside of the land of exile, and it was likely to be dangerous. For all they knew, there could be guards or an entire army posted there at all times, which was why Lin Mu needed them to be proficient against humans too. Even if the Hema tribe has a similar form like normal humans, their battle style is still different, though their speed should help them in overcoming this. Lin Mu thought to himself as he continued to observe the spars. Lin Mu's own understanding about formations, cultivation, and even the Tao had increased in the time that he had spent in helping the tribe. Even though he didn't cultivate fully in this time, his cultivation base had still grown. In fact, it was faster than when he cultivated normally, so there was basically no loss to his own progress either. Lin Mu could even feel his understanding about the Tao of earth deepening. If I had this level of comprehension back then, I would have been able to save a lot more people, Lin Mu thought, as a hint of sadness appeared on his face. Elder Niji noticed this, but did not ask about it. He knew from his years of living that it was best not to ask certain questions. If Lin Mu wanted to, he would tell them himself. Noble Lin Mu, noble Lin Mu. A frantic voice was suddenly heard, prompting Lin Mu to turn around. What's the problem? Lin Mu asked, seeing the anxious expression of the Hema member that had come running. From the path that he had taken, Lin Mu could tell that he had come right from the tribe. The baby snakes have awakened, the Hema member replied. They're bouncing around and have collapsed half of your residence. Huh, Lin Mu raised his brows in surprise. After the first time that Lin Mu met the twin serpent, the two of them had fallen asleep and not woken up. He had been wondering when they would, and they finally had. Lin Mu closed his eyes for a moment and checked his link with them, sensing an emotion coming. Of course, they haven't learned how to communicate yet. Otherwise, I would have known the moment they woke up. Lin Mu muttered to himself. He got up quickly, entered the mountain, before descending to the tribe underground. The residence that was given to Lin Mu was in a bad state now. 2 of its rooms were turned to rubble, and more walls were under demolition. The casual of it all was 2 streaks that were piercing through them all. The 2 streaks sped up and targeted another wall. But just as they were about to hit it, they hit a golden object instead. Tilde clang tilde. Stop it now, you two, Lin Mu said in a stern voice. His hands firmly held onto the 2 snakelets, making sure they didn't slip out. Tilde hissed tilde. Only after he felt that they didn't struggle anymore did he open his fingers to take a look. He could feel their tongues licking his palm too. Now then, what's got you two so restless? Lin Mu asked through the link. But he got no answer, while the twin snakes only stared at him blankly. After a minute, though, Lin Mu felt a wave of emotion from them and recognized it this time. You two are hungry, Lin Mu realized. Don't worry, I got some food, he said before taking out a basket of stone flesh mushrooms. The baby snakes stared at the mushroom, as if not knowing what to do. Oh wait, let me show you. Lin Mu picked up one of the mushrooms and showed the 2 snakes how to eat it. Seeing this, their eyes glinted before they pounced at the basket. In less than 30 seconds, the basket was completely emptied out. But Lin Mu's brows didn't ease up at all, as he could tell they were still hungry. He checked them with his spirit sense and realized that there was basically no difference in their status. The 2 snakes then hissed at each other lightly and raised their heads. 2 wisps of energy rose from their mouths. One of the wisps was black, while the other was white. The black wisp had come from the white twin, and the white wisp had come from the black twin. The wisps were quickly sucked in by the matching twin, and they looked at Lin Mu again. Yin spirit chi and yang spirit chi. Lin Mu recognized what the 2 wisps of energy were. But this time it was very little. Do the stone flesh mushrooms not provide them enough? Lin Mu realized that there might be another problem for him. From observing the 2 snakes, he could tell that each twin only absorbed the elemental chi that matched its own body. It would either release the opposite element of convert, a part of the energy, for the other twin. Just the stone flesh mushrooms isn't enough, huh? Lin Mu pondered. The last time when they had eaten, they had consumed the remains of the chasm beasts, which was of the yin element. The black twin snake had consumed it all before converting a part of it for the other sibling to consume. After analyzing this, Lin Mu was sure that the twin snakes needed food that was rich in either yin or yang elemental chi. With such a low efficiency of conversion, I don't think it'll be good to depend on the stone flesh mushrooms. It might be fine for a couple of times, but in the long term it would be bad. Not to mention, the tribe needs to stockpile for the future when we leave the land of exile. Lin Mu thought to himself. Having thought this, Lin Mu understood there was only one thing to do now. Let's go hunt some chasm beasts. Chapter 1250, A Quest for Food. Lin Mu held the twin snakes in his hand while leaving the tribe. I'll need to move the house again, Lin Mu realized. It was his third house, and even that had been broken by the snakes. The earlier two had been broke during his experiment with the formation arrays and the cultivation techniques. Even his third one was made some distance away from the other houses just to make sure others wouldn't be affected by it. Thankfully, the Hema tribe people weren't bothered by it, and there were plenty of houses to go around. Before Lin Mu's arrival, the people of the tribe had limited things to do. Thus, the builders among them would continue to make more houses even if there wasn't any particular need for them. If anything, it was a way for them to endure boredom and pass time. Which was why over a quarter of the houses in the Hema tribe were empty. Though there was also the fact that most houses were just made out of stone and mortar, so there wasn't any extra expense to building them. With this passing thought, Lin Mu appeared on top of the mountain again. This time, though, Elder Niji was waiting for him there. He had heard from the messenger what had happened and wondered just what was happening. I'll have to head out for a bit, Lin Mu spoke. Head out? Where are you going, noble Lin Mu? Elder Niji questioned. These children need to eat. They've eaten the chasm beasts before and need to eat them again. I'm going to go find some for them, Lin Mu answered. Elder Niji looked at the two small snakes wrapped around Lin Mu's palm and was surprised. While he had been told that they two snakes had wiped out chasm beasts, he didn't expect them to desire more. I see, but if you are going out, you should take some of our warriors with us, Elder Niji suggested. I shall accompany noble Lin Mu, head warrior Kilo spoke from afar. I know places where the chasm beasts are almost always present, he added. All right, that will be good, Lin Mu nodded his head. He still didn't know much about the land of exile and its places beyond what he had seen, so having a guide would help. Also, may I impose on noble Lin Mu and let the younger warriors accompany us. They need to learn about the barren lands too. Many of them haven't gone further than a few kilometers from the tribe, head warrior Kilo asked. Sure, it'll be fine, Lin Mu agreed. Perhaps they'll get to expand their experience too. They surely will. Head warrior Kilo nodded his head and quickly called for the warriors who were sparring below the mountain. After a large-scale beast tide passed, there was a time of temporary peace. During this period, the number of chasm beasts would greatly decrease, and thus it was the best time for the Hema tribe to scour the barren lands. Lin Mu also knew of this, but he reckoned that even if they didn't find any chasm beasts, the two snakes might still be able to consume the dark, dusty fog that filled the top of the broken chasm. After all, the beasts were formed that, and the black snake had consumed the same thing before. Though maybe there is more to the beasts that makes them desirable to the snakes, Lin Mu pondered. 5 minutes later, the Hema tribe warriors were ready, and a group of 10 novice warriors was gathered. These were the ones who had basically never gone out of the tribe much and would be the next generation of the warriors. While Lin Mu and Elder Niji intended for the Hema tribe to leave the land of exile, it didn't mean that they couldn't get any experience from this excursion. After all, there was a good chance they would face an even greater danger outside the lands of exile. Take care, noble Lin Mu. While there is a lack of chasm beasts during this time, we never know what other dangers might pop up in the land of exile, Elder Niji said with concern. I shall keep that in mind. Lin Mu nodded his head. With that done, the group of 12 left the tribe's borders and set out to search for chasm beasts. It's best we walk alongside the broken chasm. If there are any chasm beasts, they would usually linger near its edges, head warrior Kilo stated. All right, I need to check something there anyway. Lin Mu nodded his head. Warriors, keep up with us. Leap, head warrior Kilo ordered before gathering power in his legs. He soared into the air and took the lead. Lin Mu followed after the man and leaped as well. The younger warriors did the same, but they were unable to leap as far as Lin Mu and head warrior Kyolo. Even though they were at the nascent soul too now, they wouldn't be able to keep up with head warrior Kyolo, not to mention Lin Mu. Tilda hissed Tilda. While moving, Lin Mu felt the twin snakes wiggling in his hand. He eased up on the grip and saw them move along his hand. They reached up to his neck and coiled up around it. "Guess that's more comfortable for you too," Lin Mu said as he saw the two small heads from the corner of his eyes. Since they didn't talk normally yet, he needed to understand from their cues. Lin Mu couldn't help but recall the first time he had met little Shrubby and how long it had taken for him to communicate effectively with him. Though once he had done that, it had become smooth. Compared to little Shrubby back then, these two are very young, Lin Mu guessed. He had once asked little Shrubby how old he was, but even the beast didn't know the answer, not having a sense of time early in his life. But according to Zhu Kong's estimate, the beast should have been at least 10 years old when Lin Mu first met him.